In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Let's give the dancing kitty a round of applause. Grand rising, grand rising. I hope you guys all had a fabulous weekend. If you like the content, please hit the like button. If you dislike the content, you can thumb it down. Just let me know what you think about the news. And we're going to get into the failure of the envoy that was sent over to Istanbul, Pakistan, by 4547. The Three Stooges. Larry Curly, Larry Moe, and Shemp, I say. I wouldn't even call it Curly. I'll call him Shemp. We had the Jared Kushner, the J.D. Vance, and we had Steve Witkoff. Sitting up there acting as if they were going to reframe the whole framework of the negotiations. Now, just very, very, in my opinion, disingenuous regarding what had been agreed on to even sit down to have any type of negotiations. So they agreed to negotiate on the 10-point framework, and then they couldn't even agree on a framework. As you know, your president himself wrote right here, prior to setting up the negotiations. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Okay? Period. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. Are we clear on what your president agreed or posted prior to the negotiations? Who is that? Hello, nappy child. I just want to make sure we are clear on I just really want to make sure we are clear on the fact that uh, those clowns, the two people, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who have used under the title, under the guise of special envoy, have only used our government to enrich themselves. Now, are we clear what the 10-point plan is right here? Permanent end to the war. Your president wrote this. We have agreed to a 10-point framework. And what was the problem when they could not negotiate? Because they couldn't agree on a framework. So this administration is just putting our country in jeopardy for absolutely nothing. And when it's all over, when all the chips fall, the whole world is going to be in an uproar. This is some World War III type of shit that administration is doing, and they cannot even tell you why they went over there and struck Iran, other than they needed to protect Israel. Like all of your tax dollars that is sent over to Israel, doesn't give them enough money to protect themselves. Like my mom always said, if you keep your hands off other people, then you don't have to fight. But Israel is all over in Syria, all over in not Lebanon. You guys know where it is. I always where is it? What's not Lebanon? All over striking, all over trying to increase the ground, the the ground of Israel for this greater Israel. Now they've already uh, genocide Gaza. Now they're over in Syria and Lebanon. No, it's not Lebanon. You know where they are. I've been reporting on it. Oh my God, I got a brain fart. And you have over a 1.5 million people who have been displaced for the attacks. They got the United States to go over there and strike Iran, and while they over somewhere else, and they said they're not putting no boots on the ground. All of this bullshit, and we understood what your president put out as the 10-point plan framework, and we understood that your president also said that they had basically agreed to all of the things that were on the 10-point plan. Hey, Very Carey. Hey, Octavius. It is good to see you guys. Hold on one second. Is it Lebanon? No, it's not Lebanon. It is Lebanon. Okay. Iran and Lebanon. So I was right. I knew Lebanon kept coming up in my mind. Okay, so we're clear on what the plan was. Very Carey, it is good to see you as well. Understood, understood. Okay. Um, where was I? Okay, let me get. Now we sent the Three Stooges over there to talk to scientists, physicists, world leaders, and no real representation about government. No one who knows anything about government negotiations. We know that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner only know how to negotiate with the access that they are given from the Trump administration to negotiate for deals that puts money in their pocket. We understand that till recently, well, maybe even still now, Jared Kushner has been trying to get $5 billion more from that area of the world, from the Middle East, for his private equity company. So, what we let me see, what do I want to show you? Uh, These are the people who we were negotiating with. And Iran brought more people who were professionals on the nuclear aspect. They had a trove of people. They even brought a retired general from their army. Who did we have representing us in any of our real governmental needs? No one. Absolutely no one. J.D. Vance, the puppet of Peter Thiel, who wants the only agenda that Peter Thiel has is that democracy is too cumbersome. That's why you need to have a person put in that is going to set the agenda and not allow democracy to stand in the way, because people like him who can't even tell you if humanity should survive should be running the show in the United States. And he is what? A immigrant to the United States himself. He has no skin in the game, as it were. He's an immigrant to the United States, but he wants to just totally wreck our Constitution. And what did he get? He got the puppet in J.D. Vance to do it. So this is who we sent over to Iran to try to negotiate. And let's get to this a little bit more. What happened? There was no negotiation. J.D. Vance and Witkoff and company tried to play Iran. And let me give you, let me show you some of the things that happened over there. Some of the representation that came back from there, shall I say. Let's get into it. Now, even Iran said that they felt that these people weren't even serious in these negotiations, so they didn't send serious people. And the thing about it is, they have your president has given Marco Rubio 3 or 4 different jobs in the government as he fired the unqualified people at high levels in his cabinet. But where was Marco Rubio, whose first job was the Secretary of State? Where was Marco Rubio when all of this bullshit was happening? I'm going to show you where Marco Rubio was. I'm going to show you where your president was when all of these negotiations to get your family out of a war. I just really need you to understand where Marco Rubio was. Let me find Marco Rubio. I apologize. Here's Marco Rubio. On the night when they sent Jared Kushner, that they sent Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and the vice president, who is a ploy of a rich billionaire that does not believe that the United States people deserve democracy. This is where your president and your secretary of state, the secretary of state who usually handles these types of problems. Now, I really want you to pay attention. Your president and secretary of state are in here. I want you to pay attention to this crowd of people who are also in here. I want you to understand that some news outlets in the United States want you to believe that this man entered this arena to robust cheers, and they had that country bumpkin kid rock music playing so loud. But however, you can still see the boos. If there were robust cheers, you would see it in the audience. Look at the audience. Does it look like they're cheering? Does it look like any of them are clapping for this man, cheering for this man, or are they looking at him like a science project of E. coli allowed to fester upon itself and grow? I think the latter is what they're looking at this man as. So here's where's the excitement? Where? And Bongino, the first person standing up there to shake his hand. Dan Bongino, I thought you were butthurt. I thought you were over there on your podcast crying about how you had been done wrong, like a little bitch because you went into government talking about the Epstein file needed to be released, and you were second in command at the FBI, and you have come out of there like Peter Griffin. You know that episode of Family Guy when Peter Griffin go in to get a colon exam, and when the doctor bends him over and starts the colon exam, Peter Griffin throws himself off the table because the doctor has done what doctors need to do a colon exam, and with the insertion of something into a certain anal body part, and Peter Griffin throws himself off the table like, "Oh my God, I've been violated!" And he runs home. He does. He runs home with his little paper robe on and his butt out in the back, and he is just like traumatized. This is how Dan Bongino is doing his podcast after being able to review the Epstein files himself. However, he doesn't have the balls to come out and speak truth to power. He's sitting up here wanting to shake the hand of the person that he couldn't even work under after seeing these files. Let's see who else is there. Let's see who else is there at this MMA fight. We see the owner of UFC fight. A UFC fight. Now, there is supposed to be a whole UFC ring set up on the White House lawn to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country. It's to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country. And when will that celebration take place? On the lawn of the White House? Will you be able? Will you be invited? Will you be able to participate in this three-ring circus that's going to be set up on the lawn of the White House? No, it's for the elite. Nothing is ever for you. Nothing is for you. Who even? I guess some people do want that. I'm not kicking people who like to watch UFC fights and all of that. But nothing of this that's going to be set up on the White House lawn is for you. And nothing about this that is going to be set up for the light on the White House lawn is even for the 250th birthday of America. Because when are they going to supposedly be doing this MMA fight to honor America on Donald Trump's birthday? Do you remember the last birthday in 2025? We had that military parade with our tanks squeaking over the DC streets, and our poor military formation that was put on display, trying to do a Kim Jong-il type of parade, only made us look like clowns, made our military look weak. The same military that they have over here fighting in Iran. They displayed that. That was under Pete Kegbreath. That was Pete Kegbreath's military out here on display, allegedly celebrating America. On whose birthday? Your president, 4547's birthday. So, let's continue. Who was that? We got to go back ahead. Who is this? Who is this guy right here? Looking like he needs to be over in where is Switzerland or wherever Tiger Woods is doing his rehab at with this lax face. Now we understand that the last time that Marco Rubio was at a podium addressing the public, he was jiggling his jaw, and we see him always putting things in his mouth. We have seen him shaking that jaw, looking like the best, looking like the best crack whore that you have ever seen in a fucking skitty part of a city. We know that we have seen Marco Rubio looks like something's wrong with him. Let's see if Marco Rubio is here. There's Lackface Marco Rubio. Your president didn't even acknowledge him, shake his hand, and look at this. Look at this simp sitting at an MMA fight when we have the Three Stooges negotiating the end of the war. Now, understand that Marco Rubio was really a real politician. He was a real politician who had so much to say about Democrats. And in the middle of a war, in the middle of negotiation, with him having the title of Secretary of State, this is what he feels that it is okay to do. Marco Rubio, if they weren't going to send you on the negotiations, why are you sitting up here at an MMA fight? So you had nothing better to do. Nothing better to do. And you such a simp that you actually showed your face up there. Oh my God. This is your. Who is this bald guy who with the big smile on his face? Is that Joe Rogan? Is that Joe Rogan who platform 45-47 with a 3-hour softball interview, and now he is just, oh, I just hate what's going on. I never thought. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that he would have been a good president? You had him on your show for 3 hours, asked him zero hard question, heard the insanity and the bullshit and the lack of any policy before he was elected. And you had him on your large platform and never asked him shit and let him get away with saying all of the crazy shit that he was saying on your show because you were so enamored. As you set your ass up in the at the inauguration alongside Bill Gates, alongside Elon Musk, alongside all of these Apple executives. You sat up there, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. Whose big bald head was up there? This big bald head was up there. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, who presented him to his audience and actually said that he was the best candidate. But now he has so many regrets. Now he has so many regrets. Do you have regrets or not? Or have you put your finger in the wind and you have decided which way the wind is blowing? But we see where your heart really is. See, because all of his policies, since you are so rich now, Joe Rogan, all of his policies affect you favorably. So all of the stuff that your audience have to worry about, Joe Rogan, you never have to worry about. Because your audience has made you rich. And what did you give to your audience? A bunch of bluster behind a motherfucker that has ruined America, in my opinion. Ruined the status of America and ruined the economy of America and Americans. But you doing okay, aren't you? We will all celebrate his birthday on the White House lawn. It's great to have the president here. I thought we were celebrating the United States 250th birthday. No, cat is out of the bag. Good morning to everyone. I used to like Joe Rogan until then. We grew up with him. Fear Factor. Yes. Joe Rogan was an a-hole to Theo Von. Now, did you see the latest thing where him and Theo Von came together and they were agreeing about this war stuff? But see, Joe Rogan tried to play dumb, like, Could this be happening, or am I tripping? It seems like this may be a bad thing. Joe Rogan, you don't know what a bad thing is by now? You can't figure out what a bad thing is by now? Oh, is he? Be specific. What has he done to improve you and how you live your life? Music lover. Give us some specifics about how your life has improved. I would really want to know. It happened around last week. It happened around last week. He had Theo Vaughn on, and they were agreeing about the war. And in that one, they were actually saying, was it Theo Vaughn? I think that was Theo Vaughn. I could be mistaken. It was the guy with the sandyish 1980s hairstyle, kind of like it's shoulder length. It goes to his shoulder. I think it was Theo Vaughn. Where is the concept of a healthcare plan? Oh, that's right. Israel has it on America's tax dollars. Israel has full health care for all of their citizens, but we still haven't received that concept of a health care plan. The concept was he was going to make sure that you lose your health care. And if you had health care because you were so poor that you had to be on Medicare, he was going to take that away from you. The concept was if you had used Obama Affordable Care Act for health care, he would take away the subsidies so your premiums would go up between 2 and 4 times as much as you were paying, and they were going to price you out of being able to have health care. The concept of a plan is there are too many of you grubby Americans around, and the oligarchs and the elite believes that you are taking up too much space on their planet. They have deemed that this is their planet. They have deemed that they are going to run this the United States how they want to, while many of the people who are in these high positions are not born in the United States. But many of the people who are in these positions are immigrants to the United States. But your ancestors fought in these wars since the Revolutionary War for the United States. No, you take up too much space. You who have fought for all the rights that have been gained in the United States. No, you get nothing. It's all for these foreign-born oligarchs who have citizenship. This is who it's for. It's for all the rich people who can afford to buy into that Trump Visa card that he's selling for $5 million. Ain't none of this shit for you. Nobody cares about the blood, sweat, and tears. Nobody, these people don't even care about the blood, sweat, and tears of its military. You think they care about you? Okay, I just wanted to share that with you. And there's one more I would like to share with you as well. Uh, you got to kind of be suspect about 45, 47, because he never misses a chance to be kind of perverse, in my opinion. I'll let you decide though. Kind of that was kind of scary. That was kind of gross. I'll let you decide. Did your president find a time to try to flirt with somebody at this UFC event? Is this the one? I think this is the one. If it's not, no, no, no. Hold on. I believe this is the one. Here we go. Uh, doesn't it look like your president is
Thank
flirting?
you. Go do what you're doing. You're a beautiful guy. Great fight. Thanks, sir. Put me tomorrow, then you'll win this fight. I'll give you a hundred. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter. You are some fighter. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I just had to show that to you because what is happening with our country? What
Let's play that again. For the ones in the back, thank Midas Touch for that clip.
This clip.
Thank you. What you doing? You're a beautiful guy. Wink like, thanks, sir.
You're a beautiful guy. And then he rubs them up on his legs. I guess he likes that same orange color. They have the similar orange color. But while you're sitting up there talking to him, you better watch your back as you leave the arena because ICE is allowed to profile people. And you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Uh, are we... Have we lost and disconnected that this is the same administration that profile people who speak the way that he speaks, but it's who's married to a woman who doesn't even speak as well as this fighter, who doesn't speak English as well as this fighter, who has profiled all of these people from black and brown countries. Notice. You are too good. Maybe the English barrier or the broken English reminds him of someone. Maybe that could be it. I don't know. But your president is up here rubbing on the thighs and telling this man how he is too beautiful to be a MMA fighter and rubbing him up. Can you imagine what these alleged underage children who were around him and Epstein had to put up with? See, this guy just won an MMA bout. We know that he is powerful and can fight. He just won a UFC or MMA. He just won a UFC bout. We know that he can protect himself. And he's still getting rubbed down by somebody because the power position of this person who is rubbing him down and telling him how beautiful he is. He are too beautiful for to be fighting. I wonder if he's going to do like he always do and call him up and tell him to come over and I have a job position. I wonder if this will be the next cabinet pick. It's somewhere in the cabinet or a special envoy to the president. Do you wonder?
What you doing? You're a beautiful guy. Wink like, thanks, sir. Put me tomorrow that you'll win this fight. I'll give you a party. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter. You are some fighter. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to share that with you. Go over there and check that out on the Midas Touch. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Anything? Let me see what you guys are talking about. Um, to people like my family who went through hell to come here. We don't want people coming here illegally and taking advantage of our country. Pay taxes if you want to live here. This is your country. Because you came over here. Now this is your country, and other people can't come over here. Do you understand that the majority of the people who have come over here who have been detained by ICE, they got from actual job sites? Do you understand that most of these people that they have deported from here had no criminal records and they were rounded up at job sites? Do you understand that the Supreme Court said that ICE could go to particular job sites where these people worked? And you know what happens when these people were working? They were getting taxes taken out of their check. Do you understand that this government has set up a way for these people to have a social security number to be able to work but not to be able to vote because they are undocumented? However, they have figured out a way for them to pay taxes in this country. And if you are unaware that the fact that these undocumented immigrants were paying taxes, these taxes that were going into the social security system that that these rich corporations wanted to underpay. So these rich corporations who always want to underpay people for the jobs that they do, instead of hiring American workers under the conditions that American workers are accustomed to work under, they then start hiring these undocumented workers who have contributed, who have paid taxes. They have taxes taken out of their checks. They pay the same sales tax that you pay. I am not for an open border. I believe that every country should have a proper working intact immigration system. But all of this about who you are and what you done, what do you know? You know absolutely nothing. Do you know that Social Security uh, would be estimated to be insolvent way before they are estimating the insolvency of Social Security, had not it been for these companies hiring these undocumented workers, where they take money out of their check that they will never get back because they will never receive Social Security. Now, what I notice you have nothing to say about these corporations who hire these people and won't hire American workers because they don't want to pay a living wage, but you ain't got shit to say about them. Okay. I said what I said. If you don't like it, hit the like button and leave. Okay. Have you seen the new Lego story by Iran? Lyrics are addressing a fake Christian in this one. Let's see. I may have. I may have. Let me see if this is the one you're speaking of. Um, let me try to find it. I think I may have it. I do think I may have it. Let's have a commercial break. Is this the one you speak of?
Yeah, yeah. He on the phone talking tough like a sitcom dad. All caps in the chat, little finger so mad. Bomb this, hit that, like a board game brag. While the map got names that he barely can flag. Golf cart general, sweet side strategy. Talking about war like it's brand new batteries. Change them, charge them, quick clip fantasy. Meanwhile kids duck dust, breathe gasoline. He say maximum pressure, that's a phrase, not the plan. Heard it from a guy who heard it from a man. Oil on the brain, camera in his hand, turn the whole coastline to a campaign ad. Loose lips, tight sanctions, whole world watching a tantrum. Talk big from a gold top mansion, but you can't bomb your way to an answer. Loose lips, tight sanctions, real lives under those captions. Talk boy like it's just transactions, but you can't bomb your way to an answer. No, you can't. He say fire and fury like it's cable talk. Treat nukes like props in the lobby walk. Pull a pen from his car, started drawing chalk. Lines on lives he will never have to walk. Rats for the base, got the crowd all loose. Wave a flag, sell fear, cut truth. Loose, stack chips off clips, talk peace in the suit. Leave vets with the bill and the folded salute. I ran on the screen, he just seeing the stage. Ancient streets, long prayers, real names, real age. But it's ratings all over the page. Flip whole histories for a 15-second raid. Loose lips, tight sanctions, whole world watching a tantrum. Talk big from a gold top mansion, but you can't bomb your way to an answer. Loose lips, tight sanctions, real lives under those captions. Talk boy like it's just transactions, but you can't bomb your way to an answer. So you can't.
Is that the one you were speaking of? I don't know. That's the latest one that I've seen.
They
Let me. I think I may have one more. So, what I wanted to talk to you guys about World War II negotiations failed. Now, America is going to block the Straits of Hormuz. Now, your president said that he was going to do a total block, nothing in, nothing out. And then it came up late last night that your president said that his total blockade of the Straits would be well, no, we're just going to do a block ships from the Iranian port, and everything else is going to be allowed to flow through the Straits of Hormuz. Now, this was supposed to start at 10 o'clock a.m. today, and there were some
having the
responses. Hold on. There were some responses from Iran about this blockade that your government was about to do. I want to share with you how that went down. What your president actually shared about this blockade. So we cannot pretend like we don't know what was said, whether it was going to be a whole blockade of everything going through the Hormuz Straits, because now they're trying to change the story as if they got directions, and the intent of the blockade uh, wasn't what your president is now trying to say his blockade is just blocking ships from going to Iran. So let's really get into this complete blockade. Let me sh- uh, share with you also a couple of more things that your president said. Now, unfortunately, I am going to finally, one time in my life, share Fox News. Oh my God, things are getting bad. Okay, the link will be in my description box as number one, because this is the first link that I am sharing with you. So let's see, uh, as he calls into Maria Bartoloma and what things that he says. Shall we?
Direct talks between the two countries in a decade, and the highest level talks between the two since the Islamic Revolution in 1979. The talks beginning on Saturday and lasting 21 hours in Islamabad, Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance was in Pakistan leading the U.S. delegation, along with Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, as a fragile ceasefire has been underway between the two sides since Tuesday, after President Trump agreed to give Iran 2 more weeks to open up the Strait of Hormuz or face further destruction. Now the president will implement a naval blockade on the strait. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance after the talks in Islamabad this morning.
We've been at it now for 21 hours.
We're going to get to that. Let's hear her get on the phone with your president, because we're going to dissect the lies that your vice president told you, the tool of an oligarch told you. We're going to get into that.
In the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, we're going.
What is there? And we joining me now live on the telephone with the very latest is the nation's 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thank you so much for being with me this morning. I know that your time is limited, and we appreciate you making the time to explain all of this to our audience. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Maria.
Mr. President, can you explain to us what is going on right now with the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we're going to be blockading. It'll take a little while, but it'll be effective pretty soon. And we had meetings yesterday.
It's going to happen pretty soon. But you said it was going to happen at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to take a little while, but it's going to be pretty soon. Now, we do understand that this is the same president that said that NATO was a paper tiger, that NATO didn't come and help him open up the Strait of Hormuz, and I really didn't need them. I just asked them because I wanted to see what they were going to do, and NATO is a total failure. So remember all of the things that he said about other nations letting him down when he had. I really didn't need them. I just asked because I wanted to see what they would say. Remember him saying that threatening to actually leave NATO because the NATO nations didn't come and help him fight a war that he never consulted them about, but he wanted them to help him out of the fucking fucked up situation he has gotten the United States military in. Him and the unexperienced Pete Kegbreath, who fired all the top-ranking generals and admirals in the armed forces, who have experience and who have a whole professional life in this type of stuff, have been fired by these two unexperienced, unintelligent people, and they are over the lives of our military. Now, what strikes me real strange is there are a lot of people who are getting edgy now. There seem to be a lot of people who are, oh, wait a minute. Now they're talking about large numbers of people who may have to go in on boots on the ground. I've heard talks between 10,000 troops and 50,000 troops. Now, here it is, April of 2026. And now all of a sudden people are worried if there's going to be a draft. They're worrying if the draft dodger, 5-time draft dodger, is going to draft people from your cities, your children. They're worried about the draft. And the curious thing about them worrying about the draft is it's about a story that I reported here to you last year. I reported this story to you last year about the United States government is now automatically registering people who turn 18 to the select services. Now, what's peculiar about that? I guess nobody heard the report and heard me tell you what the implications of that was and could be, because people are acting like this is brand new news to them. See, you might want to come over here and check out the news. If you have any loved ones who recently turned 18, they are going to be automatically put into the selected services. Now, when I did this story, I had some furry E. coli coated tongue person come out and say, I didn't know what I was talking about. Because he was in the military and the military this, that, and the other. And it's not like we in a war. So that don't mean people are going to be drafted. And you by law, you have to do that anyway. When I was 18, I went down there and I signed up for the selected services. Yeah, because you lived in a shithole buckfuck place of Louisiana in some backwoods. So that was your only way out. So, yeah, that is an option. That is a requirement when you turn 18. That is a requirement. But do you think, just because it's a requirement, do you think that is because it's a federal law? So we going to say that, well, it's a law that you got to do it. You think that all people want to go to war? This war drafting president didn't want to go to war himself when there was a draft for Vietnam. Now, we saw Caroline Levitt come out and say, no, we're not taking anything off the table, when specifically asked if the draft was going to be reinstated. She said they're not taking anything off the table, so we're not going to be coy. So, with all of people wanting to try to tell you that I don't know what I'm talking about, I just give you the facts. You determine what I know, what I'm talking about. All of these people who want to be professionals, and now we must understand that this is a black man who was around here touting all the advantages you would have if you voted for Donald Trump. We must not forget that this is a person who tried to set himself apart as if he was some elite unicorn Negro, and telling you all the valors it was to vote for Donald Trump. And you have not heard a hide nor hair of this furry mouth fool now that Donald Trump has come into office, and they have started to strike back all the gains that our ancestors had to fight for. Now this motherfucker is quiet. Now the bad part about this type of stuff is some people are so impressed with people who are out here trying to outwardly impress you. That's the sad part about it. See, the sad part about it is, if you are about it, you don't have to brag about it. If this is what your life is, you just live your life. You live your life for you. You don't live your life for personal adulation from others, while trying to pretend like you're some elitist motherfucker. See, people who are accustomed to things are accustomed to things. They don't have to come out here and broadcast and stuff. That shows that you're not used to anything. But from where certain people are from, we know a lot of people are not used to a lot of things. So I find it awful amazing how you have black people who were out here trying to tell you why you should vote for Trump. And where are these people now? Should I drop the link? Anybody want to join me? All of these people. Anybody want to tell me the effects of 4547 erasing your history, canceling books from black authors? Anybody want to talk now? Oh, nobody wants to talk now. There's nothing to be said now. Now, so a lot of people are acting like this is a news story. There's a link. Hit the link if you want to come up and talk. We can agree to disagree. Don't be disrespectful. Okay, so a lot of people are pretending. A lot of people hear fools try to attack the actual facts by thinking they're attacking me. But here we are in April of 2026. Now everybody's worried if they are going to constitute the draft again. I already told you they were. And why a hairy mouth person who tried to pretend like I didn't know what I was talking about. That don't mean this and that don't mean this. Is exactly what it has always meant. Exactly what I always told you that it did mean. Capiche? Okay. So, impress yourself with the facts, not the fools. You ought to be more impressed with facts other than fools. So that is my point. How you know what I know? How do you know what I know? The only thing you know is what you know. Imagine the only thing you know is what you know. While you talking about European inventions, Africa was the inventor of it all. Africa invented it all. You know, you don't know what you don't know the inventions of black people. That's who don't know anything. So take your racist silly ass the fuck up out of my chat. Nobody's going to argue about something. Stay on topic. Stay on topic. Okay, so let's continue. If you can't stay on topic, and if you come in here with some bullshit and propaganda, I'm not arguing with you. The reason why you are talking all of this propaganda is you can't dispute the facts that I am putting down. So that's your problem. That's not my problem. Let me pin this link. If anybody want to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. If you have something you want to debate, come up and let's debate. If not, let me move on. Did I pin this? No. Let me pin this link. Make sure that you guys are able to come up. Take a chance. Is the message pinned? I don't see it pinned. Maybe it is pinned. Oh. Okay. Here we go. So let's finish.
As you said, lasted 21 hours. That was a long meeting. We had some very, very good representatives, as you know, JD and Steve and Jared. So we were well.
Yeah, we know we had some underwhelming representatives. Okay, yes, we know, we're aware.
Represented, but we didn't get there on the important issue. They want to have nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons. I've been saying that for 30 years. I would never allow that to happen before I was in politics. And that country will not have nuclear weapons. Most countries shouldn't be allowed to have, but that country will not have nuclear weapons.
Well, the one person who should not have access to the nuclear code would be you. So there is that. Let me see. Let me share with you some responses to the negotiation that you may not be aware of while you're listening to your president lie to you. Oh, that's something else. I don't want that. Okay, if you're not familiar with your president and his lies, Iran embassy in Sierra Leone. You know you can't execute a blockade by posting on X, right? Like you have to actually bring your ships closer. This is a response to U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, U.S. blockade ships entering or exiting Iran. Now, they say entering or exiting Iran. What is your president? Now, this is this morning. CENTCOM is putting this out. U.S. to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports. Now, is that what your president said that they will be blockading? Your president is about to tell you that there is going to be a full blockade. If you are unaware, let's hear the lies. Let's hear the lies you're about to be told. Let's finish.
So, Mr. President, was that the red line there? Can you explain to us what went on in these talks? What did the United States ask of Iran, and how did they react?
Well, they reacted. You know, it was very interesting. It started off weak.
It's very interesting. She asked you, what did you ask of them, and you're not telling her. Let's continue.
They came in like they had the cards, but they don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated. The whole place.
They don't have the cards. Last time I checked, a straight always beats a trump. a straight always beats a Trump. So you talking about they didn't have the cars? They have the straights. We have a Trump. So that automatically tells you who is winning and who is losing. Because even in cars, a straight beats a Trump. Let's continue. They don't have the cards. He thought that was such a successful line that he told Zelensky that once again we hear the same lines over and over and over. They don't have the cards. They just don't have the cards.
Is obliterated, and as you know, they came in like they had the cards, but they don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated. The whole place is obliterated, and as you know.
Okay. Their army, their military is obliterated. Since there is no real press embedded with this war, why is there no real press embedded with this war? Because your Department of Defense wanted the any military reporters to have their stories pre-approved and not be able to go anywhere in the Pentagon without an escort, and therefore even Fox News has left the Pentagon. Since then, a judge has ruled that the news outlets that sued the Pentagon to get their credentials back. They were taking credentials from the press if they did not sign these NDAs. Now, New York Times and 3 other press operations sued the Pentagon, and they won their suit. And they were told by a judge that they would have to give back the credentials of this media. Now, this is why you are not hearing a lot of things that goes on in the Pentagon, a lot of things that are going on in this war, because there is no media embedded to tell you the facts. And the people who are embedded are people like Laura Loomer, who is sitting up here, who has no experience in government whatsoever, who was a podcaster. The only thing that she has in her arsenal of experience is racism. She is one of the people who is guiding your president on who to fire. These are the people your president is surrounded by. Okay, so what you are not, while he's talking about their military has been decimated, are they telling you about how our planes are all shot up? Are they telling you anything about that? Are they telling you? Here. Are they telling you about our planes? Are they telling you about the Gerald Ford that just has been recommissioned to the area because it had an extensive fire that they're trying to cover up as a laundry fire, and that burned longer than they admitted it burned? A little PDR service for U.S. Air Force in Saudi Arabia. So there's that. Are they telling you? While they're talking about they obliterated Iranians' navy, they're talking about the navy that was about 55 years old. They're not telling you that the Iranians actually have smaller vessels that they use, speed vessels that they have been using, that they have not destroyed. They're not telling you about that. Another thing they're not telling you about, did you hear it announced anywhere in your media by your president that they have lost so many retanker trucks? How they lost all of those all of those airplanes that carry servicemen, under the hundreds of servicemen, when your president turned around and asked how many people went on this mission to rescue this one serviceman, and then the Raising Cane didn't want to give it. I'd rather not say that. And your president turned around and said it was hundreds of people. You believe now they lost those the planes, I think it's F-130s that carried these hundreds of people allegedly to look for one pilot. They lost the planes, and they lost 2 helicopters too. So now we're not going to forget about the planes that slid off the deck of a aircraft carrier over when they were fighting the Houthis. All of this plane, all of this treasure that we're using. Now, they're not telling you that they had to recommission a plane that was built in the 1950s. So who's being decimated? Who's doing a refueling plane that was commissioned in the 1950s? After recent losses and damages to its arsenal refueling fleet during operations linked to the Iran conflict, the U.S. Air Force has reactivated retired KC-135 tanker aircraft from storage. It was in storage. This includes a 68-year-old Stratotanker built in 1958, now undergoing maintenance for possible return to service. So, what is going on? Is anybody telling you what is really going on? Well, I'm here to tell you, give you a little information, just in case you don't know what's really going on. Okay. Let me see. Oh, I shared that with you. Oh, God. Well, anyway. Now, this is what the other side is saying about. This is what they're saying about them not being able to reach a deal. So the excessive demands of the American side, especially regarding the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what did your president just say that the problem was? He said that the biggest problem was about nuclear weapons. Now, the other side is saying it was especially regarding the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. So there's 2 different tales that's being spun. But if we had some media that was allowed embedded with our military, maybe we be getting some real stories. And the fact that we don't have them embedded with our military, maybe they don't want us to get the real story. Maybe they just want to write a play and pretend to you. And now they're talking about drafting people back into the service. Now, this is an old story. It came out, I think it was in August or September of last year that they had made this change. So now I think a lot of people are getting worked up about it because it is to go into effect, I believe in December of this year. The excessive demand of the American side, especially regarding the Straits of Hormuz, have so far prevented the establishment of a common framework for negotiation. Now, I showed you that they already had a framework. Your president tweeted out the framework that he felt that was workable, a 10-point plan. I've already showed you that. Negotiations continue, and it is unclear whether they will definitely be extended for 1 day or the teams will return to the capitals for consultation. Now, understand, this was in the middle of the negotiation. This is what was tweeted out by Iran. We know they were in negotiations for 21 hours, and those negotiations failed. So each side went home and ended the negotiation. So what is this I wanted to tell you? Let's talk about what your government told you that they decided to do. Now, if you're in negotiations and one of the points of contention is the Strait of Hormuz, why then, during the negotiations, did your president come out and CENTCOM come out and tell you, the American public, that this is a message from CENTCOM during the middle of negotiations? Do you think that if they are announcing activity that they're doing in the Strait of Hormuz, do you think that they were serious about these negotiations? They are very unserious. U.S. forces start mine clearing mission in Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. Central Command CENTCOM forces begin setting conditions for clearing mines in the Strait of Hormuz, April 11th, as 2 U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers conducted the operation. Now, we also know that your government told you that these 2 ships passed through the Strait of Hormuz uh, un, unchecked, that they face no resistance. We do know that your government told you that these 2 ships were allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz and back out to ocean waters. So they're telling you they passed through twice. Now, the real story is that those ships did not pass through. The real story is that those ships were turned around. Your administration, all the way up through CENTCOM, put out a fake story about 2 Navy ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, 2 Navy Arleigh class destroyers attempted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but were forced to turn back after Iran's Revolutionary Guard threatened them and launched a drone towards the ships. The source is Bloomberg, citing regional intelligence official. However, the regional intelligence official said 2 U.S. Navy destroyers that attempted to transit the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday were forced to turn back after encountering threats from Iran Republic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which also launched a UAV in the direction of the vessels. Did your government tell you that? No, your government said that these 2 vessels successfully traveled through the Strait of Hormuz. If you are unaware, I'm just trying to make you aware of what is being reported by news outlets. Okay, so where are we now? Here is where we are now. So your president says that everyone will be able to travel the Strait of Hormuz. He's going to close it down. He's going to only close down the entrance to the port. So which one is it? Which one is it? He just going to close down entrance to the ports of Iran. So why do you think that is going to be a problem? Do you understand how that could be a problem? That could be a problem because Iran and China buys oil from Iran. So what he's saying is he's going to blockade China from purchasing oil from Iran. Do you think that is going to be a world problem? Do you think that this man is about to cause problems with China as well? Now, we know that China, it has been reported that China and Russia has been helping Iran with weapons and intelligence. So, according to CNN, citing people familiar with intelligence assessment on the matter, China is preparing to send air defense systems to Iran in the coming weeks. Per the report, China is preparing to send manned portable air defense systems through a third party to mask the origin of the weapons. Now, this is a report. It is also being reported that the mines that are in the Strait of Hormuz have possibly come from China. And we're going to see what your president has to say about China when asked as he was leaving the White House on his way to an MMA fight. We're going to hear what your president had to say. See, now, the reason I'm stipulating that sitcom says we're just gonna blockade Iranian ports. Where is that? Oh, sitcom. No, that's not the one. We're just going to blockade Iranian ports now. Now, today, they're just blockading Iranian ports. Is this the one? Yes. This is the one. We're just going to be blockading Iranian ports. Forces will begin implementing a blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports on April 13th at what time? 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, let's see. Okay. Okay, so I want to get to what your president was lying on Fox News and telling those gullible propagandas media what the blockade would entail. All right.
No, levels of leaders are gone. They're literally gone. Khomeini, weak. They came in like they had the cards, but they don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated. The whole place is obliterated, and as you know.
So if that is true, the Hormuz Strait should be open on its own, as he said. It will open on its own. So why are you creating a blockade if the whole place is obliterated? Their whole military, their air force, their navy is obliterated. Okay, so the strait's open.
No, levels of leaders are gone. They don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated. The whole place is obliterated, and as you know, levels of leaders are gone. They're literally gone. Khomeini's gone. The whole thing is gone. The whole place is gone. They have one thing.
So, who are you negotiating with? If all the leaders, everything is gone, who are you negotiating with, and why are you negotiating with the people that you are negotiating with? Because you obviously feel that they could affect some type of agreement, but you come on TV and says everyone's gone, they're all gone, they're gone. I mean, they're gone, they're dead. These people are dead. All their leaders are dead. So who and why are you negotiating with the people that you're negotiating with? Make that make sense. He makes no sense.
That they can do. They can say, well, the whole thing is gone. The whole place is gone. They have one thing that they can do. They can say, well, gee, we're going to put a mine someplace just a mine. We'll drop 1 mine, 2 mines, 10 mines. And that will, if you have a ship that costs $1 billion, you say, well, I'd prefer not getting whacked by a mine, losing my ship or damaging it badly, at least. And so that's a little bit of a thing that they can do, and that it's military might and military power don't do it, but it's extortion, and they're extorting the world. We don't get our oil.
Oh, what? It's extortion. Put a pin in that, because you will find out that one of the sticking points in the negotiation was how that the United States could get a part of the money that they were paying to go through the Strait of Hormuz. The shit that he's telling you that is extortion, because the Iranians is doing it. That this is reported to be one of the sticking points that he couldn't get in on part of the money that they have been charging to get through the Strait of Hormuz.
From there, we have so much. And one thing you said, and I don't know if anybody heard it well, but we have boats pouring up to the United States. They'll be filling them up, and they'll be leaving, and they're going to be packed with the best oil you can get, light, sweet crude. They're going to have the best oil that you can get. But so that's interesting, and it's great because we have a lot of oil. We don't get any. I mean, literally last year it was 1%. We did that as a favor. We don't need the Strait, but other countries do.
We don't need the Strait. We got all of this good light crude. How does that affect the lives of the American people? How does that take down the gas prices of the American people? Because it does not matter how much crude we got. Crude is based upon, they have one price for gas. It's not like, because y'all can't sell y'all gas, we going to sell our gas all over the world and we going to sell it for $2 a gallon. Well, if you had that power, If you have that power, why haven't you been dispersing your gas to American gas station? What is he saying? The price of crude is set. So it don't matter how where our crude is going. It's not going to benefit the American people. Who is it going to benefit? It's going to benefit the people who he has sitting up in the White House at the Venezuela, telling them it's now time for them to take over the oil structure in Venezuela, because these are the only people it's going to benefit, the oil executives. But he think he's talking something. I guess he's on Fox News, so I guess he's trying to influence the fools that vote for him.
We'll tell you, while we're on the subject, we're very disappointed with NATO. We're very, very disappointed that they didn't.
We're very disappointed with NATO. So how you gonna do this blockade? How you gonna do this blockade? We're very disappointed in NATO. We already knew that, so he had to bring that up. Let's continue.
Come now, they want to come and they want to help with the strait, and but other countries do. And I will tell you, while we're on the subject, we're very disappointed with NATO. We're very, very disappointed that they didn't come. Now they want to come and they want to help with the strait, and it won't take long to clean it out. So we're going to clean out the strait.
Now they want to come and they want to help with the straits, and we're going to clean it out. But wouldn't he have already gotten the answer that they were not coming for the strait, and now all of a sudden he wants you to believe that these people who didn't come, who he asked to help with the Strait of Hormuz, they wouldn't come. And well, why are you disappointed with NATO? Because they wouldn't come when you said, hey, come help me reopen the Strait of Hormuz. They weren't going to put their countries in danger of being struck by missiles that Iran can reach their shores on, because you decided to follow the orderings of Benjamin Netanyahu for some reason and strike a country that did nothing to the American people or the American country. Let's be real clear. Now, all of a sudden, he wants you to believe, well, they're coming. We got people that's coming to help us open the strait miraculously, because nothing has changed. They have changed their mind, and now they're coming. But notice he's not going to tell you not one name of any other country who is going to come and allegedly help open the straits. Not one country. Name one. Be specific. He won't be.
And they'll be able to use the strait in not too long a distance. But we had a very intensive negotiation, and toward the end it got very friendly, and we got just about every point we needed, except for the fact that they refused to give up their nuclear ambition. And that's the only point, frankly, to me, that was the most important point by far.
And I want to ask you about that, and I will get...
It got very friendly, except for they refused to give up their nuclear ambition. Now, so that means the Strait of Hormuz is open, right? That means via the negotiation, y'all got everything you wanted except for the nuclear ambition. So if everything was okay except for the nuclear ambitions, you didn't take that. You decided to cut off all of the negotiations. You're saying that the negotiations obviously must have approved opening up the Strait of Hormuz, but instead of doing that, you walked away as you are plummeting the whole world economy. Is that what you're saying, sir? Sir? Or do you know you're even saying that? Oh, okay. So let's continue.
NATO as well, but Mr. President, you
up their nuclear ambition, and that's the only point, frankly, to me, that was the most important point by far.
And I want to ask you about that, and I will get to NATO as well. But, Mr. President, you wrote on Truth Social this morning saying that we will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. And at some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis. Right. So,
did that say a blockade of the Iranian ports? No, it said all of the Strait of Hormuz, blockading anybody being able to go in and anybody being able to go out. That's what the president said about the American blockades. So since Iran was allowing certain ships that they were favorable to go in and out, they said that they were going to then block those favorable ships that were given passage by Iran. The U.S. was going to now go in and block those ships as well. This is the initial report about what President Trump thought would be a good idea. So instead of having the approved ships go through, any ships go through, he was going to further blockade the Strait of Hormuz. He was going to further blockade it. And I guess someone must have got to him after he wrote that stupid suggestion that we're not going to let any ships go through. So what did he thought that was going to do? These ships that are selling oil with Iran, that are buying oil from Iran, you're not going to let these Chinese ships go through. You're not going to let these ships from India go through. So your president was setting us up for a whole world war, and and to be frank, I believe he still is. I believe he still is. So he think that he can wreck all the energy that all of, now there have been uprisings in, I believe it's the Netherlands, about the oil prices in some other country. I'll get to that. I'll find that. The people are actually taking to the streets over in Europe behind these oil prices already. Already. So let's see what your president is. I think he told her this yesterday. This is this morning. He went on Marita Badalano, this bitch's show, and told her that she asked him, "Do you think the oil prices will go down before the midterm election?" And he was like, "Oh, they could. I don't know. No. They could go up." He said your oil prices could even increase, because we know your oil prices are going to increase, because he has no way of how he's going to get the United States out of this fucking shit that he put us in for absolutely no reason, that has decimated our American economy and the economy of the world. And you think that the world is going to sit around and let a fool and Pete Keg breath on a fool's errand continue to fucking impact their economy? While Americans, they sit down and people, oh, Trump is God, oh, Trump, and they cannot enunciate anything that he has done to improve their lives. All while they talk all this is propaganda. Tell me what he has done to improve your American life since he's been in office. Okay, so you think the rest of the world is not ignorant. The rest of the world is not going to stand for what this man is talking about. Let's continue.
Tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this blockade, sir.
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out, but it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing. And that'll be that.
All or nothing. It will not be a friend or someone you're allied with. You're not going to be allowed to let China in and out. It's all or nothing. Okay. Is that where you stand? Huh? Your president said it was all or nothing. He was on the TV show, and now your president has once again chickened out. No, we just meant all of the people that are going to Iranian ports. Such a fucking liar.
Won't be in too long a distance. No percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing, and that'll be that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting on a complete.
We think numerous countries. We think That is nothing definitive. We think numerous of countries are going to be helping us with this. Notice that he is not specific about not one country helping you. He's not even specific that or definitive that any country. We think, and God knows no one's paying him to think. Let's continue.
Distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
And Mr. President,
It's going to be something like we did in Venezuela. What you did in Venezuela is that you put in a puppet that would allow you to steal their oil. That's what you did in Venezuela. What you did in Venezuela is that you sold some oil, and when the from the sale price of that oil, you put it in a offshore bank account that only you have access to. So is it going to be like what it was in Venezuela? And the reason why you haven't sold any more oil is a judge has prevented you from selling any more Venezuelan oil. So that's why we can only talk about that one purchase of one sale of Venezuelan oil that went to a offshore bank account to you. So he said it's going to be like Venezuela. Oh, he wants it to be like Venezuela. I am quite sure he wants it to be about Venezuela. He said that the Venezuelan oil sales will benefit the Venezuelan people as he took all of the profits from the oil sale and put it in a personal account for himself. Let's be real clear. This is what this man is telling you. But y'all, not all of you guys here, of course. I'm talking about all of these people that believe these lies and propaganda, believe something different is going to happen. This link is in my description box. I'm going to go a little further. I'm not going to talk as much. I'm going to let it play out a little bit because it's a bunch of bullshit.
you say that there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them, and this is world extortion. How will the United States ensure that the mines are removed in the Strait of Hormuz?
So we have minesweepers there now. We have highly sophisticated underwater minesweepers, which are the latest and the greatest, but we're also bringing in more traditional minesweepers. And so I understand is the UK and a couple of other countries are sending minesweepers. A lot of countries don't have minesweepers. Think of it. They had 28 mine droppers. What country has 28 mine droppers? 28 boats to drop mines. What country? They've been completely obliterated. They no longer. So we knocked out their entire Navy. They have 158 ships. They have 28 mine droppers. Every single one of them is at the bottom of the sea. Can you believe it? We did that in 4 days. Their Air Force is gone. Their if you look, anti-aircraft. All of their radars out. Anti-aircraft is their defensive program is all knocked out. They don't have anything. And you know the sad part is, and I can't say this is for you, we knocked out everything, including their leaders. Their military is gone. Everything's gone. Their missiles are down to a trickle by comparison. You know, we knocked out thousands of missiles. We knocked out hundreds of places where the missiles are built, different parts. They're pretty much gone. Probably they say 85, 82%, 85%. Who knows what it is, but we knocked them out. We knocked out where they make the drones, and the drones are less effective now. And also we have new machinery to kill the drones. You saw that. The computerized bullets, they call it, and also lasers.
No, I never saw that. Never heard of it. You saw that. When did we see that? If she saw it, tell that bitch to play it on her show. No, we never saw that. Even lasers. What are you talking about? He said computerized bullets. You saw that. No one saw that. Hands in the chat. Did you guys see that? Did any of you see that? I'm curious. I just want to know. Oh, my goodness. A lot of responses. I apologize. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like button. Subscribe. If you hear something new here today that you have not heard, if you have not heard before, you can help me reach my goals, because my goals are to give you information that you may not be familiar with, and that is my only goal. Okay, so are we clear that he's a liar? Okay, here we go.
The laser melts the drone. It's a beautiful now it is, but we knocked them out. We knocked out where they make the drones, and the drones are less effective now. And also, we have new machinery.
The drones are less effective now, but it is a drone that was reported to have a chase that was put on these two military tankers that you lied and said had gone through the Strait of Hormuz, was chased out by a drone at the threat of being fired upon. The drones are less effective. They were effective enough for you to have to lie and say that you sent two Navy ships through the Strait of Hormuz, once in and once out. So that would be two ships traveling twice through the straits, and you had to lie about it. But you want us to believe that the drones are less effective. Let's continue. I will play that story for you as well.
To kill the drones. You saw that. The computerized bullets, they call it, and also lasers. The laser melts the drone. It's a beautiful thing to see. So we have a lot of stuff. But think of it. We win this thing conclusively. Even yesterday, they were saying, no, it was a complete obliteration. And when you read the New York Times, you think they're doing well. Oh, they're fighting very hard. It wasn't a hard battle. This was a very easy battle militarily. But when somebody says, we're going to drop a mine in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, not much you can do to persuade a ship owner that has $1 billion ship that we're going to take a trip up the strait. Now, yesterday, you probably saw, we sent two highly sophisticated, beautiful, brand new destroyers right through the middle of the strait, and nobody did anything to us, because what we do is we follow the weapon back. So it follows back, and it knocks out the people on the other side. Literally within 3 minutes, they're knocked out. The technology is unbelievable. But we don't know whether or not they do, whether or not they put mines. They didn't talk about it yesterday. My inclination is to have a few, and I will...
Hold on. I'll give you a little brain, your little brain a hint. The fact that Iran is controlling the Strait of Hormuz has America locked in. The fact that Iran is selling their oil, they're not selling their oil under the dollar standard. Iran is part of the BRICS. China is part of the BRICS. India is part of the BRICS. Russia is part of the BRICS. This whole ordeal is going to ruin the dollar. Why do you think that they are taking the payments for oil and for passage through the strait in UN and Bitcoin? Explain to me that. While you think that the dollar is so strong, no, what they are doing has weakened the dollar, and it has shown that they can still trade within themselves. That's the whole point of having the BRICS, and there are more nations that are trading in the BRICS than in the U.S. While they are trying to ruin the dollar, and your president is helping them ruin the dollar. So while you think you can tell me something, you may want to go out and try to put something in your own brain. Anyway, let's continue.
Tell you, it was a good meeting yesterday, really a good meeting, except for one problem, and it's 95%. They want to have nuclear weapons. It's not going to happen.
And this is a key point, Mr. President, for those people out there who have not been following it as closely. Can you explain to those people why it was critical for the United States to go into Iran? Can you articulate what was behind that move that was so important for the U.S. to go into Iran?
Yeah, so easy. The easiest question you've asked me so far. They can't have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear.
They can't have nuclear weapons. You know, that thing that you said that you had decimated in the June strike. That's why you went in February of 2026, because of the thing that you said you had obliterated in June of 2025. Oh, you finally have settled. We're back to nuclear weapons. What about the long range missiles? We can never have the long range missiles. When your Secretary of State Marco Rubio came out and told us that the reason we went to war is because Israel told us that we were going to strike, that they were going to strike Iran. And we knew if Israel struck Iran, that the United States would become a target. So we just went on and went with Israel on the strike, because they were going to destroy Israel if they struck Israel. Well, maybe Israel should have sat on their motherfucking ass then. Maybe Israel should have sat down on their ass. But instead of you telling Israel that no, do not strike them and go sit on your ass somewhere, because if you strike them, they are going to strike our military targets that are in these neighboring nations, because they can't strike America specifically, but they can strike our interests in these neighboring nations that have been paying Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump billions of dollars to build properties, access to power by giving them money to fill their pockets up. This is why we're fighting. And if you think it is any other reason why we're fighting, this compromised president who does whatever Benjamin Netanyahu tells him, this compromised president who thought that he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years, who had surveillance cameras installed in every place he lived, reportedly by Mossad. You think that this is why we go into war, and you dummy sitting up here talking about all of this, and you have no fucking sense. You are just so stupid, so stupid. You put this felon back in office while you're talking about anything about, I don't even know why you're talking about Democrats. Democrats ain't got nothing to do with the situation that America finds itself in today. You dummies who voted for this, you dummies who promoted this, you dummies who believed this man as he gave you absolutely no policy. You dummies who are still depending and defending this man after he told you that he wasn't going to create no new wars. And you have the audacity to point yourself out in my chat, still defending this man, still showing how dumb you are. But keep on, just reveal yourselves. Dummies, reveal yourselves. And please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. And, make sure you subscribe. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, they want to enrich what they have. They want to enrich more. As you know, we knocked out with the B-2 bombers. Had we not knocked that out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after we knocked out. In other words, had the B-2s, those beautiful B-2 bombers, totally obliterated their three.
Bobo, lady, go clean your community. Stop black violence. You destroyed your own black community. Who is dumb? I don't live in a community. I live in a neighborhood. I have always lived in a neighborhood. What about why don't you go clean your community? Why don't you get some of your relatives off of meth? Why don't you get some of your children from being stuffed in closets and basements and why don't you stop some of the incest and murdering in your community? You've ruined your own community while trying to pretend like you're astute on any other community. Get astute on your own community. You ruined your own community. Okay? How about that? How about that? Oh, y'all mad today. Y'all mad? Y'all mad? But you can't talk about what the content is. You cannot talk about the content. No, I'm not angry at all. I'm factual. Sweetheart, I'm factual. You're angry. And you saying I'm angry? That is so telling that you think that you can put stereotypes up because you cannot address the content that I'm playing. You're angry because of my content. So you think you're going to be angry by calling me an angry black woman? No, what I am is a factual, educated black woman. That's what I am. Can you say the same? Or are you one of these victims of alleged victims of white discrimination or a reverse discrimination? I bet you got a whole motherfucking file sitting up there at the EEOC saying why you cannot get a job because black people, because you have been discriminated against, because you're a white man. I bet you all of a sudden you are a victim, but you're out here talking about angry black women. Black women are the most educated people in the United States, male and or female, among any race. Have more educated black people in the black women in the United States than white women, Asian women, any other race of people. So no. Black women aren't angry. Black women are educated. You're angry about it. And you're trying to be a victim because of it, because you underperform, because you're a loser. That's who's angry. You're angry. Okay? Let's be clear. I am unaffected by your racism. Baby, talk about the content. Talk about the content. Okay. Talk about the content. No, you're angry. You're angry. I love it. I love it. Okay. I'm racist. I'm not in a position of power. I'm not in a position to keep any other race from getting a job, from getting housing, from getting banking. You have to be in a position of power to be a racist. So since you don't know what a racist is, I think you should spend your more of your time educating you. To be a racist, you have to have power. Okay? You didn't know that? You didn't know that? It's reverse racism. It's reverse racism. It's reverse. Don't tell us what we do. You're a racist if you tell us what we do. Don't tell us about our meth addict grandmama and mama. You're racist. You're racist. This lady is allergic to job applications. Oh, really? Is that a fact? Is that a fact? Maybe I've been on my job so long that I don't have to worry about applying for a job. How about yourself? How about you? Hmm? How about you? You're racist. Oh my God. She's a DEI hire. She's a DE. What is keg breath? What is peak keg breath? Huh? What is Raising Cane? The unqualified general who is over the Joint Chief of Staff, who was a 3-star retired general who had to get a motherfucking parent signature to get the job that he was unqualified to get, who had to take remedial courses to get the job that a black 4-star general had that was fired for no reason. Oh, is that a DEI hire? Is that a DEI hire? Oh, oh, hmm, curious, curious. Praise all be to God. And I'm not obligated to answer you at all. I just notice you, and at the simple fact that you think that I'm here to answer to you. See, that could be your problem. That you think that I am here to answer to you. Who are you to be answered? That's not my job to answer to you. Are you crazy? New subscriber, I'm sick of these ignorant people who love to blame everyone else for their stupidity. They are not intelligent people, so they use violence and name calling. And I thank you for subscribing. I appreciate your support. I really appreciate your support. Talk about Trump's trailer park bots, not someone's race. Uh, why would I do that? Why would I do that? That's why they're blocked. Please be respectful. They have to respect themselves first. If they respected themselves, they wouldn't be on here mad at me and talking about race issues when I'm giving a story about who the person that they put back in office, a 32 time convicted felon, a person who is hiding the Epstein files, a person who has been convicted of SAing a person themselves. That's why they're talking about race, because they can't talk about their poor decision making and how it has fucked up our economy. That's why they're mad at us. But they want to act like race is the problem. See, yeah, the race is the problem. Your racism, that you would not vote for a educated black woman, that is the problem. You decided to put a felon back in office, and what's the first thing he did? He gave pardons to people who committed crimes, felonies, on January 6th. And many of them went on to abuse children, to abuse women, to unalive people, all commit all types of more crimes. Okay, so I guess like seeks like. I guess all of you guys in here complaining about the content of what I'm telling you, I guess you are felons as well. I guess that's your culture. I Go ahead and tell me more about your culture. You are free to have your own opinions. However, please be respectful. Oh, very Carrie. Very Carrie. Look at this. A coconut tree. Now they talk about coconut trees, very Carrie. Um, you need to drink some coconut water. I hear it does wonders for the brain. Let's continue. I'm done fucking around. Say it with your chest. Good morning, uh, uh, Raymond. Oh, Raymond Gibson. Grand rising to you, Raymond Gibson. Good morning to you, Desi. Whitcoff, White Wolf. I concur. I concur. Okay, let me finish this up. I appreciate you guys participating in the chat. Please hit the like button if you find out something new that you were unaware of. I'm pretty sure you won't find it out during this presentation. Um, this all of hold on one second. All of the videos that I share are in the description box. This is from Fox News. First, I think it's a first for me to have to share Fox News because I wanted you to be aware of the propaganda that your president is telling you. He told you that this was a blockade, all or nothing. No one's getting in or out. But what did they announce today at this 10 o'clock juncture of this all or nothing blockade? I showed you what they put out, that the blockade is just going to be on ships that are going to Iran, curiously, now that it's time to put up or shut up. Your president has chicken out. U.S. Central Command CENTCOM. Hold on. U.S. Central Command U.S. forces start mine cleaning mission in the Straits of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command CENTCOM forces begin. Oh, that's the wrong one. Begin setting conditions for clearing mines in the Strait of Hormuz, April 11th. That was yesterday. I want to talk about today. That was a lie. They told you that two Navy vessels actually swept the Strait of Hormuz. That was a lie. So this is... I'm showing you your president saying it was all or nothing. No ships are going to get through. Even these ships that Iran wanted to send through. No, it's going to be all or nothing. It's not going to be people who you are cool with, people that you deal with. No, if you're gonna close the strait, we gonna close it all the way for you. We not gonna let your people get out. Where's that? Here it is, right here. But then, curiously, CENTCOM came out and says, U.S. to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports. Why is that important? That is important to let you know that your president, your defense secretary have no idea how to get us out of this war. And your gas prices and all of the prices for all of the goods that you are using are just going to multiply. Now, let's be real clear on the fact that additionally, y'all remember when Pete Kegbreath and J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard and what's that? Susie Wiles and who else was on there? I don't think Cockeye Patel was on there. The signal call calamity where you had Pete Kegbreath giving times that they were going to strike a house in Yemen. Y'all remember that attack in Yemen that they were going to do, and come to find out that the forces in Yemen, the Houthis, you remember the Houthis? You remember where they were striking at? Those Houthis, they were striking a strait, I forget the name of the strait, over in Yemen, over in the Red Sea. So, while your president is telling you all of this bullshit, they say if the president goes through with any of this dumb shit that he's talking about, the Houthis will then re-engage and start doing what they were doing that when they chased America out of the Red Sea with the bungled attack that Pete Kegbreath was doing. Your Secretary of Defense was actually on an unsecured app in a region giving out times and what type of aircraft were going to strike in Yemen. An unsecured app. And what made it so bad that they actually added a freaking reporter and didn't even know the reporter was actually summoned to the Signal app. This is your government. And why is that important? The reason why the Houthis were even doing strikes is because they were against what Israel was doing in Palestine. So they were not letting ships go through this other strait. I forget the Strait of Mon. I'm going to get to that. They weren't letting ships go through that strait. So the Houthis and the Iranians, they support one another. So Iran is letting you know that if the Houthis, Iran is letting the president know if he tries this blockade, they will go back and they will close up this other strait. And how would that affect us? That affects us because they had another route out. It was a longer route. It was a less desirable route because it added so much to the trips, but they could get out and they could get in. So they are threatening to have the Houthis now chokehold that strait as well. These are the bright ideas that your president is having. At the same time, your defense secretary was giving this information out to the Houthis, giving this information out, which the Houthis could have intercepted, and the Houthis had anti-aircraft machinery that could have shot down military soldiers because your dumb Secretary of Defense was giving information out on an unsecure app and never apologized to the parents who demanded an apology for putting their child who flew those missions in harm's way. Now, how did that end? That ended by one of our aircraft carriers having to speed away and make a turn so quickly that two $100 million aircraft fell off the deck of an aircraft carrier because they had to turn and haul ass, losing treasure from an incompetent Department of Defense, we're going to do what Biden didn't do, and we're going to go in the Biden administration. They did this, that, and the other. I gave no classified information. I gave no classified. It has been investigated and ruled that Cake Breath indeed gave classified information. Why did they stop striking Yemen? They stopped. Your president told you. Well, they said that they were done, and they're done striking, and we're gonna take them at their word. Now, their word is that they are going to close down this other strait. Is this it? Let me see. Let me find this information for you real quick. I think this is it. Iranian allowed a pair of Chinese super tankers carrying oil for the Chinese energy giant Sinpak to cross through the Strait of Hormuz today. In addition, Libya-flagged tankers also crossed through. So we know that the sticking point is Netanyahu is striking Libya, and that it was a part of the deal that all strikes were to stop. So they're saying if no ships can get through, they're not going to let these Chinese and Libya ships get through. How is that working out for them? Let's go. I think it's I may be here. I gave you that. What is this? I'm going to go through all of my videos. Iran also allowed the India LPG tanker Jag Viking to cross. So these are all now the Strait of Hormuz is closed to whoever Iran wants to close the straits off to. So your president said that they were going to close it off to everybody, but now it has changed. Taco Trump has checked in this morning, and now it's just going to be closed to people like China, Libya, and India who are passing through, going to ports in Iran. So you can't trust anything that your president. A new round of that was prior to the negotiation breaking down. They did several rounds, about 6 and 7 hours, of a total of 21 hours of negotiating with the Three Stooges, and they got nowhere. After several hours of no progress in the Islamabad negotiations due to U.S. excessive demands, some Western media are exaggerating the positive atmosphere of the negotiation. Currently, no significant change has been made in the negotiation situation, and despite initial progress in technical talk, the issue of the Strait of Hormuz and several other issues remain major points of the disagreement. So, what did Trump just tell you? That the only sticking point was enriching uranium because they could never have a nuclear weapon. Did Trump tell you that the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz was a sticking point? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Iranian delegations is not in a hurry, and the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed as long as no common framework is reached. They were still trying to reach a framework because J.D. Vance and your president came in, and after telling you that they had a framework based on the 10-point plan, now when they get there, they are trying to deviate totally from what they agreed to in the 10-point plan. Your president put it out on his live social that they had a framework. They get there, they're trying to get a framework. Now, your president said that it was only about nuclear weapons. Iranian delegation is not in a hurry, and the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed as long as no common framework is reached. Now, what are they doing to get these nukes? Your president told you that the nukes was the problem. If the nukes were the problem, what are they doing to alleviate the problem of the nukes? Now, he tell you that the problem is the nukes, but what is he talking about action? Doing action about. The only thing he's talking to you of what he's doing actions about is getting the Strait of Hormuz opened again. So your president is trying to lie to you because he understands that a lot of you who pay attention to him are dumb. He's telling you one thing, but he's busy trying to get the Strait of Hormuz open. You know those Straits of Hormuz that were open and flowing before he decided to go into a country that did nothing to the United States, and now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. That is his only concentration. What is he doing to prevent them from getting a nuke? He's not negotiating with them. He's sure how he gonna stop the nukes? He already tried to get their nuclear the nuclear stuff that was buried under the ground after they did their first attacks in June. Do you think that they sent hundreds of troops over to rescue one pilot? No, it has been determined that they were going, and that it just happened to be close to the interest where they think that their enriched uranium is. Do you think that they did that just for one man, hundreds of people? And what happened to these hundreds of people? Because their aircraft that carried these hundreds of people was destroyed, as well as helicopters. So how many? That it was dangerous. It was that dangerous of them to land there. So how did they get these hundreds of people out of there? Or did they? even get these hundreds of troops out of there? You never ask yourself the obvious. Oh, because black on black crime, black on black. You want to talk about black on black crime, but you ain't ask yourself what happened to those hundreds of people since their carrier that bought them there was destroyed and burning on the ground, and therefore they had to be lifted out of there on by helicopters, and 2 helicopters were also there burning on the ground. So how many trips, how many licks does it take to get hundreds of troops out of Iran? Let's find out. 1, 2. How many trips would a helicopter have to take to get hundreds of troops out of there? And only the first initial 4 were burnt up and burned to the ground. What happened to these hundreds of troops? You never ask yourself the obvious. Okay. You guys may not remember that commercial. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Oh, I was about to say Pussy Pop. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Let's find out. 1, 2, 3. And then he bites it. 3. It takes 3 licks. But I digress. I'm cracking myself up. I am cracking myself up. No news. Great, 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 great. Black Viking. Oh, thank you, but thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. Since you're here, be specific, Black Viking. Tell me something that I'm wrong on. I'm not. Hey, I'm just reading the story. Black Viking. Please, be specific. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. These people would gladly blow us off the map. Oh, really? Well, why hasn't it happened? Be specific. Can you tell me? Why are we still waiting on it? Be specific. Since you are writing in the chat, let's be specific. Oh, nothing. Oh, okay. Ronnie, I'm not surprised that you assume you know what's going on, but sadly, you don't know anything about it. I'm reporting. I I'm taking my hypothesis off of what is being reported. How about you? You know what's going on? Are you there? Do you know more than I about it? Be specific. No one's being specific. Oh, now when I tell you to be specific, now everyone's quiet. Now everyone's quiet. You want to talk. You want to talk shit, but you cannot counter anything that I'm saying with any facts. See, you think that you insult people, but you're insulting yourself when you show your own ignorance. That's the only thing, person you're insulting. Oh, you mad you can't curse? You mad you can't curse? You mad you can't curse in here? Oh, poor baby. Okay, let me. This link is in my description box because I also want to show you what 4547 was saying to Bartoloma about how this is going to impact your pocket. Now, 4547 says, hey, you know, He said, he said, I can't tell you if the gas prices are going to be lower, the same. They may be higher. If you do not believe me, let me show you. And I want you to pay attention to the bulgage of the eyes of Valderrama. Like, I cannot believe you came and told the truth on my show. Oh my God! Oh my God! Pretty soon, he will have the last of his sycophants turn on him for actually being honest. He thought that he could be honest with her, and he shocked the shit out of her. Let's go. Where is Barbaroma? And the president, I believe. Let me just go through. Here's Vance saying that he's a failure right here and lying. Let's go right here first.
With the Free Press story saying that senior Pentagon officials in January, including Rich Colby, brought Cardinal Pierre into the Pentagon.
Brought who?
Cardinal Christophe Pierre into the Pentagon.
I haven't seen the story.
Oh, wrong one. That's the threat where the threat keg breath representative threatened the Pope of all people because the Pope said that this war was immoral, and they actually threatened the Pope about some shit that happened in the 13th century where the Pope disagreed with government and they lost their lives. So let me see what this is. I have a couple of recordings I wanted to share with you.
The ceasefire announcement.
But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us, yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us to the last breath, we've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone your system ever wronged, they'd known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
Okay, a little commercial break. A little commercial break. Iran propaganda. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, is that what that is? Oh, okay. What about the propaganda that I just played from Fox News? Oh, you notice you don't notice that propaganda. What does that mean? And that means what? Him being a Democrat makes him a different person. I don't have to remember that he is running from the Epstein files. You want to talk about what does him being a Democrat have to do with anything? Trump don't want to mess with Russia and China's oil. Exactly, but you notice they have nothing to say about that. They're trying to bring it up to uh, Trump was a Democrat when he was mentioned in the Epstein file, so therefore it doesn't count. Look at the Dems; it was the Dems' fault. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I'm glad you made that distinction to show that you are stupid. Okay, okay. It was literally created by Iran. That's all I'm saying. And that video that I just showed you on Fox News was literally your president speaking. That's all I'm saying. But you can't notice that propaganda. Okay, so let me go on. I have a couple of more clips that I wanted to talk about that I saw over the weekend. So let's get into these videos that I saw over the weekend that I wanted to speak to you about. Could this be one? I think this is one. Let's go. If it's not, I'll cut it off.
To be leading those negotiations, he answered a number of questions today. I just want to play part of what he said about the discrepancy of whether or not Lebanon was part of the ceasefire agreement. Let me just play that because I want to get your thoughts on it.
I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states.
Look, we don't know. It was in the statement from Pakistan. They were the negotiators here. J.D. Vance is going to be, though, the lead negotiator. You have sat at these tables. You've spent a lot of time with people overseas. You're the ranking member on the House Intelligence Committee. What do you make of how... So he was about to get in his plane for the negotiation, and he's lying. He's absolutely lying. Pakistan, it wasn't included in the deal. I didn't know. Bullshit. Hey, 23 Jackson Street. Hello, everyone who's joined me. I appreciate you being here. Please hit the thumbs up. Please hit the like button, share, subscribe after the video is over. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to put your comments or questions in the comment section. I appreciate you being here. Answering questions about this war.
Yeah, look, it's pretty clear what happened here, right? After threatening civilizational erasure with people like me worrying about, oh my God, is he going to use a nuke? What exactly does that mean? Is that really who the United States wants to be? He climbed down, right? He saw oil prices beginning to rise. By the way, beginning to rise, they've almost doubled in the last 40 days, right? He saw that, the world was going to say this is a catastrophe. So he was just looking for a way to climb down. And so he had this Pakistani deal that nobody really understood. By the way, the quote-unquote basis, the 10-point plan that the Iranians offered up, have you taken a look at that? That thing says the United States is going to pay us reparations. They're going to pay us... J. Trump.
I apologize.
We're going to continue to control the Strait of Hormuz. So look, it's super clear what happened here, which is there was no strategy here. It was just Donald Trump said, oh my goodness, it is time to walk away from this thing. And by the way, not to pat myself on the back, but 30 days ago I said it is a matter of weeks before Donald Trump declares victory, has had enough, realizes that the politics and the gas prices, and those are interrelated things, are so toxic that he just walks away. But as we speak, the Strait of Hormuz is...
As we speak, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Now, let's watch your president leaving the White House and taking questions from the press about how he feels. I may need to play one more commercial break. I think.
Now, this was worn back then. I want to show you this.
Okay, that's not the one I want to share. So let me share this with you. It's all propaganda. It's all propaganda. And the people who suffer the most are the regular people. The people who live in these regions, the people who live in the United States, we are the ones who are suffering. all of this stuff that is being done, let's keep it above. All of this stuff is being done. It's not being done in uh, protection of you uh, or anything, your way of life or anything. All of these tactics that in these moves that are being made, they are being made to insulate the billionaires and the haves all across the world. Now, I think it was the UAE. They sat down and they were just dumbfounded. They are looking for other people who are going to be able to protect them. You understand that the UAE, a lot of their the military bases that the United States put up over there, all of the munitions that they told them that would be able to protect them, now they're dumbfounded. They're like, oh, we have to find someone else to protect us. In the meantime, do you understand how rich that people close to this administration have gotten from these Middle Eastern countries, making deals because they have access to all of the people with all of this money? These oil states who have never had to worry about anything because they have had everything set up, and they are exorbitantly more richer than people in the United States. So do you understand that they are looking for protection now? I don't think I played this for you. Let's play this for you. If I have, I'll stop it.
Posted the video proud.
They did that all of a sudden. The
Power
entire
plants next.
country of Iran knew that
Stone
there was
Age talk out loud.
a pilot that was somewhere on their land
War crime,
that was fighting for his life.
Bridge
And it
down,
also made it much more
civilians
difficult
cry.
for
Trump on truth, social
pilots
flexing while
for
they
the people
die.
going in to
Power plants
trick
next,
them. All of a
blackouts
sudden,
in the night.
they
Stone
know
Age
that there's
spread.
somebody out there that
Great
all these
Purge
planes coming
still
in.
shines
It became a
bright.
much more difficult operation.
You split the brick, we split the
Because
bridge in
as
flames.
elite,
Smoke
elite,
filling up the
that
sky.
we have
Posted the
one,
video
we rescued
laughing,
one.
showing off your strike,
there's another
dragging
one
power
out there that
plants,
we're trying to
trying to
get.
turn off all the lights, dragging
So
us to
actually,
Stone Age with your
the country,
illegal might. But
Iran,
Great Purge your eyes,
providing
this
major
history on our
notice
side.
to
Ancient empire
very
strong, we
big
never hide.
award for
True
anybody
social
that captures
warrior,
flag.
keyboard
So in addition
criminal.
to a
Every strike you drop, we multiply the
talented,
missile.
very good,
War
very
crime,
evil
war
military,
crime, war crime,
we had
war crime. Bridge down, civilians
people
cry.
trying to
Trump
get on
on
board.
truth,
So,
social flexing while they
when you
die.
add that to it,
Power
but we have to
plants
find
next,
that history, 'cause that's
blackouts
a
in the
sick
night. Stone Age
Probably
spread.
didn't realize the extent
Great
of how
Purge
bad it was. I
still
can't
shines
imagine that person did. But we're going to find out. It's national security. And
Now, folks are
Okay, just in case you didn't hear that one, there's another little bop for you. There's another little ditty for you. I think let me move on. Let me move on to more serious things that I wanted to play for you. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Let me share these with you. There's some things I did really want to talk about you. The things that I saw that were trending on the Sunday shows. So where are we? I think we'll go here. Let me go here with you. That's Keith Edwards. Go check out Keith Edwards.
Posted the video proud.
they did that all of a sudden. The
Power
entire
plants next.
country of Iran knew that
Stone
there was
Age talk out loud.
Okay, I'll go over and check out Keith Edwards. He does great content as well. These are some of the independent media that you may find information on. Please support independent media. You may hear some things that you have not paid attention to or have not
One
seen.
thing, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Had we not broken the Barack Hussein Obama agreement, you know what I'm talking about, the Iran nuclear deal. This is years ago, my first term. You would have had a total, Israel would have been gone.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Half sentence. No reason why. If we had not broken the Barack Hussein Obama nuclear deal, we would have had what would we would have had? What would we would have had? The nuclear deal that inspectors said that Iran was living up to, that nuclear deal that you broke. If we hadn't broke that nuclear deal, that Barack Hussein Obama, we would have had what? He couldn't. Incomplete sentence. Israel would have been gone. And how does that affect us and how we live our lives, though? Because you believe that Benjamin Netanyahu was running around for 30 plus years saying that how close Iran was to a nuclear weapons. So if what? How would that have affected American life? Oh, it wouldn't have affected American life. Let's continue.
Extinguished. Israel would have been wiped off the face of the earth, and the entire Middle East extinguished. Israel would have been wiped off the face of the earth. Israel would have been gone, extinguished. Israel would have been wiped off the face of the earth, and the entire Middle East would have been, at a minimum, in big trouble. But I did it. That was phase one.
So the entire Middle East isn't in big trouble right now, as a lot of the Middle East nations have been struck because you decided to, on Netanyahu's command, go strike Iran. So the Middle East isn't in big trouble now, as they desalination plants, the thing that takes salt water out of their water supply so they can have water to drink, have been struck. Oh, so they're not in big trouble now. Oh, okay. Let's keep pretending.
Killed Soleimani. Without Soleimani, if they had Soleimani, it would be a whole different thing. Maybe would still be winning, but it would have been harder because we are obliterating that country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating, and they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, they'll have no bridges, they'll have no power plants, they'll have no anything. I won't go further because there are other things that are worse than those two.
So Divine Comedy. Bye. Hit the like button on your way out. Okay, let me move on. That speaks for itself. A idiot, a whole idiot. Let me see. Like, share, and subscribe if you're here, or dislike. It doesn't matter. Either way. Thank you for being here. Now, here is the address about the talks, and now we're getting into.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not.
Well, can you make it clear to us, since you're leaving and the negotiations are over? Can you make that stuff clear to us? Let's see.
Not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little?
Precisely what have they rejected here? That's a very simple and straightforward and easy question. It's not like you're going back to continue to negotiate. He asked you exactly, precisely, what have they rejected here? Can you be more specific? I'm not going to sit here and negotiate in front of the press. Well, you're not negotiating in front of the press. The press is not anyone who you would be negotiating with. For JD Vance to try to dodge this question, saying that he will not negotiate out front with the press. The press are not your negotiators. They're asking you precisely what did they not agree to. Let's continue.
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private.
You don't want to negotiate in public after you negotiated for 21 hours in private. You're on your way home. The negotiations are over. Answering that question would not mean that you are negotiating in public. Are they in public here to negotiate with you? No, they're asking a question. But see, the reason why you don't want to answer the question, what they did not agree upon, because you guys had to get your heads together and try to make up a lie to make it their fault. When you came here and you wouldn't even agree to the framework that your president said that had already been agreed to. Let's be real clear on that. They couldn't even get the framework for the negotiation together after your president had already put out. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable bias on which to negotiate. Now, when they get there, y'all can't even find a framework. When your president has already said they have found a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable bias on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of the past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. So, JD Vance, with all of that said by your president, JD Vance is saying, well, I don't want to negotiate in public. I can't tell you what we didn't agree upon. I didn't tell you the 10-point plan. This 10-point plan, is this a 10-point plan that your president said that they had found a workable situation? This 10-point plan that your president also put out? This 10-point plan? But y'all want to either be dumb or continue to play dumb. I don't know which one it is. Okay, let's continue.
But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear...
So, you heard your president say that horrible agreement that I tore up between Barack Hussein Obama. That plan is what you need to see. That you were seeing when that plan was enacted and that was in place, or would it be that plan that was being negotiated at the end of February, where Iran had agreed to more restrictions and agreed to everything you asked for in February? Would you? Is that the plan that you wanted to see, JD Vance? Is that the plan where they said that they will stop enriching uranium, and you guys shook hands? Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, y'all shook hands on a Thursday and said, okay, we'll meet back Monday to make all of the pertinent arrangement with the UN. And on Thursday night, y'all had shook hands on that deal, and then that Saturday before the Monday where they were supposed to meet meet with the UN, the U.S. and Israel struck Iran. Is that the deal that you must see? Is that the deal you must see? If you must have seen that deal, why did you strike them the Saturday after that Thursday when that deal was made? So all of this hyperbole and believing bullshit and thinking that you guys are saying something when you are supporting your own demise, it's just laughable.
Let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up, and did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation.
Notice she asked did a framework come up. So the framework definitely came up. But we just could not get to a position where and now he's trying to make it appear like it's all about these alleged we couldn't get to an agreement. Now, if their facility should have already been obliterated, and now it seems that the most important thing was getting the Strait of Hormuz opened up. You notice he has not mentioned the Strait of Hormuz not one time, and the next day, that's all your president was talking about. Let's continue.
Where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president.
Okay. Let me tell you what liars do. Liars can't be specific. There is a couple of times between, what's a couple? A couple is two. You know, if you're not kinky, a couple is two. What is a few? That's between 3 and 4. That's a few. There are ranges in numbers. A couple of times, a few times, between 6 and 12. There's a drastic difference between 6 and 12. So that lets you know he has no intention of being honest with the press.
Consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Besson a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
I want to know, we talked to the whole team. We talked to Scott Besson. Scott Besson is the Treasury Secretary. For what reason would you be talking to Scott Besson? Now, the Iranians said that they were not going to lift their plane off the ground until two conditions were made: that it was understood that Lebanon was included in the ceasefire deal, and they got their reparations. Now, the United States is not their reparations; their money that had been held. Iran wanted their monies that had been held due to sanctions. They wanted their money, and they said that they're not going to lift their plane off the ground until they got it. Now, Iran has said that they have gotten the money, and that's why they lifted their plane off the ground and went to do the negotiation. Now, your president is being quite cagey about if they gave them their reparations. I would too. After the Iran and Barack Obama created their deal where they would have inspectors come in to ensure that they were not enriching uranium for a weapon. Barack Obama gave Iran their money that was priorly held for sanctions. And your president came out here, y'all president came out here and said that Barack Obama gave them tons of money, like it was your tax dollars. He gave them loads and loads, plain loads of money. That was their own money. Now, did your president do the same? After many times talking about how Barack Hussein Obama gave Iran tons and tons of money. So my question is, we talked to the whole team, but if you talk to the whole team, at what point is it necessary to end a war? Is it to talk to Scott Besson, the Treasury Secretary? Quit being cagey. Did y'all give them tons and tons of money too? I'm just asking some questions here. Let's go to our next presentation that I have you. Let's get through it. Ain't nothing to it but to get through it. Here we go. Now, what implications does this war really have?
He seems to be taking a little bit more of a wait and see approach with. Some of it may be that in the case of Megyn Kelly, in the same week that she said what we just saw her say there, criticizing the president, she also said that she basically would never ever vote for a Democrat, and she would vote for a Republican even if they used a nuclear weapon. And so, to be honest with you, if you say things like that, then the candidates have no need to follow through on any of the promises they make to you, because they know you're just going to be a chump and vote for them anyway. So it's kind of like that mindset. If I'm Trump, I'm listening to people.
It's kind of like the MAGA voter. It's kind of like the dummies. It's kind of like you understand why Trump says he liked the uneducated voter. It's kind of like MAGA.
Like that say that, and I'm like, I can reel you back in whenever I want.
But Tucker, he knows he can't reel back in.
Yeah,
he hasn't been able to, and Tucker has been standing really firm. But Joe Rogan isn't really MAGA right. He was a convert. The difference between a Theo Von and a Joe Rogan, who are they converted, so to speak, and they were part of the male wave, the younger wave. But then they're not permanent, sticking with him forever. And so in this midterm election, you can't lose those right-leaning independents and those younger men.
So the point that I want to make, though, about you were talking about young men who thought that he was going to deliver on all of these promises. I think we should have a different standard for like random voters, marginal voters who are not so engaged with politics, right? Who it's not their job to follow the news. It's not their job to pay attention to policy positions. They're just trying to put food on the table. I get it. But if you are Megyn Kelly, if you are Tucker Carlson, if you are any of these people whose job it is to be a professional pundit and you didn't see a version of this coming, I'm sorry, I do not feel bad for you. Like, no, the wool was not pulled over your eyes. This was fairly obvious.
I go back to the point, which is, and I'm genuinely trying to understand this, is it that they believe Donald Trump or that he showed them something that should have made them not believe Donald Trump? It's a slight nuance, but like Donald Trump said, not starting any new wars. We've spent a lot of wars. I don't want to go to any more wars. So even if you looked at Donald Trump for the past 9 years before that moment and said, I now believe Donald Trump because I don't want to start new wars, he lied to you. And I think that's where they are coming from. They feel betrayed that he lied to them about this issue. I think your point is valid, which is anybody who's been following Donald Trump could have at least said he lies about everything. Yes. So this is not going to be new. He's saying this, and I remember this because a lot of people, a lot of Muslim Americans in Michigan wanted Donald Trump just because they did not like Kamala Harris and the positions the Biden administration took about Gaza. Donald Trump found a handful of Muslim leaders, took them on stage in Michigan, and got them to stand on stage with him as he promised no new wars. And a lot of Muslim Americans fell for that. Now, that doesn't mean that they bought into everything Donald Trump said, but on that one issue, they were willing to go along with it simply because of the fact that he offered them that lie. And, you know, that's the hard part in this, is like they feel that he was lied to just as many as Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and perhaps others.
I think also,
but I think
That's why I don't platform and say, well, at least even fuck Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, all of the right who platformed and made sure that Donald Trump got into office. Marjorie Taylor Greene was abhorrent. Marjorie Taylor Greene was disgusting until she realized the cuts to the Obama's subsidies for health care was going to affect her adult children. That's when Marjorie Taylor Greene came around, when the policies of this administration start affecting her family and the lives and the health of her children specifically. So all of this well, did you hear? No, fuck, I don't care what they had to say. Why should I care what they had to say? Now, let's get into this. They are the reason he's in office.
Way that the president wants. He's getting very frustrated. That frustration gets pushed down to his secretaries, his cabinet. His cabinet then pushes back onto, you know, the people in the rank and file. And in this particular case, the Army's doing an awful lot of stuff. There probably was an awful lot of pushback on, you know, putting ground troops in there and, you know, the danger of another Iraq or Afghanistan. And I don't think that's what the Hegseth wanted to hear. But, you know, the Army commander is a warrior. He's been in these places. He knows what happens when ground troops gets put there. And I think, you know, we can safely deduce that that probably was part of the conversation and why he's no longer there. For the health of the Army and for, you know, the generation of forces necessary for operations, I mean, it's going to have a significant, you know, impact, because what they're saying is they want a philosophical change at the top. They probably don't want warriors. They probably want sycophants and people that will tell the Secretary of War exactly what he wants to hear.
As we've already seen,
So we understand that we do not have people who are familiar with war, really know how to fight war in high-ranking positions in our military anymore because of Pete Kegg's breath insecurity. Okay. Yes. No, he wasn't. I don't think I saw him playing golf, but I did see him at a what is it? MMA, UMA, a little a cage fight in Florida. Yeah. So I did see that. Him and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, instead of negotiating us out of this war. But hey, why bother? They have made it possible just to grab anyone up who is of the age of 18 and under and get them embroiled into this war that they're fighting. Now, here we go. Let me play some questions that your president. Is this other questions? I think these are the questions.
Totally defeated
Yes.
that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country.
So this is why, while Vance and the other stooges were out negotiating, he said, meanwhile, boats are filling up with our oil, and let's see. Let's continue to see what your president thinks about the negotiation. This is before the negotiations broke off, as he's on his way to the MMA event. This is what your president is doing, and ask questions about the negotiation. Let's see what he thinks about what happens with the negotiations. Yes, please hit the like button. The set is loaded with sugar.
Big, beautiful tankers, and we're loading them up with oil and gas and everything else, and pretty beautiful thing to see.
What about the China release Iran's assets? Have you agreed to release Iran's assets in other countries?
We're going to see what happens. We're in very deep negotiations with Iran. We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily. They've dropped a couple of water mines, you call them water mines, in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats too. Their Navy has gone 158 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers they call them. All of them are sunk. They probably have a couple of mines in the water. We have mine sweepers out there. We're sweeping the strait. In addition to that, we're negotiating whether we...
No, this is during the negotiations. He says we're sweeping the straits. The straits are closed. They lied and told you that they got 2 Navy vessels through. And your president is sitting down here and telling the press that they are actively sweeping the straits for mines. And understand, all of this is a lie, as he's on his way to an MMA fight. He's very concerned. He's very concerned about our troops. He said, it doesn't matter. We've already won. If we've already won, then why are you then turning around and telling us that our ships are sweeping the Strait of Hormuz for mines? If we've already won, we're in the middle of negotiations. If we've already won, why are the 3 stooges over there in negotiations? If we've already won. These are the lies that some people really believe in, as they try to ignore, they try to deflect from how poorly the United States of America is doing with these increased prices on groceries, and now on gas. They said the prices of gas have tripled from the end of February to today. Not doubled, but tripled. But people want to talk about other people, other races. They want to talk about black on black crime. They want to talk about your communities. If you don't get out of here, this is what we're talking about today.
Make a deal or not makes no difference to me. And the reason is because we've won. Whether you listen to the fake news or not, it's amazing. They're credibility.
We won, if you're listening to the fake news or not, as he talks to the people who may ask him a question, who have access to ask him a question. If they ask him a hard question, all of a sudden who are you with? We're going to get one of those moments as well. We've already won. If you're listening to the fake media or what, let's go back.
It's because we've won. Whether you listen to the fake news or not, It's amazing. Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility down to 13%. Think of it. We defeated their Navy. We defeated their Air Force. We defeated their
The media is down to 13%. No one believes you anymore. The media, maybe that no one believes them anymore because all of these oligarchs are buying up the media. Maybe because all of these oligarchs are putting out their story. Maybe because places like CBS News who has been purchased by the Ellison. You know, that same Ellison that when Pete Kegbreath got a tough question, he said, who are you with? He tried your tactic. And the lady said CNN. I can't wait until the Ellisons buy up CNN. So are we... do we understand now why the media is down to 13% approval, as you say? But what is your approval rating, Donald? You barely have 30% approval, Donald. Okay, let's continue.
Anti-aircraft. We defeated their radar. We defeated their leaders. Their leaders are...
So he's on the repeat. Just say this. Just tell him this. You see, he's back on message. Let's continue.
We're all dead. And now all we do is we'll open up the strait, even though we don't use it. We defeated their anti-aircraft. We defeated their radar. We defeated their leaders. Their leaders are all dead.
Their leaders are all dead. He's going to go down this press line and say this a number of times. Their leaders are all dead. As we are in the middle of the negotiations, with whom then? If their leaders are all dead, whom are we negotiating with? And for what reason are we supposed to be negotiating? Do you think that this is just another ploy, another tactic, another stall technique that he's using? He said that while they're negotiating, the military can rest up and get ready for their next military adventure. So he thinks that the military, he talks about the military as if these are really toy soldiers without any lives that he can throw across the room and have fight each other with no consequence that bears no harm to their families, that they are putting in danger. They mean nothing to him. Let's continue.
And now all we do is we'll open up the strait, even though we don't use it, because we have a lot of other countries in the world that do use it.
But now all we'll do is open up the strait, but we don't use it. But we got a lot of other countries that do use it. Well, what happened to they won't come help me open up the strait, and I don't use it. It's gonna open up itself, and blah 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 blah. He makes no sense. He makes absolutely no sense. If you don't use it, why are you opening it up? Because let's keep it a buck. If the Strait of Hormuz being closed is the reason why we are continuing to be there, is what your president is saying. He said there's no other reason for us. Do you hear him saying anything about nuclear weapons here? It's about the Strait of Hormuz being reopened because other people use it. Now you care about other nations that use the Strait of Hormuz? And then when the negotiation fails, what did he say? He's gonna block it off for everybody. Nobody's gonna be able to use it there. Not even the friends of the Iranian people that they let through. Nobody's gonna be able to use it. Now, are we serious? Now, everybody's talking about the 25th Amendment. Everybody continues to talk about the 25th Amendment, but understand that you have a whole administration who is blocking for this fold. I think that the Article 2 of the Executive Branch, Section 4 of impeachment should be brought upon this whole administration. Article 2, Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, because they are definitely complicit in shooting out this bullshit to the American people while spending $1 billion a day, as Americans are suffering under debt that they have caused the American people behind these uh, farce of wars that supposedly are to protect the American people. You know, you tell some people, oh, this is for safety, and they'll cut off their head. Also, we cannot forget what Lyndon Baines Johnson said. We see a lot of this in this chat. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. We see that a lot in this chat, and I recognize it for what it is. But when you want to talk about content, you shut the fuck up. Let's continue.
That are either afraid or weak or cheap. I don't know what it is, but we were not helped by NATO, that I can tell you.
Now he's mad at NATO, and now now today, when he trying to tell you that they're gonna blockade, and they're just gonna blockade for everybody, then they're gonna just blockade for people that are going to Iran ports. Now he's telling you that other nations are coming to help us. Did you see the irony that in the bullshit that he feels that he can come out here and just say this dumb shit, and he gets no pushback, as he is draining America dry. Draining America dry. Yet he and his family, his two sons who are now what? The people who make money in wars. Who makes money in wars? Defense contractors, of which whom Beavis and Butthead Trump are now officially defense contractors, with no experience in any of the businesses that they have contracts with the Department of Defense. Make that make sense. But y'all want to talk about black on black crime. Let's continue. I think that's it. That's it from this one. Let me play with you the continuation of this farce as he gets on his plane to watch the MMA fights and rub on the legs of the MMA winner. Shall we? Let's continue. He's going to tell you he really don't care. He's going to tell you he doesn't care. I think I played the wrong one. Okay. Excuse me if this...
We've totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country. It's amazing. Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility down to do use it that are either afraid or weak or cheap. I don't know what it is, but we were not helped by NATO, that I can tell you. How do you know that? Why do you say that? Why do you say that? You don't know anything. Who you with? Who you with? ABC?
You don't know anything. I think she said, what about the them saying that they're not opening the Strait of Hormuz? Who said that? Who said that? You don't know anything. As the Strait of Hormuz remain closed. Who are you with? Who are you with?
Let's fake news. Let me just tell you. We win. No matter what.
We win no matter what. As we negotiating. So why are we negotiating? So why are we closing the strait and all of this? We are looking for mines and blah, 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 all the bullshit.
Defeated their military. They have no navy. 158 ships are underwater, undersea. All of their minesweepers and all of their, they call them mine droppers. Can you imagine? A country has...
All of their minesweepers. Minesweepers are things that detect mines to get rid of them. All of their minesweepers. All of their mine droppers.
28 mine droppers. You think that's nice? With all of that being said, they're all defeated, by the way. They're all at the bottom of the sea.
Also, first, he when he was at the beginning of the line, he said they got 28 mine droppers, and now suddenly, since he's gotten to the end of the line, they have, but now they're all defeated. They're all at the bottom of the sea. A liar.
Now, with all of that, they have no Navy. They have no radar. They have no Air Force. Their leaders are all dead. With Khomeini is gone. For many years he ruled. He's gone. With all of that, let's see what happens. But from my standpoint, I don't care.
Okay. Now, are we going to pretend like we did not hear your president says, as far as he is concerned, he won? And what else did he say? From my standpoint, I don't care. Let's play that again.
He ruled. He's gone. With all of that, let's see what happens. But from my standpoint, I don't care.
China is preparing to ship weapons to Iran.
Well, if China does that, China's going to have big problems, okay?
Okay, so we heard that China is supposed to be supplying weapons to Iran. If China does that, China is in big trouble. What trouble you got for China? The people want to know, what trouble does your president have for China? Because he's playing like he don't know that it's already been reported. The thing that I've even reported to you. Thank you. Everyone knows that. Everybody knows that they like to pretend. Okay, let me. Your president said that China is in big trouble. Your president also said that they are going to close the Strait of Hormuz to people that Iran is letting in and go out. They're going to close it to everyone. So we going to pretend like your president's just heard from someone in the press when your president has access to all of these intelligent operatives, but he has put unintelligent people over these departments like Kakai Patel and Pete Kegbreath, who has fired all of the experienced people in these departments. Nonetheless, how is it that the press knows this, but he acts as if this is his first time hearing it, and he says, if it is happening. According to CNN, citing people familiar with the intelligent assessments on the matter. Now, that's probably how come he don't know. Because he doesn't read his intelligent assessment. He looks at 2-minute clips that are strung together for him, and then he feels that he is updated on all world issues and all assessments of intelligence assessments by watching a little short reels of shit just blowing up. This has been admitted from the administration itself. They just show him reels of shit being blown up as his intelligence assessment. So it could have been his first time hearing it. They also said that Susie Wiles went on a rant and said that this was about a week ago, that people should start telling him the truth. People around him are only telling him what he wants, but people around him really need to start telling him the truth. So hey, who can doubt that it could be his first time hearing that China is preparing to send air defense systems to Iran in the coming weeks. Per the report, China is preparing to send man-portable air defense systems through a third party to mask the origin of the weapons. So If they do, China's gonna be in big trouble. It seems like our military is in big trouble. That's who it seems like is in big trouble. To keep it a buck, because they have idiots over this whole war. This, in my opinion, this whole war is being run by a bunch of idiots. Oh, so let me go forward. I think there are a couple of more things that I want to talk to you about, and then we're going to get into some other things. It is a lot when you are trying to point out lies from this administration, because that's all they do, and they just continue and continue and continue. This one may be the one. I think this is.
What's what you're trying to accomplish with this blockade, sir?
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out, but it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing, and that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money.
Okay, I played that for you. That's about the blockade. Now, let's see what he says about the prices of oil, shall we? Because this is very interesting, what he says about oil prices and the like. I want you to hear from him. You don't have to trust me. You don't have to trust my mouth. Just trust his mouth. I know some of you are looking for reasons to be mad at black people, but be mad at the facts. That's all I can tell you.
And like, oh my God, this guy is really like just totally lost it. And she says, is this going to be enough? Is this going to be enough?
Ended because of tariffs, which the Supreme Court was not nice to me about. They got it ended because of tariffs.
Is this going to be enough? Listen to what Donald Trump says. Here, play this clip.
I got it ended because of tariffs, which the Supreme Court was not nice to me about.
I got it ended because of tariffs, because the Supreme Court was not nice to me. They didn't allow you to break the law. They told you that you had to return the tariffs. You were warned that the tariffs were illegal, and it was not up to you to impose tariffs on countries. The tariffs had to go through Congress, but you impose willy-nilly were out here imposing tariffs, collecting money from other countries, and increasing the price of goods all over the United States, telling the United States citizens who were so dumb to believe you that they weren't paying the tariffs. They were in fact, paying the tariffs in high prices. As you're talking about tariffs, but she's talking about war. So you're the Supreme Court. He's a victim. Now he's in the middle of a war that he started for no reason that he can enunciate. And when talking about said war, he needs to throw his victimhood into the Supreme Court. They weren't very nice to me. We ended this with the tariff. The Supreme Court wasn't nice to me.
Which the Supreme Court was not nice to me about.
Is this all going to be enough? The blockade in the Strait, the opening up capacity in the United States is this going to be enough to lower the price of oil and gas, sir?
Well, eventually it's going to be lowered. No, it might not happen. And
eventually it's going to be lowered. Eventually. When is eventually? Let me see if I see eventually on the calendar. I want you to look at her eyes bulk. When he said, eventually. I don't see eventually. Is it in 2026 at all? Is it in 2027 at all? They're estimating these prices will not start to go down. And let's keep it a buck as well. All of the prices that have gone up on your food, your grocery, now it is time for farmers to plant. Fertilizer has gone up something upwards of 70%. So what about your food? They're not telling you about anything about any type of food shortages, because all of the fruits and vegetables and all of the things that we used to get imported from other countries, we don't grow in our own country enough to sustain our people. So a lot of our food is imported from other nations. What is this blockade, this full blockade now that I can't have my way and I can't go to the negotiation and totally rip up and lie and say I agree to a 10-point plan and I want to be the only person to have conditions? Okay, what does that do about your food shortages? Y'all want to be mad at black people though. Look at her eyes when she gets the answer to the question that she asks.
It's going to be eventually. It's going to be lower. No, it might not happen initially, but it's going to go down. When this is all over, look, the stock market, the Dow hit 50,000. It was supposed to be in 4 or 5 years. They said it won't happen during his term, but it'll be maybe 4 or 5 years.
Who is he, Pam Bimbo? Now he's talking about the stock market was up 50,000. She's asking you about prices of gas. That's now you're talking about the stock market. It was up to 50,000. It was up. What is it now? Let's review this.
Happened initially, but it's gonna go down. When this is all over.
Capacity in the United States for is this all going to be enough? The blockade in the strait, the opening up capacity in the United States for is this going to be enough to lower the price of oil and gas, sir?
Well, it's going to be eventually. It's going to be lower. No, it might.
So you're blocking off the strait totally and completely. As you leave the White House to go to a MMA fight, you're bragging about, oh, we got so many ships going to the ports, and they're filling up on that beautiful crude, American crude that you still will be paying at the regular what did they call it? The gas prices. What is it called? What is it called? You're still going to be paying the standard price that is placed on gas worldwide. There is one universal price on gas. No individual nation can say, well, we'll charge $1 less for barrel. We'll charge $1,000 less per barrel. No, there's one price and one standard price for gas. And that does not do the American citizen any good. But that's all your president can brag about, how billionaires are getting richer because of the crisis, this manufactured crisis that he has created that is taking money out of your pocket, that is putting your life in jeopardy, that is in a economy where there has been more foreclosures last year than any time in the since the housing market failure. More foreclosures last year than in the housing market failure. More people who are actually losing their automobiles to repossession. But this is what your president is telling you as he has increased prices on everything in your life. And it could be more if they close off the Strait of Dar es Salaam or something like that in the Red Sea, which the Houthis may be doing. Once they get the word from Iran, they're going to close that strait as well. This is what your president is concentrating on. The Dow, it was up to 50,000, and then how many American citizens are even have any stock play in the stock market at all? How many people in the United States actually have stocks, own stocks? How many people in the United States were wiped out of their stocks when you put in those tariffs on this country? How many people lost all their money in their 401ks as you manipulated the market for your billionaire buddies? They got rich. You brought them in the White House and told us after you stopped the tariffs, after you halted the tariffs after April 1st of last year. You had these bankers in the White House. You made $2 billion. You made this amount of billions dollars, and you were laughing about the amount of money that billionaires had made in the stock market before you put a halt on the fucking tariffs. And y'all think that he cares about you. Only thing he care about you is you spitting out babies that he can grind up in a war machine. Y'all act like y'all did not hear him say that this country cannot afford to pay child care out of the federal budget. The federal budget that is already have $1 trillion budget for the military and asking for $500 billion more for next year. This man on Easter, for his Easter celebration, said, no, the country can't afford to pay for child care. We can't afford to pay for these personal things, these individual personal things like Medicaid and Medicare. We need money for war. Your president said that. Okay.
That happened initially, but it's gonna go down. When this is all over, look, the stock market, the Dow hit 50,000. It was supposed to be in 4 or 5 years. They said it won't happen during his term, but it'll be maybe 4 or 5 years. It hit 50,000 in my first year. You know it better than anybody. You cover it better than anybody. The S&P hit.
Then she asks him.
Okay, let's continue. Thank Ben Marsalis from the Midas Touch. Go over there and check out Midas Touch. If I have a mod in the chat, please drop that link in the chat. If not, I'll drop it in there after I find my next video. I want to share with you. I'll give you more information that you are not seeing about the impact of this war. I definitely want to talk about that. From people who have studied war, who have spent their life in the service. I wanted to tell you something that is not propaganda being shot up your ass by this inept media. Let's get into some of that, shall we? Now, your president told you that 2 boats went through the Strait of Hormuz. This is
just it.
I think the 2 biggest issues are
I think this shows where these boats had to turn around.
The Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear. The Strait of Hormuz is the more time urgent issue because every day that goes by is disastrous for the international economy and for the region. The nuclear issue can be parked for a while, not because it's not important, but unless there's evidence that Iran is changing the status of nuclear materials or its program, then nothing changes. So I would say Strait of Hormuz is the big issue. What we cannot allow is for Iran to exercise sole control over the strait, charging tolls where it derives all the revenues, because that would also eliminate any economic pressure on the Iranian regime. What I've argued is we ought to adopt the principle that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be open for all or closed to all, including Iran.
Now that Trump has.
So you think that they were negotiating and the negotiations fell through because of nuclear shit that your president told you that was obliterated, and now what do you think they're concentrating on? They're concentrating on exactly what this man said that is the most pressing issue, something that didn't happen until your president went in and struck Iran for no reason at all. Let me share this with you.
Sky News.
I think what's been interesting, obviously, all this follows the breakdown of the talks. Although President Trump has said 99% of this talks was about the nuclear program, stopping Iran develop the nuclear program, the elephant in the room is clearly that the Strait of Hormuz is a really major thing. And at the moment, Iran still maintains control of those. Now, the very fact that he's come out with this, there was talk initially about some blockade. Now he's used some very colourful language to describe it. The harsh reality here is that this is all about control. The fact is the Strait is being currently controlled by Iran.
Iran decides who comes in.
Yeah, so if America suddenly decides who comes in, it doesn't actually open up the strait at all. It doesn't change the language. I think what he's doing is forcing Iran's hand, because he's saying, you've claimed there's mines in there, they may or may not be. I'm going to send in ships to clear those mines. If anybody comes and has a go at us, in other words, exercising the threat there, I'm going to have a go at it. But it feels like you're not going to solve this by the use of force, and time is not on President Trump's side.
Does the U.S. have the kind of naval power in the region that they would need to achieve this?
They do, but again, we've seen, it goes back to the point we made at the start of this, that Iran knows full well that it will be obliterated militarily by American superior firepower, but it's had 35 years to work out how it can control the Strait of Hormuz, and that is anti-ship missiles, which it's been able to get from China, hidden away so that people don't know where they are, tens of thousands of drones and missiles that again are hidden underground, hard for them to get hold of, small patrol boats that are remote controlled, packed full of high explosives, again, hidden away down, and mines. All of those, with time, America can deal with them. But Iran knows full well it's got the upper hand.
Questions are also being raised in Trump.
I apologize. I'm just talking and I still have my mute button on. We don't have the time to continue to keep these straits closed. These straits have to be open. So that's it. And that's that. These straits were open until we went in there. So this is a problem of America's own making. I want to play this for you.
To continue to remember that this war, there was no imminent threat to America. Trump chose this war. He said there were 4 goals. First was regime change, and I think all of our intelligence shows the current leadership now is even more radical than the previous leadership. Getting rid of these enriched uranium, these are canisters, 1,000 pounds, very volatile. It would not be some simple operation. It would take 10,000 troops on the ground guarding a perimeter. We'd have to send special operators in, and the Iranians could then bomb their own facility, potentially trapping our troops, and this volatile uranium would be very, very dangerous. The idea that we've gotten rid of all the ballistic missiles, absolutely not. Thank God we saved those pilots, but they shot down our airplanes. And what is crazy, Dana, with the war of choice, we've now ran out of our interceptors. We've been spending $2.4 million a crack to shoot down a $50,000 Iranian drone. The Israelis have run through theirs as well.
Okay, tragic 0077. Who is the guy pushing Iranian propaganda? I think you meant the last person. So what is your American senator telling you? He's telling you the exact same thing. Everybody wants to talk about propaganda, but can you tell me something that he said that wasn't true? How about that? I'll wait. I'm really waiting. Can you tell me something that he said that is not true? Seem like someone wants the terrorists to have nuke. That would be your president, the one who tore up the a non-proliferation agreement that Iran and Obama had together. If it seems that way to you, maybe that ought to be the first place you look. I'm reading the chat. What do you mean read the chat? I'm reading the chat. Let me see. You know how dumb you really sound. You are talking about what some lies that you want to put out that never happened, as you ignore the facts of the fraud of the double dealing that is going on in front of your eyes, and you want to put out some fairy tale that might, woulda, coulda happened what if. You talking about some what if while ignoring what is. I love it when you people show how ignorant you are. Keep it coming. That's the only thing. That's the only effect that you're having in this conversation is showing how stupid you are. And truth be told, Carolina DMP, many of them are need to be booted out of office as well. We need people in our government who really are unbeholden to millionaires, billionaires, lobbyists for other countries. We need people who are going to affect change in the lives of their constituents who put them in office and not being beholden to foreign countries that are going around causing a whole lot of strife and upheaval in other nations around them. We should not be paying countries to do that, especially when there is so much that we want to continue to take away from our American citizens and give money to a country that is being a bully all across their region while all of their citizens go to college for free, while all of their citizens have full health care. And we're throwing our citizens off of health care to enable a whole nother nation who have what we have never had, who don't have to worry about now all of their people go to college or the military. I think they have to serve 2 years in the military, in the IDF, but they get free college. How much they are making college out of range for most people. They are sitting up here preaching this get married right out of high school as they don't want you to go to college. All of these elitists and all of these people who want to poo-poo college, all of these are college graduates who are poo-pooing college for you and your children. Because if you are dumb and uneducated, you're more pliable to their propaganda and their lies, and they want to instill a younger voter so they can have your dumb, pliable mind to keep them in office for generations. Because they already see that some culture of people always vote against their own interests if they can look at a black or brown person. They see a particular culture of people will do what? If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. How long have I been playing this for you? Lyndon Johnson said this, I believe it was in 1964. And ain't a damn thing changed about it. Now, let's be clear. I'm clear that Lyndon Johnson was a racist as goddamn self. But what he did was he told you the truth. Who better to know what racism is than a racist? But y'all thought it was a secret. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Where was I? What does illegal immigrants have to do with this conversation? Of course I do. Didn't I just say that? So why are you asking me anything about illegal immigrants? What does illegal immigrants have to do with any of this? You just heard what I said. I said American citizens. So why are you asking me a question about illegal immigrants? See, that is your problem right there. That is what has America in this situation right here, because you always want to make the problems of America about illegal immigrants when the problem is you yourself. You are the problem. That's why you continue to vote against your own will. There are more white women, white people, not just white women. There are more white people who abuse and misuse Medicare, Medicaid, and food stamps than there are other people even on those systems. But you ignore that. You want to talk about illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants. You want to talk about that. But you don't want to talk about the fact that your gas prices are going up because of a war of choice, because Benjamin Netanyahu told your president that he was going to strike Iran, and therefore your president said, well, okay, boss, we with you, boss. But you want to talk about that. Okay, I'm slow, but so if I'm slow, make sure you be quick. Hit the like button on your way out, you dumb bitch. Since I'm slow. I'm not slow on you. Okay, let's continue. Shall we? Let me see what you're saying. Illegal immigrants just want a better life and have work. And you notice the thing that they never say about undocumented immigrants. They never say the reason that they are attracted to America is because they know that they can be employed in America. Because they know that there is no they know that while it is illegal to come here, they know that employers will employ them, because America has always been a country where they are trying to look to prey on people and get everything done for as cheap as they can. You know, the America that built itself up on what? Slavery, chattel slavery. And they still continue. Now, if undocumented immigrants knew that they could not find places to work in the United States of America, since these people who own so much and have start businesses, and it's going to be a trickle down theory that once these companies start making money, they're going to pay you more wages. This is what the Republicans have been saying way back since Ronald Reagan era. It's going to be a trickle down theory. Where did this trickle down theory come from? Is anybody familiar with where the trickle down theory came from? That was a Heritage Foundation theory that they sold to Reagan to sell to you. And what happened in the trickle down economy? All of the money trickled up to the rich. All of the rich people started busting unions. You know, those things that secure that you had a decent workplace, that you had decent pay. All of that trickled down, trickled out your jobs, and they trickled out to allowing all of these corporations to hire these undocumented immigrants. And when these places are busted, there's no charges against the employer, but everybody wants to show you a string of undocumented people who are working in American companies, and nothing happens to the owners of these companies. And why are they hiring them? Oh, they're doing jobs that America don't want. Maybe the migrant workers are, but if you paid people to work in these plants that you are hiring these undocumented workers in, if you were fined for every undocumented worker that worked in your company because you don't want to pay a decent living wage, then we wouldn't have this problem. But nobody sees that, because the people who are doing this are white people. The most business owners are not people with brown or black skin, so they can excuse that. Y'all think we crazy? See, this is your culture. This is your culture. And you always want to blame the people who are being abused by your culture. And you always continue to vote for your own demise. Okay, so let's continue.
We could have taken Ukrainian technology where they figured out how to take down these drones much cheaper, but they didn't. And then down to the question of the Strait of Hormuz, I have no idea, other than the idea that he could interdict at both ends of the strait, how he's going to get it reopened, how we're going to get ships through. Remember, you can sink all the Iranian Navy. They have 300 to 500 little speedboats that you can put a bomb, a mine on. We have not taken out virtually any of those. So we're 40 days in. I wish the vice president.
Okay, so when the other guy with the accent said the same thing that this white guy saying, I don't see any complaints about, this is Iranian propaganda. When your own senator is telling you the same thing that a person with brown skin and an accent just said right before this. Oh, now it's believable. Oh, Fox News didn't tell me that. Oh. Now I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm gonna sit over here and be quiet. That they tell me the same thing that other news agencies have told me. Let's continue.
I know I'm sure he gave it his best. I hope they would continue these negotiations, but I don't see how 40 plus days into this war that we are safer, that our allies are safer. I'm not even sure Israel is safer.
If you ever want to.
Okay, so there's that. Thank you, Ronald Snap. Please hit the like button and become a subscriber. I'd appreciate your support. I appreciate you all for being here, and I appreciate your support. I understand that we don't agree on everything, nor is it necessary, but personal insults and racial bullshit is unacceptable on my channel. Let me play this for you. Now, I'm going to drop some links to a couple of pages. I got
Trump's
two
decision
more.
to impose the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz to have it open for free shipping.
Do you know what the president means when he says that the United States Navy is now going to be blockading the Strait of Hormuz that we are trying to open? Has that been briefed to Congress?
I think, well, of course not, because it was just announced yet, as you were
Well, if it was a
discussing
clear
this
strategy
morning.
all along, and this was part of the plan,
What is clear in the strategy, as the president has said, is the straits are not just a United States issue. It is also a Europe issue. It is a worldwide issue.
And
Iran should not.
Yeah, the strait is only a United States issue because the straits are closed because the United States struck Iran. That is why it is a United States only issue. Now, this is I think he's a senator. I think he's a senator. He was on Meet the Press this Sunday.
And this was part of the plan.
What is clear in the strategy, as the president has said, is the straits are not just a United States issue.
Face the
it is
nation.
also a Europe issue. It is a worldwide issue.
And
Iran should not be permitted.
Iran
should not be permitted to control the straits, and it's not just a United States issue.
Did they mind it?
And Iran should not be permitted to just decide who gets through.
But who are permitting you to say what Iran should be permitted to do in their own region? Why? Who appointed you and the president who struck Iran that had not closed the Strait of Hormuz prior to being struck for no reason? So who appointed you on what Iran is permitted to do in their region of the world after being struck unlawfully by America and Israel? That's what I need to know. But you have no answers to anything but what Iran should not be allowed to do. Are you their master? Are you their master? Do you own Iran? Or is this more of this colonizer idea that you are the one who tell other nations who are not non-black nation, non-Christian, non-white nation, non-Christian nation what they are allowed to do? And what gives you the allowance to tell other nations what they are allowed to do is what I need to know.
And Europe, our NATO allies, others who have certainly an interest in the straits should be coming to the table, and it should not just be a U.S. issue. The president, by saying we're not just going to let them decide who gets through, is certainly calling all of our allies and everyone to the table of this needs to be addressed.
Did they mine the Strait of Hormuz? Because in that.
But you're still here. Hit the like button on your way out. Hit the like button on your way out. I sound crazy, but you're here listening to me. So hit the like button on your way out. I will help you out the door. Have a good day.
Tweet today, the president also said they might not have.
Well, I think,
because he said no
I
ship.
think you'll have to ask the president.
But
his
that's
tweet.
the point, that Congress has not been briefed on that. As a member on oversight and armed services, do you feel?
Well, I think,
because he said no
I
ship.
think you'll have to ask the president.
He's a member of Oversight and Armed Services, and he is coming out here with this point of view, but he cannot articulate what his point of view means or how he's even going to get to anything done by this blockade at the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this reporter is going to have to ask the president. And when he has been elected and has gotten the position as in oversight, the Department of Oversight in the Department of Armed Services. But if you want any question answered, he as a Republican elected official cannot answer that question as he comes on TV carrying the water for this position. But he can't explain this position. Well, you're going to have to ask the president. You're going to have to ask the president.
Like, that's the point, that Congress has not been briefed on that.
He's a congressman.
They might not have.
Well, I think,
because did they mine the Strait of Hormuz? Because in that tweet today, the president also said they might not have.
Well, I think,
because he said no
I
ship.
think you'll have to ask the president.
Like, that's the point, that Congress has not been briefed on that. As a member on oversight and armed services, do you feel like this has actually been adequately explained to you? Because the American public does not.
The president just tweeted this morning, so you'll have to ask the president.
Meanwhile,
so there you go. There you go. Now let me see. Let me tell you. Mark Uschenberler. Please stop writing in my chat. Please stop writing in my chat. Nothing in that I am talking about has anything to do with the things that you're saying. If you write one more thing in my chat, you will be okay. There we go. Bye-bye. Hit the like button on your way out, Mark. All right, let's continue. Let's get into some more things that I wanted to share with you today. What is it? Let's get into the Pope had to fire back at Trump. How pathetic. How pathetic is your president that the Pope had to fire back at Trump? This will be link number 2 in my chat if you want to review it for yourself. I hope you guys go over to Aaron Paranis' channel. He does great work. Go over there and check him out. He has a YouTube channel and he has a Instagram channel.
We have some big news right now. Pope Leo says, I have no fear of Donald Trump or the Trump administration, responding forcefully after a night where Donald Trump attacked the Pope for liking crime and criminals, and then compared himself to Jesus by posting that image of the president himself resurrecting someone or having his hand over the head of someone as angels reigned overhead. You've seen that image across the internet. Well, the Pope this morning is saying, I have no fear of you, Mr. President. I have no fear of the Trump administration. He was speaking to reporters on a flight saying, listen, we deal with different things. I don't do foreign policy. I'm a peacemaker through the gospel. These are quotes from the Pope this morning. Donald Trump spent the night attacking the Pope. He has spent the night attacking the Catholic Church. Well, the Pope is responding and saying, Mr. President, I don't fear you. I'll have more updates for you soon. Spread the word. Subscribe to my Substack link in bio to support. Follow along for more.
Okay, the link is in my description box. I hope you guys do go over and join him. This is your president. There is a couple of more things that I want to share with you. I hope you go over and this will be link number 3. I'm just going to pay the intro to this. I think his name is Michael Pape. He is a professor of war, and he has studied wars throughout the decades. He has been a speaker at many events that our actual military holds, and he has been since this war has started. He has been very good at giving us information about what is going on in the military, what is expected, and the expected results based upon what our military is doing, what the expected results would be. Go over to Diary of a CEO. If you're not subscribed to him, I suggest you subscribe to him. He does a great interviews. Let me share what I wanted to share with you from his talk with Mr. Pape, Pape. Let me see. Let me share my screen with you. Here we go. Let's get into this right now. Uh-oh. Let me see. I think I have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Hold on. My page is stuck. Hold on. Oh, I hate when this happens. Oh my God. I also wanted to talk to you about if you haven't heard the story about the young women who are continuously being found to be pregnant, the young girls, underage girls who are constantly coming up pregnant as they are in ICE detainment. They are taking all of these young girls. They are being sure to take all of these young girls to Texas, where these young girls cannot receive any abortion services. And so if you are unaware of this, I am also going to talk about that today. How strange that under this administration, there are underage girls who constantly and steadily keep becoming pregnant in ICE detainment centers. Did you know about that? Let me. This is a war expert. The name of this is Urgent Update. The Iran War Expert. The most dangerous stage begins now. If you are unaware about this, let me help you get aware about where we are in this war. This would be number 3 in my description box. I'm telling you 1, 2, and 3. This is number 3 in the description box.
Strengthen Iran, and we can't stop their drone attacks. And what you're seeing is far more chaotic decision makings. Iran has figured out that we can't beat them. We're not weakening Iran. We have strengthened Iran, and we can't stop their drone attacks. And what you're seeing is far more chaotic decision makings happening in the White House than's happening in the government of Iran. And it's evidence Trump is losing power.
So when I look through the response to the last conversation, the audience had lots of different types of questions. Like there's 90 odd million people stuck right in the heart of this that often don't really have a voice. What do you think happens next for them? And what is Israel's role in this?
Well, Israel's playing 2 roles here that have not helped us correctly assess the situations. And we'll talk about that.
And then what do you think happens with Europe?
NATO is, for all practical purposes, dead.
And what happens next?
So for 21 years, I laid out what a hypothetical bombing campaign of Iran would look like. And when I was here last time, every single thing we talked about unfolded in the first several weeks of the war.
So when you did this 21 years of modeling these attacks, how did America come out of this situation?
So there was a consistent set of findings, and America can bomb them, attack them. We could even threaten to murder all 92 million of them. But the bottom line is that is the real danger for us.
Okay, so go over there, and there are several different chapters. Iran's hidden power, the final stage. It's just I haven't gotten very far in this. Let me give you an introduction so you know exactly who this man is. I saw the last one that
This
he
is
did.
super interesting to me. My team give me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe, and some of you have told us, according to this, that you are
laid out all the air campaigns and
started last conversation. But there's so much that's been kind of how I started last conversation about. Many of them have come true already. It's been 4 weeks since we sat down and talked about everything that was happening in the war, and it's all moved at light speed. You made some predictions then. Many of them have come true already, and many of them still unfolding. But I wanted to get you back to talk about what the hell is going on. And I think that's kind of how I started last conversation. But there's so much that's being said, and I get the sense that there's a truth that sits underneath there somewhere. Because when you look at what the Iranians are saying, when you look at what the Israelis are saying, when you look at what Trump and America are saying, and then you look at reality, at some level, I feel like we're not being told the truth. My first question to you, Professor, is who are you, and who are you to speak on this subject matter?
I am a professor at the University of Chicago. I have been there for 26 years, almost 27 years. And before that, I was a professor who taught for the U.S. Air Force. I taught conventional targeting. And I thought I was going to go into the Foreign Service. I wanted to understand how we lost the Vietnam War. And this became the origins of Bombing to Win.
Which is your book I have here in front of me.
That's Bombing to Win. In 1985, I've just finished all my classes, and I have to pick a...
Wouldn't it be interesting if your president wanted to find out how they lost the Vietnam War? The Vietnam War was basically an air campaign where they thought that they could win the war by all of these airstrikes. You know, the things that is going on right now in Iran. And then what finally happened, the bodies started going in the meat grinder when they put boots on the ground in Vietnam. But your president doesn't understand that, because your president made sure that he did not have to serve in Vietnam, and your president is doesn't want to know anything about history, because what good is knowledge when you can just make up lies? So I'm going to drop this link in my description box as well. I just wanted you to understand who this man is who's speaking to you. And I suggest you go over there and watch this video.
Topic for my PhD. I wanted to find the book that when.
Which is your book I have here in front of me.
That's go for the U.S. Air Force. I taught conventional targeting. And I thought I was going to go into the Foreign Service. I wanted to understand how we lost the Vietnam War. And this became the origins of Bombing to Win.
Which is your book I have here in front of me.
That's Bombing to Win. In 1985, I've just finished all my classes, and I have to pick a topic for my PhD. I wanted to find the book that laid out all the air campaigns and that explained why Vietnam was a loser. Where did that L come from?
When you say air campaigns, for someone that knows nothing about military conflict, what do you mean by air campaigns?
What I mean with an air campaign is when you have military aircraft who are not just doing a single raid, bombing one target one day, but doing a campaign over days, weeks, months, in the case of Vietnam, over years.
And you wanted to figure out why countries that do these military campaigns, which is pretty much what's going on now in the Middle East, why they don't tend to win.
Why they don't win when they're so strong. Why is...
Okay, so that's the intro to this video. I find it very compelling that the same thing that was going on in Vietnam is what your president and Keg Breath has us in now. And hopefully something will stop this before it turns into... I think Vietnam went on for something like 17 or 20 something years, and all of the deaths. And speaking of Vietnam, while we're talking about Vietnam, Vietnam vets are suing 4547 because 4547 has finally come out with renditions of this triumphant arch, he calls it. The triumphant arch. If you are not familiar with the triumphant arch, I told you about this many months ago. As your president stood in the White House and he showed. Oh no, that's not it. Is that not? That's the wrong one. Oh, where is that picture of your president in the White House showing off his arches? It's similar to this. The picture was similar to this guy. The triumphant arches are set to be set across from the Lincoln Memorial. They are set to be 250 feet high, honoring the 250th birthday of the nation. So I guess they will be are planned to be completed this year because this year will be 250 years of America. So we are trying to pretend like 45, 47 gives a fuck about the birth date of America now. So why are these military Vietnam vets suing? Let me share this with you right quick because I find it quite interesting that this is going to be a monstrosity that may interfere with air traffic at one of the busiest airports in DC. Let me. Here we go. Let me open this. Also, a judge is reviewing if 4547 even has the right to build this monstrosity. Let's be real clear. This has nothing to do with veterans, and it has everything to do with 4547. Let's look at the news about the triumphant arch. Here we go. And it's the funny thing about it is Tanya Chutkan is the judge who is responsible for reviewing this monstrosity. Now, if you're not familiar with Tanya Chutkan is the DC judge who was in charge of the Mar-a-Lago stolen documents case that Eileen Cannon in Florida tried to take over, and it was a whole lot of back and forth. What Chutkan, who is a black woman, must do to get papers entered into the court, and then after idiots re-voted Trump into office, Eileen Cannon of Florida totally dismissed the case. Hold on. Excuse me. I apologize. Hold on. Since we were talking about the vets, Vietnam, I wanted to get into this. Judge questions Trump plan for Independence Arch. Now, he has since renamed the arch to the Triumphant Arch. Where the triumph is, I don't know. I have no idea what the title means. It means nothing to his presidency, but he has changed the name since he has come out with the renderings. Excuse me. Oh my God. Chuck in, folks. Here we go. Oh no. Let me get to the top of the article. A federal judge in Washington on Thursday sharply questioned President Donald Trump's authority to erect a monumental commemorative arch near the National Mall, pressing a government lawyer on whether the project would sidestep Congress and violate federal laws. If Donald Trump is doing it, of course, it is intended to do exactly that. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan, at a hearing, weighed a request for an injunction to halt the project in a lawsuit brought by Washington area residents. The plaintiff argued that allowing construction to proceed would cause irreversible harm to a protected historic landscape in the heart of the capital. Chutkan focused extensively on public statements from Trump and the White House suggesting that the arch is intended to be completed in time for the nation's 250th anniversary this summer. The administration had estimated that the arch would be about 250 feet tall, exceeding the height of the Lincoln Memorial and the Arch de Triomphe in Paris. The president has said he's getting his arch, Chutkan said, contrasting those remarks with a sworn statement from a federal agency official asserting that the project remains in a conceptual stage. Oh my God. Excuse me. Hold on. Let me get something to drink. I apologize. Oh, I apologize. My allergies are killing me. I had a fit the other day as well. Chutkan repeatedly pressed Justice Department lawyer Bradley somebody on whether she should disregard Trump's public comments. The lawyer urged the judge to rely instead on official position of the National Park Service, which oversees the land where the arch would be built. Chutkan did not immediately rule on the request for an injunction. She asked that the government and the plaintiffs to submit a report by Friday on whether the White House will agree to begin construction without National Park Service approval and compliance with congressional and other requirements. Of course, they will begin it without approval from the park system and Congress. The judge also said she was considering ordering a White House official to provide additional information about the project, including whether any permits have been sought or contracts considered. Permits? He can do whatever he wants. When asked about why did you mail in your ballot if nobody else can, you're trying to get mail-in ballots stop for everyone in the country. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. This is the idea that we have in. The judge also, the hearing came 2 days after a different federal judge in Washington ordered a halt to construction of Trump's planned 900 square foot ballroom. Okay, so this link is number 4 in my description box, and I think I have the video about the actual Vietnam vets. Let me see if I have that. I think I have the Vietnam vets. It may be on video. I think it is. It's not. It won't be on this video. That's my video. Let me get out of that. Let me share the Vietnam vets. Okay. Here we go. You may get a chance to look at now. The reason why I showed you that first rendering of the triumphant arch that your president was throwing around, because it actually looked like the arches that were thrown around in Germany in the 1940s. It looks just like that. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Hold on. Trump arches. Here we are. Here we are.
But doing a campaign over days, weeks, months, in the case of Vietnam, over years.
And you wanted to figure out why countries that do these military campaigns, which is pretty much what's going on now.
Let me find it. I apologize. Here we go. Jesus. I don't know what is going on. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, finally. Okay, this is the reason why I showed this picture of this little short man with the funny mustache with the little gacho pants stuck in his little boots, displaying a rendition of his Arch of Triumph right here, because this is what that arch reminds me of, that 4547 wants to build in Washington, D.C. To triumph what? What is the purpose of this arch that this funny-looking man wants to create an arch for? You guys don't remember...
a group of veterans sued to halt President Donald Trump's plan to build a new monument in Washington, D.C., alleging the proposal first requires congressional approval. 3 Vietnam War veterans and a historian filed the lawsuit in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. They are seeking to block Trump from building the towering Independence Arch between the Lincoln Memorial and Arlington National Cemetery. They allege it erodes the historical integrity of the city's existing monument landscape. The lawsuit, brought by veterans Michael Lemon, Sean Burness, and John Gunderson, reads, quote, obstructing the symbolic and inspiring view from Arlington National Cemetery to the Lincoln Memorial would dishonor their military and foreign service and the legacy of their comrades and other veterans buried at Arlington National Cemetery. The plaintiffs cite the Commemorative Works Act and other related statutes, arguing the project requires congressional approval and an extensive review process. Aside from aesthetic and historical concerns, the plaintiffs allege the arch would pose a hazard to air travel at nearby Reagan National Airport. The issue would require a project notice to the Federal Aviation Administration, but officials have not submitted such notice to the FAA's Obstruction Evaluation Airport Airspace Analysis site. The arch is part of Trump's vision to mark the United States' 250th birthday this year. It could be reportedly up to 250 feet tall, far eclipsing the Lincoln Memorial's roughly 100-foot structure. The president said last December that he hoped to begin construction of the arch within 2 months.
How you arching? How you arching? That is how 4547 is arching, and I'm pretty sure we understand what this is all about. Trump releases design for his proposed 250 foot arch between DC and Virginia. Let's look, shall we? Let me I need a full picture. Let's look, shall we?
New proposed renderings tonight for President Trump's controversial 250-foot arch in the nation's capital. Complete with a winged Lady Liberty, the structure itself would clock in at 166 feet tall, with the added statue on top bringing it to 250 feet, to celebrate 250 years since America's founding. For comparison, the Lincoln Memorial stands at 99 feet, the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, 164 feet.
I'd like it to be the biggest one of all. We're the biggest, most powerful nation.
If approved, the arch would go here, just across the Potomac River from the Lincoln Memorial on Columbia Island, which is still considered part of D.C. and very close to Reagan National Airport, raising questions about whether it could impact flight patterns in one of the country's busiest airspaces. The arch has already faced legal setbacks, with veterans and historians suing over traffic concerns and the loss of an unobstructed view between Arlington National Cemetery and the Lincoln Memorial.
Veterans are the ones that should like it. It's called the Triumphal Arch.
It's the president's latest attempt to leave his imprint on Washington after making significant changes, including tearing down the East Wing to make room for his $400 million ballroom project, which also faces an uncertain future in the courts. Monica Alba, NBC News, Washington.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories.
I would be remiss if I didn't remind you that, of course, that had no congressional approval either. Oh my God, I still had the Hitler thing up. I apologize. Let me go back. I'm worried about the view, and I still had the screensaver up. Let me reshare this with you. Here we go.
New proposed renderings tonight for President Trump's controversial 250-foot arch in the nation's capital. Complete with a winged Lady Liberty, the structure itself would clock in at 166 feet tall, with the added statue on top bringing it to 250 feet, to celebrate 250 years since America's founding. For comparison, the Lincoln Memorial stands at 99 feet, the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, 164 feet.
I'd like it to be the biggest one of all. We're the biggest, most powerful nation.
New proposed renderings tonight for President Trump's controversial 250-foot arch in the nation's capital, complete with a winged Lady.
Powerful nation.
If approved, the arch would go here, just across the Potomac River from the Lincoln Memorial on Columbia Island, which is still considered part of D.C. and very close to Reagan National Airport, raising questions about whether it could impact flight patterns in one of the country's busiest airspaces. The arch has already faced legal setbacks, with veterans and historians suing over traffic concerns and the loss of an unobstructed view between Arlington National Cemetery and the Lincoln Memorial.
Veterans are the ones that should like it. It's called the Triumphal Arch.
It's the president's latest attempt to leave his imprint on Washington after making significant changes, including tearing down the East Wing to make room for his $400 million ballroom project, which also faces an uncertain future in the courts. Monica Alba, NBC News, Washington.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top.
Okay, so this link is also in my description box. It's number 4 in the
New
description
proposed
box.
renderings tonight.
Oh Jesus! I don't know why I am off kiltered today. Number 4 in the description box. I'll go over there and check it out as well about the arch. He has put out his renderings, so it appears, he never bothers with doing things the right way. So who knows if the arches will be up? Maybe there be a tour of the arch and the MMA fighting arena on the same day. Maybe they'll open up at the same time. Who knows? So let's get into this.
New proposed renderings tonight for President Trump's controversial
That is not what I want. I want to get into my next presentation. What else did I want to talk about today? I want to get into
OpenAI has now
this.
Wow, despite talking a big game, Donald Trump has instantly folded at the outset of these negotiations with Iran in Islamabad. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and the entire Trump regime were posting earlier on social media that they're not going to give up their own interpretation of the 10-point plan. And then the Iranian negotiators, their leader of the parliament, MB Ghalibaf, and their foreign minister, Aragchi, like, okay, well, then we're not going to show up to Islamabad, and we're just going to leave J.D. Vance and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner alone there in Pakistan. So see you later. And then the Trump regime was like, okay, we'll give you what you want. What do you want? And then Iran posted on social media, we got exactly what we wanted already. And that seems that it means a lot of money has already been paid by the United States to Iran, potentially billions and billions and billions of dollars. You know how Donald Trump and his regime attacked former President Obama, who actually entered into a solid deal with Iran, and they said he brought cash loads on an airplane. It seems, again, I don't know for a fact, but let me show you what I'm basing my knowledge on, that the Trump regime may have already made a significant payment to Iran. I can't say that for a fact. I always want to be very clear here, but let's show you what went down already. MB Ghalibaf, Iran's parliament leader, who's one of the main negotiators in Islamabad, he posted the following before the Iranian delegation arrived in Islamabad. He writes, 2 of the measures mutually agreed upon between the parties have yet to be implemented. 1, a ceasefire in Lebanon and the release of Iran's blocked assets prior to the commencement of negotiations. These 2 matters must be fulfilled before negotiations start. Number 1,
these 2 matters must be fulfilled. So do you think that 4547 who J.D. Vance made a slip and let you know that they had been talking to Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary? Do you think that they have gotten their billions of dollars? They weren't going to move until they got their money. Give me my money. Put the money on the dresser. I think the money was put on the dresser personally, but everyone can have their opinions. These are the reports.
Ceasefire in Lebanon. Remember, Trump was saying Lebanon's not included, and J.D. Vance yesterday was like, oh, Ghalibaf doesn't know English well because we never said that Lebanon was involved in the ceasefire. And Ghalibaf was like, yeah, you're going there? Okay, then we're not showing up. And it seems that the Trump regime finally got Netanyahu, at least temporarily, to say no more strikes on Lebanon. Then number 2, you see it says Iran's blocked assets prior to the commencement of negotiations must be released back to Iran. That number, I think, is closer to $8 to $10 billion. It may even be more than that. And so media was reporting earlier today, the Iranian negotiating delegation has been at Tehran airport for hours and has not yet departed for Pakistan. And the sticking point is around Lebanon. But also don't sleep on the payment to Iran. And then the Iranian social media accounts were saying, bully or not bully? That is the question. And then the Iranian social media accounts posted, the preconditions have been accepted.
The preconditions have been accepted. This is in my description box. Go over there to the Midas touch. This is number 5 in my description box. Let's be clear. The preconditions have been accepted. The 2 things that had them sitting on their tarmac for hours in Tehran. It seemed like a straight beat a Trump in that condition for them to even go to Pakistan for these failed negotiations. So I wanted to share that with you. There is a couple of more things I want to share with you that I saw that were quite interesting that you may or may not be familiar with. Y'all remember your vice president arriving in Hungary to medal in the Hungarian election? Y'all remember that? Of course y'all remember that. I showed you guys this on Friday. arrived in Hungary to politic and to for Viktor Orban to politic and to uh, be a foot soldier for Viktor Orban. If you are unaware, Viktor Orban lost his election in a landslide. Viktor Orban, the authoritarian who Steve Bannon said was the original Trump. He's lost his election by a landslide, and here is what they are saying about the Orban election loss and about who Orban was. Let me find the Orban thing. Here it is. Let's get into the Viktor Orban of it all. These links will be the one that's on the screen now is Vice President your Vice President showing up in, where is it? Where is it? Oh my God. Wherever.
So, what is
in the country where Viktor Orban, Hungary? Okay, let's get into this.
Some good news. Some good news is the fact that Viktor Orban has lost. Yes, Viktor Orban has finally lost, and he lost big, folks. And Lev's here. I'm going to bring him on in 30 seconds. Viktor Orban of Hungary, the man who Steve Bannon said was Donald Trump before Trump. Viktor Orban of Hungary, who is the role model for right-wing authoritarians and MAGA. Viktor Orban of Hungary, who is Putin's ally, who was Netanyahu's ally. Viktor Orban, who, through his position as the leader of Fidesz, created Hungary into an illiberal democracy. His words. Viktor Orban, who gave the blueprint for MAGA and aspiring authoritarians to engage in essentially an illiberal democracy, a hybrid democracy.
Illegal democracy, a hybrid democracy, a friend of who? Of Vladimir Putin and Netanyahu. And obviously 45-47, because he had J.D. Vance go out there politicking and doing one of these little rallies for Viktor Orban on the eve of the election. The thing that 45-47 would call election interference if another nation did that from someone who he was in a race with. Okay, so that's neither here nor there, because they have these beliefs. Viktor Orban would taught Trump how to do the shit that he's doing. So hopefully Viktor Orban is going to teach Trump how to lose graciously, because at least Viktor Orban, he did concede his election where he won that he lost in dramatic fashion. Why do I keep on trying to say he won? He lost in dramatic fashion. And everything about this that is interesting is going to get a little more interesting, because I did not know that people in Hungary were just sick of all of the corruption in Viktor Orban's orbit. And what seemed to have been the last straw? I was not aware of this last straw. What seemed to be the last straw was about abuse of young children in hospitals. The SAing abuse of young children, and the people who were found to have be responsible in any way were not charged. They were let off. Does that sound familiar? Why does all of this type of thing always circulate in the vicinity of 45-47? Did you know that? I had no idea, but now I know. And we see who's supporting him. And Usha Vance, I was talking strangely about you is because the actual person, we're going to get into that too. There has been more breaking news behind the Melania accuser who told Melania, keep your name out of my mouth bitch, because I will tell everything. There has been more information. Remember, let's finish this Orban story, and then we'll get into the Melania.
Where it's essentially authoritarian rule cosplaying as a democracy. He lost, and he lost big. He lost huge. His party, Fidesz, lost after 16 years, and Peter Magyar, the 45-year-old former member of the Fidesz party, his party won 2/3 of the parliament. So not only did Orban lose, they got a shellacking, which means that the illiberal constitution can be rewritten. Already, Magyar has openly said,
Viktor Orban rewrote the constitution of Hungary. Let that sink in. So, you know, our 45, 47, he's just ignoring our constitution. You know, but, you know, who's to say what's to come in the future? The Supreme Court gave him full reign. Anything he wants to do cannot be considered unlawful as long as he sees that it is in his presidential duties. That was the ruling that your Supreme Court gave. So back to Orban.
all you reeks of Fidesz and Orban who are in positions of the judiciary, in media, in business, you better resign. You better resign real quick, or we're going to purge you. And he's promised.
Now, the winner said, all of you lackeys for Orban who got in your position because of corruption and you were placed there under corrupt measures, ways and means, you need to resign or you're going to get resigned. So there it is.
Accountability. Furthermore, Magyar, who, you know, went conservative, Hungary's kind of a conservative country. He didn't really say much about family values and LGBTQ. If you look at his messaging today, he said Hungary could be a place where anyone, you know, love anyone who you want to love. So he's now kind of leaning into something that he kind of kept quiet because he was running on essentially the fact that Hungary under Orban was a hot mess, a kleptocracy, an oligarchy, where Orban and his friends had completely raped the country, were using and abusing its resources, selling out the country to oligarchs, foreign oligarchs like Russia, doing the bidding of Russia and Putin and Trump, and also Netanyahu. The fact that him and his rich friends were getting richer, everyone else was getting poor. Does this sound familiar?
Does that sound familiar? Does any of this sound familiar? This is why I am giving you this information, since they decided to follow J.D. Vance funky ass over there to Hungary to rally for this madman. Let's see how the story plays out.
Corruption was endemic. The fact that he had created a new constitution, taken away checks and balances, taken away accountability, made the country less free, attacked Muslims.
Does that sound familiar? Taking away checks and balances, taking away accountability. As this administration is cabinet officials run around here with no accountability. Made the nation less free. As this administration looks for ways to determine that you are a domestic terrorist if you do the slightest thing that they can characterize under some vague description that they have given the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security reason to say that you are a domestic terrorist. But I digress. A lot of you people don't know because black people and black on black crime is your problem in America, and you have not been criminalized by no black people. But you know black on black crime statistics, but you don't know the fact that your FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are looking for ways to make you an American, average American citizen, a domestic terrorist. Not because anything you do, they are going to try to get you on pre-crimes. We're going to get you before you do something. Your FBI and your Department of Homeland Security, but you want to cry, you want to bemoan a black woman being a racist because she's giving you facts and information. Okay, but carry on.
Immigrants, LGBTQ, attacked wokeness. And everything got worse. Surprise, surprise. As his friends got richer, everything else got worse. And there was more open corruption. And wait for it, 2 years ago, what really got Peter Magyar to break from Orban was, can't make this up, there was a scandal in a children's home where there was a cover-up of sexual abuse of children. And the person who was close to Orban and Fidesz got pardoned. And apparently...
And there's a scandal going on in the United States around young girls. There's a scandal going on because they were told to release all these files. And the scandal is that they never released the names of these co-defenders willingly. The scandal is instead of releasing the names of who was looked at by the FBI to be named co-defenders, nothing has happened to these co-defenders that were talked about in. All of these Republicans who believe in the right for life and all lives matter, all children matter. When it came to time to interview one of the very, very, very rich and connected billionaire who was alleged to have Epstein live in one of his properties called the Epstein, the guest house of Lex Wexler, the Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie and Finch owner. He owned so many different companies. A billionaire living in Ohio who is now buying up a whole Ohio town and filling it with data center. That Lex Wexner, when it came time to finally subpoena him and put him under oath because they had to go through a DOJ redacting of the 6 co-defendants' name off of the Epstein files that Pam Bundy was supposed to only redact the names of the victims. But why did Pam Bimbo do it backwards? She left the names of the victims on there for everyone to see and hid the names of the named co-defenders and did nothing to them, didn't question them, didn't do anything. What did Pam Bimbo do? She redacted their names. Does that sound familiar? Now, you hear what Orban was doing with people who were convicted of SAing children in Hungary. Okay, so birds of a feather flock together. That's all I'm saying.
Was the last straw for Magyar, so he broke away. So he ran on accountability, he ran on anti-oligarchy, he ran on anti-corruption, he ran on getting Hungary back in the EU and in NATO, away from Russia, pro-Ukraine, and voila. I don't know if you saw that the beautiful videos that were went mainstream the last couple of days. Once I saw all those people gathered openly, proudly, freely singing, I'm like, oh, there's probably going to be a shellacking. But this was a massive beatdown. Lev, if you're here, I'm going to add you. And we want to just talk about what this means for not just Europe, but also MAGA, Russia, and Israel. Because, folks, you've been following this space. I've been trying to mention it. I know there's a lot of news happening with Melania Trump and also Iran, the economy. But J.D. Vance, before he got shipped off to Islamabad with Witkoff and Kushner, he was in Hungary, where the Vice President of the United States of America was rallying for Orban. Totally normal. And then also we have Russia. Russia's main guy was, wait for it, Viktor Orban. Zelensky was made into a villain. And Donald Trump, Steve Bannon said that Viktor Orban, 10 years ago, this quote I've never forgotten, Lev. Steve Bannon said, Orban was, quote, Trump before Trump. And all of these right-wing Greeks, including Tucker Carlson, went to Hungary and gave these easy kind of meatball down the middle type of interviews. They loved him. All these conservatives loved him. Viktor Orban was attending CPAC rallies. And now that Viktor Orban is out of power after 16 years, Magyar has won, resounding victory. And I know, Lev, you're Ukrainian. What does this mean for Ukraine and EU and NATO?
Oh, this is
okay. Lev Parnas is, if you are unaware, he worked in the first Trump administration. He was one of the ones who Trump tried to get to set Zelensky up about the phone call. It was a perfect phone call. If I'm not, he was the one who dropped the dime. He went with Rudy Giuliani to visit Zelensky, and they were trying to get Zelensky to lie about some investigation into the Bidens. So that's and I do believe, yeah, he did. He did serve some time in jail. If you are also unfamiliar, this greatly impacted his family, and how it impacted his family. His one of his sons was in law school. One of his sons was in law school, and I don't quote me. I think he was doing some work with the Midas touch. But he has gone on to stand out in his own, stand out on his own, and that person is none other. Let me get him up here real quick. Aaron Paranis. You guys know that I highlight a lot of news from Aaron. He is on Instagram as well as on YouTube. Aaron Paranis. This is Aaron. This is uh, let me go to his page. While I'm here, I may as well see. He does many posts per day, and while I'm here, I may as well show you what he has posted today. Since I'm here, hold on. What is going on? I don't know what's going on. May as well show you his latest post from today. Here he is, right here. Let me share the screen. Go over there and check out Aaron, and check him out on YouTube as well. If you don't know who Aaron is, this is Liv's son. He worked for the administration. This is Aaron Paranis. He's from Ukraine. He got a lot of scoop on news that was going on in Ukraine. Aaron Paranis rises to his media moment. He has won great accolades. 30 under 30. Let me see. So he's doing great things on his own. He just became a first-time father. So go over there and check him out. Let's see what his latest story is. That's the one I just... Now, I didn't see this Trump posing as Jesus thing. He did the story on... Let me see. Trump put out a picture of himself posing as Jesus, and this is why the Pope read him a new one. And now it appears that Trump has came out and said, "Oh no, I wasn't posing as Jesus. I was posing that as a doctor from the Red Cross." Well, even if that's what you were doing, why were you doing that? Because we know that you have cut off all type of aid to other countries. You care nothing about other countries. You care about not U.S. aid you have cut out. So why would you post yourself as being a motherfucking doctor for the Red Cross? You have cut off a food stamp for poor children when you have plenty of money to feed them. So why would you position yourself as a doctor for the Red Cross? I'm going to have to Google and find this picture because I've been hearing about it all morning. I haven't seen it for myself, but let's hear the lie that your president is now saying that the picture represent like we're fools. Okay, let's get the volume.
Picture of him as Jesus, but is claiming that it wasn't him as Jesus, it was him as a doctor, part of the Red Cross. Not making this up. This is a serious thing. So I want you to decide for yourself. This is the image. You've seen it on the internet. Trump says that this is him depicting himself as a doctor, part of the Red Cross. Not Jesus, but doctor as a member of the Red Cross. That's what the president says this is. And mind you, his supporters pretty much knew what it was because they started calling him the Antichrist from the beginning. demanding that he apologize. They knew that this was depicting him as Jesus, not as a doctor, part of the Red Cross.
Wow, I didn't see it. He's disgusting. This man is totally disgusting. He just called for a genocide of all 92 million people in Iran, a civilization, and now he comes out with this. This man is nuts, in my opinion. This man has lost all of his marbles, in my opinion. And I'm gonna play for you something that better makes me believe that. No, everything about me, just watching him, makes me believe that. But I did not see this. This is frightening. That this is the man who have the nuclear codes.
The president of the United States is actively, and he's blaming the media, by the way. He says only the media could think of something like that this was Jesus and not of him as a doctor, because according to him, he thinks it's pretty evident that this is him as a doctor. Any events, spread the word. Subscribe to my Substack, link in bio to support my work. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some news right now. Donald Trump is admitting to posting the picture of him as Jesus, but is claiming that it wasn't him as Jesus, it was him as a doctor, part of the Red Cross. Not making this up. This is a serious thing. So I want you to decide for yourself. This is the image. You've seen it on the internet.
So a doctor from the Red Cross is touching someone on their head, like they are praying for somebody, and a light is coming from the person. Why is this a person over here praying? And of course, they always have to bastardize the American flag. And here is the American eagle, the bald eagle, or whichever type of eagle it is. They always have to bastardize this fake patriotism. And if he is a doctor from the Red Cross, why is it all of these souls are floating up into the heavens? Give me a motherfucking break. The whole Antichrist. Is this a jet plane right here? Is this a fucking fighter plane right here? It does to me seem not like an eagle. This one right here, it seems to be a fighter plane. I guess it's on its way to Iran to save souls.
Trump says that this is him depicting himself as a doctor, part of the Red Cross. Not Jesus, but doctor as a member of the Red Cross. That's what the president says this is. And mind you, his supporters pretty much...
There you go. I didn't know I was going to get to that, but this is where we arrive. I'm going to put this link in the description box as well. Also, the other link that I showed you about Orban losing, that is number 6 in my description box. Trump being the Antichrist, therefore will be number 7 in my description box. So this is just a little information that I didn't know if you were aware of, so I just wanted to make you aware. Here we go. I think there is one more thing I want to show you. Let me close this out. Oh, damn. Those are the troops he's sacrificing up top. I concur. Christ-like pervert. What? They think a felon apis pedophile is Christ-like. Yes. Yes. Isn't that crazy? Yes, a weirdo. A whole weirdo. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. I was reading the comments until they got ridiculous. So I'm going to I'm going to go back to some of the stories that I had held aside that I wanted to share with you. Okay, let me share my screen with you. Once again, let's go to a couple of things. I want to make sure I don't miss out on sharing. Uh, mhm. If you don't know, Eric Swalwell
We have breaking news just in.
has stopped his run for governor. He has been accused of of raping a woman with the R, the hard R word. He has been also accused of having a lot of inappropriate touching, inappropriate sendings of news to women. Now, I did not even know Eric Swalwell was running for governor, but he is now pulled out of the governor's race for governor of California. Let me I am sharing this with you. So let's get into this story. Understand that right is right, and right don't hurt nobody. If he has done these things, he's despicable. So he is leaving the race for governor. He came out with a statement on, I believe it was X. He has come out with a statement, and his statement reads as follows. I think this is it. I am suspending my campaign for governor. Let me remove this comment before I go into this. I am suspending my campaign for governor. To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I am deeply sorry for mistakes in judgment I've made in my past. I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made. But that's my fight, not a campaigns. I think he means a campaigns fight. That's my personal fight, not my not a campaigns fight. So, even listen. Let me tell you something. If somebody had previously SA'd me that I worked for, I would have been reporting it. If somebody had previously SA'd me that I worked for and I no longer work for them, I would not be contacting them to and agreeing to sit down and have more drinks with them when I said that the first time that I was SA'd by that person that I had too many drinks and I woke up naked in the bed with them, not knowing what happened last night. If that had happened to me at any juncture, if I felt that I had been violated, criminally violated, I would have reported it. Everybody's different. But what I do know is I would not have recontacted that person after I no longer worked for them and I thought that I was doing it in a new career and I wanted, I don't know what, I can't say what people thought, but I would not contact that person and agree to go out and do what again with them, have drinks. No, that's something I wouldn't do. But if the investigation proves that it was done or was not done, let the law take its course, and I am not going to cry about either one of the people involved. Grown people do grown things. You choose to do dumb shit happens to you. You choose to commit a crime, you pay for the crime. That's all I got to say about this one case that I heard. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Nobody's talking about no Christianity. Get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. I may have misread that. To pity Christian world ruled by Satan, the greatest nation of the USA ruled by Satanist governments. Okay, I concur with you. I misread that. So you can stay. Hit the like button. So here's Eric Swalwell's response and the reporting.
And Congressman Eric Swalwell is suspending his campaign for California governor as he faces allegations of sexual assault. He made the announcement minutes ago on X, writing, quote, "I am suspending my campaign for governor. To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I'm deeply sorry for mistakes in judgment I've made in my past. I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's." Well, clearly the bottom fell out, and it was unsustainable for him to stay in the race. But he's motioning,
They said that he's saying he's going to stay in Congress. He's still a congressman. Now, they said that I believe it was 21 Democrats who had supported him and came out and supported him, and all of the Democrats who were supporting him have taken back their support from him. So that's what they mean. It seems to be unsustainable. Now these Democrats are coming out saying that this was this is something, everybody knew about this. No, everybody did not know about this. I never heard anything about this. The way Eric Swalwell spoke when he was questioning people, I would not have any idea about this. I knew that there was some rumor about him allegedly having a liaison with a Chinese spy in government. He has been denying that. I had never heard a whimper about him essaying sending news pictures to employees. That is one of the most, a lot of men never encountered this. But to have to make a living and people to do unwanted, unthwarted advances towards you is one of, and to the point where you have to contemplate quitting your job. When you complain, nothing happens. That is one of the worst positions that a lot of women are put in. Don't get it twisted. Do not get it twisted. I don't know what happened in his situation, but I know this happens in a lot of situations. So for the Democrats, no, it's not a open book. Everybody didn't know that. A lot of people never heard this story before. Let's keep it a buck.
in Congress, and he is going to fight these allegations.
Yeah, and we've been hearing from, I think, a lot of Democrats who have talked about the importance of walking the talk, right? And I think there has been like a sea change in this country about believing victims. And, you know, Eric Swalwell has even himself come out in the past and talked about the importance of believing victims when they come forward with their stories. And I think given the context of what has happened in this country on the Epstein files and the seriousness of the allegations and the leaders of the Democratic Party who've called on him to step aside, there was no way for him to sustain this campaign. And I think it'll be very interesting, again, because you have a president in this country who has been accused of sexual misconduct for years, and he's always brushed it off. And I think it's always been important for Democrats that they walk the talk and they actually back up when they say the importance of believing victims and trying to get to the bottom of allegations like these. So
the whole thing just makes me very sad. Yeah. Honestly, I feel very sad for the victims that they've felt the need to come forward publicly. I think the fact that they haven't come forward publicly until now, I mean, even under cloak of anonymity, tells you how much is at risk for women who are put in this position, as these women alleged to have been. So the whole thing just makes me very sad. And I don't know. I hope that those who have been hurt, if indeed these allegations are true, get some sense of closure from all of this.
Yeah, I agree with your point entirely, Eamon, about just in this moment with the Epstein files and the fact that Swalwell and so many others have spoken out in support of the survivors. The right thing for this Congress to do is to listen to survivors, to believe women and vulnerable people. And I think we'll find out pretty quickly, starting tomorrow, where things are headed on Capitol Hill here for him, but also 3 other members of Congress who are facing serious allegations of different nature.
There you see them right there.
Yeah.
Corey Mills, Tony Gonzalez, Sheila McCormick there. Hers is of a financial nature, not a sexual assault or sexual related crime. But I think at this point, so many voters in the country right now are just sort of disgusted with the lack of accountability.
Yeah.
And they want to see action. And it really doesn't matter so much if there's a D or an R in front of your name. I think people want to move forward and they want fighters, but they want fighters with credibility, with honesty, and who treat the people around them with respect.
Well, and hopefully this moment is going to open up
And so we'll have to see, you know, like, if there are expulsions, will there be special elections? And if there is a concern about how the special elections would go, or if they would be slow walked in different states, how that would affect the calculus. I wish that wasn't an
Okay, I was doing all this talking and my mic was out. Yes. Mute. So let's cleanse our palate from that disgusting story. But who's winning? Who's losing a war? Did we really lose or did you lose? Your win has you in a war that you're losing. Who's the winner here? Okay, all right. Let's cleanse our palate. Why don't we? This link will be in my description box. If you are wondering where to find Lego videos, number 8 in my description box. Here you go. Entertainment. Purely entertainment.
Yeah. Keep that same energy. You ain't nothing but a fraud.
You notice all the tech billionaires sitting at the table. You really need to pay attention to this. All of these people who are sitting at the table are all from tech companies and corporations. Let's get into it. Let's be clear. This ain't about politics. It's about a character. 13%. That is the verdict on your soul. You spent your whole life chasing ratings, building golden cages around a pathetic, empty man. A con artist who got too loud. You ain't the leader. You are a joke without a punchline. History won't remember a president. It'll remember a shameful footnote. You got zero respect, period. That's what it says. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. It is also in my description box. Oh, hold on. I'm not gonna replay it. I just had to do that. It is also in my description box. I am going to drop it in the link right now. I'll go over there and check it out. Check it out. Here you go. Leonard, same in Europe. We have governments, Satan's clowns. Yes, a bunch of clowns. I can't understand what's happening to the people. The people are being dummied down. The people are being dummied down, and they are becoming followers. You have so many people who are looking for acceptance. Because I think one of the problems is that people don't get out and really socialize and meet real human beings. So people can bring themselves in on their gadgets and stuff, and they can find like-minded people. They can find people in like, I'm in here doing my thing, and then somebody get on my nerves, and I can just delete them from my life. In real situations, we had to develop coping skills because there was no one that you could totally delete from your existence, that you would never see them again. Block, delete, or you could delete people, but you couldn't just block people where you never had to. So you learned a different type of coping skills, and you learned more interpersonal skills. But on these gadgets, and if people have been raised in this computer world, there's a lot of missed opportunities to develop a lot of skills that we need to really survive, to really communicate, to really have real relationships, to really have empathy for other people, because it's damn near like a microwave of personal relationships, which is bad. So that's just what I think about it. I don't know. Um, There's a cabal of weirdos worldwide. Facts. You have their leader, but you have their leader. That dude is their leader with his weird looking self. What dude? That live is news from America Channel or from social media. What? I don't know what news you're speaking of. Which one are you speaking of in particular, though? Or are you talking to Leonard? Are you talking to me, or are you talking to Leonard, first of all? He must be talking to you, Leonard. It's taking too long to answer. I'll be looking for your answer. The Duke of Kent is their leader, RonyiQ. The Duke of Kent. Duke of Kent. Now, are you talking? What country are you talking about? I don't know the Duke of Kent. I know you're not talking about Andrew because he's a Duke of nobody. So that's why I'm saying I don't know what country you're talking about, because they took all his titles away from him, unless you're being facetious. The Duke of Kent. You're talking about Andrew? He's no Duke anymore. I think you're talking about Andrew. I think you're being facetious. I think you're just messing with me. That's what I think you're doing. Okay, you just. Why are you messing with me? Okay, there are a couple more things that I did want to talk about. Let me look at my notes. You should. I did the higher gas prices. Sitcom lies. ORBON. Now, Cake Breath is told that he must stop hiding the real war from the media. I kind of talked on that story. I will drop a actual link about that story. Let's get into that story right now. What a judge said that Cake Breath must do and stop hiding the real war from the media? Is that the one? I guess hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Share screen. Okay, here we go. Let's get back into it. I apologize if I take a little second. A lot happened. And I even went live Saturday. I cannot believe.
OpenAI has now become...
It's like I didn't even have a weekend because I went live Saturday. Trump instantly folds in Iran negotiations. Massive lawsuit blows.
It's time to go after the rogues gallery of election deniers that Donald Trump let inside.
Oh, this is very important. If you are unaware of, it doesn't seem like that SAVE Act is going to pass. That SAVE Act where 4547 is going to sideline a lot of voters from the voting rolls. So you must understand that he has a pool full of election deniers who are in different areas of government, in different state governments, election deniers denying that Biden won the 2020 election. And these people have been put in positions to oversee the midterm elections. Now, we already know that he's already stolen all of the ballots from Georgia. Now, there's a lawsuit pending in Washington state because Trump has demanded that they turn over all of their election materials. So Washington state is fighting that lawsuit, but it doesn't seem like he would even have the votes to get the SAVE Act passed if they put it to the floor. And one of the reasons we know why they aren't putting it to the floor is because they do not have the votes. So, of course, if they had the votes, swooshy Mike Johnson would be putting it to the floor. So your president has come up with an executive order to be a go-around if, in fact, the SAVE Act does not pass.
His administration who are running key positions about the vote. And now Democracy Forward, yes, our collaborators here on Legal AF have filed a new lawsuit, and they want to get to the bottom of the relationship between the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division and Harmeet Dillon, who's busy trying out to be the Attorney General and all.
Now, Harmeet Dillon, if you do not remember, she was over the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. Harmeet Dillon, the woman who arrested Don Lemon and tried to charge him under the Ku Klux Klan Act. As if he was doing something that they had to make a whole law to stop the Ku Klux Klan from doing to black people. She wanted to charge Don Lemon under the Ku Klux Klan Act, and she wanted to bring those charges on Dr. King's day. Let that sink in. Harmeet Dillon, who has been instrumental in trying to claw back any civil rights lawsuits that are made by people of color. Let that sink in. And she is in the running to take over for whom? Pam Bondi. She's more skilled and acute in her job. Pam Bondi was such a lapdog that she can't even play or portray a real attorney, even though she is one. So let's continue.
All of those election deniers inside and outside of the administration. Particularly, we're going to talk here on this hot take about Kurt Olson. who is in charge, apparently, of election integrity. He is a fringe election denier who Donald Trump appointed to be in charge of voting and election integrity. Kurt Olson was the guy that filed a complaint, if you will, or made a charge against Fulton County that led to an FBI agent preparing an affidavit to get a search warrant to seize Fulton County's, in Georgia, 650 boxes of voter data. All starts and emanates from the demented mind of Kurt Olson, who was so fringe that even the first round of Trump lawyers like Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani sidelined him in the first administration. But now he's front and center. He's become an earworm for Donald Trump.
And you know that Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani both lost their law licenses for what they did in the first administration. And this man was too crazy for even them. And they were willing to do shit that lost them their law licenses in their late stages of life. They've been practicing law for all of this time. Mayor Rudy Giuliani, always remember 9/11 Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who was over the Southern District of New York. All of his accolades from having a law license that got him was willing to do things that lost him his law license, as was that old tiger print shirt wearing Sidney Powell. And the thing about it is, Ty Cobb, if you ever hear Ty Cobb, one former Trump attorney, tell you that Trump has lost it and everything that Trump is doing is illegal. See, there's the difference. There's people that respect themselves and respect what they have done, what it took for them to get where they are, and they are not going to risk nothing about their life, their education, their well-being, their security for no goddamn Donald Trump. And then there's Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani and Pam Bondi's. And now, the reason I'm saying this is, if this man was too crazy for two motherfuckers who lost their law license and doing what they did for Donald Trump the first round, he's front and center himself about your election security in the second round of this Trump administration. That ought to frighten you. They are trying to set this election up every way till Sunday. Now, I know that I just take it as a given that this administration will be taking voting machines and taking ballots out of poll stations. I know they will be taking them and confiscating voting machines. You can. Who want to put some money on it? Let's put some money on it, because I am of the belief that we will be seeing voting machine confiscated. We're going to be seeing ballots confiscated in this midterm election. Okay, let's continue.
About fraud in the election. And now Democracy Forward, in their new complaint for injunctive relief, wants to get to the bottom of the communications between the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division and Kurt Olson. And we want to know more about Eric Neff, that shadowy figure that's behind the 30 lawsuits that have been filed against states to try to get their voter data. The voter data that belongs to you and me. The voter data that the government has no role in, has no purpose for. And yet they want to create a giant database to try to make it so they can check citizenship through a federal system before the election, which is against the Constitution. That's being led by...
You notice what they are doing to get your voter data. They thought of a way where they can determine to get your voter information. They just want to check your citizenship. But you notice they can easily figure out a way to do that, but they don't use the same technology. They go in and They can't determine left to right, but they want to make sure that they have all the 18 and over bodies. Are they checking the citizenship of all of these 18-year-olds that they are enlisting into the selected services? Oh, they're not doing that. Are they figuring out ways that they can purge people from the selected service? No, they're not doing that. They want whoever they can get in. It's not important who they get in when it comes to that, but they want you to believe that this is a system that is needed to make sure they have only citizens voting. But they show you no information about it being a problem in this country for non-citizens voting in this country. All of this, and you don't have enough people calling it out. People, I don't. You need a driver's license to buy this. I don't understand why they're not asking for a driver's license. It's just voter ID. Everybody gotta eat. No, they're asking for citizenship. Let's be real clear. This is not a voter ID anything. This is about citizenship. With a birth certificate with your name, middle in your ID must exactly match your birth certificate. Most people still don't have their same last name that they were born with. It must exactly match it. If your middle name is on your birth certificate and your middle name is not on your ID, that is not matching. If your full name, your middle name, and your last name, and your full name and only your middle initial and your last name is on your birth certificate, you can't vote. So, they can use all of this technology that they have let Elon Musk and Doge go into, all of the regulatory systems in the United States, from the IRS to the everything, Treasury Department, everything, to the Health and Human Services data bank, everything. But they cannot figure out who is and is not allowed to vote. They can't figure this out without having you to then go get new ID. They can't figure out the correlation. But when it comes to finding you and declaring you to be an enemy of the state, they can connect your whole life. Well, you used to be this person, and then you got married, and you were that person, and now we are going to say that you are a enemy. What is it? What is it? Not enemy of the state. A domestic terrorist. If they want to say that you're a domestic terrorist, they're going to be able to tell you every name that you use. But it's so confusing. You got to go get a new ID. No, you got to go pay for a passport. Oh, you 89, you 74, you can't see, you can't drive, you live in a rural area. No, you got to go get ID. Oh, well, I'm sorry, you live 4 hours from the nearest place where you can get ID from. Maybe if you start off early. Oh, you don't drive. You don't have. There's no public transportation. This is voter suppression. That's all this is. They can figure out everything else when they want to, but they can't figure out if you are really an American citizen. Can't they? Can't they? Anyway, this is some bullshit. Let's continue.
Eric Neff and this new lawsuit, which I'll read to you in a minute, wants to get to the bottom of the relationship between Eric Neff and Harmeet Dillon, who is the right-wing tryout person for the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division. Harmeet Dillon is trying desperately to be the Attorney General, trying to put a more polished face than Pam Bondi on all of the unconstitutional attacks on voting. So we want to get to the bottom of Eric Neff. We want to get to the bottom of other people, including another shadowy figure who used to work at a law firm that I used to work at, hard to believe, Cleta Mitchell. Cleta Mitchell set up a number of entities, including ones called the Election Integrity Network. And every state's got one. And it's all filled with election deniers who believe that Maduro in Venezuela was working in a conspiracy with Dominion voting systems and other companies, Smartmatic, to flip votes from Trump to Biden. Yeah, that never happened by satellite or otherwise. And yet Cleta Mitchell is still out there, you know, with her coiffed hair and her pearls, and she looks like she stepped out of some oil painting. And she used to work at a law firm I worked at called Foley and Lardner until they kicked her out because she was secretly representing Donald Trump on all this election denier stuff. You think Sidney Powell was cuckoo? You think she was unhinged? Wait till you see Cleta Mitchell. And so this is what the lawsuit about. And a lot of times it starts with a Freedom of Information Act complaint. That means that an entity, a public service entity, a public entity like Democracy Forward, led by Sky Perryman, makes a records demand on the government under Freedom of Information Act to get all of the emails and all the correspondence about a person, about a subject delivered to them. And when it's ignored or denied, you can then run into court and you can file for a court order to have that information delivered to you properly and attorney's fees for having done it. And then that's only the first step. Once you get the information from the government, which you're extracting like a tooth in a root canal, kicking and screaming, then you look at the data, and if you have any kind of substantive claim for a constitutional violation, something that violates the Administrative Procedures Act, violates the Department of Justice manual, then you bring that in a substantive lawsuit that follows this. But the can opener for this can of worms is a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit. Let's get to this one in particular. Now, Harmeet Dillon, there's a lot of mail ballots and voter data information floating around out there. Let me grab it and explain it to you, okay? Trump administration, through its Civil Rights Division, led by this guy, Eric Neff, is trying through lawsuits to get 30 different states, including the District of Columbia, to just turn over their voter data. They're claiming they need it under the Civil Rights Act and under the Help America Vote Act, HAVA, or under the National Registration Act, which they don't need it at all. And they need to still have a proper purpose to get it from the states. Otherwise, it stays with the states. Now, the states under the Civil Rights Act have to accumulate this data, but it doesn't mean they have to turn it over to the feds. Now, the reason the false pretext that the Department of Justice has been using about the need for voter data is we need it to just make sure and double check that the states are complying with the Help America Vote Act and the Registration Act, and they're keeping the rolls properly. Well, neither of those two statutes say that the federal government has that role and that they're entitled to that data in order to do that. That's one problem. Even the Civil Rights Act says you got to have a purpose stated, and they're not stating any proper purpose because they don't have one. Now, at the same time, they're running into court and different courts trying to mislead judges, and they're telling them different stories. When one judge asked, for instance, are you building a giant database under this executive order that Trump just entered last Tuesday to check citizenship before voting? Is that why you're getting this voter data? Oh, no, that's not why we're getting this voter data. And then in response to another judge, yes, that's exactly what we're doing. Some of them just said, no, we're keeping it for ourselves for what we said to check to see if it complies with the Help America Vote Act. And others are very candid because I guess they didn't get the memo and they said, oh, no, we're building the giant database that you're worried about. And then there's this kind of working together between the Civil Rights Division, which is not a criminal division, and the criminal division of the Department of Justice, going after places like Fulton County, Georgia, or Arizona, or ballots in California, and the rest. And here's Harmeet Dillon, who's trying out to be the Attorney General, trying to put a kind face, a reasonable face, with her gauzy lens and her creams and beiges.
Oh my God, he said her gauzy lens and her, oh my God, her creams and beiges. I'm pretty sure she did like the stars of the 30 movies, put some Vaseline on the lens of her camera before she started the level. He's dragging her.
In her presentation, trying to be the better Pam Bondi We can see right through it. Play the clip of Harmeet Dillon.
Hi, I'm Harmeet Dillon, Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, and I'm here to share an important update about one of my many important duties here at the DOJ, which is enforcing our federal election laws. Here's some facts.
Okay, let's get into this. This is her chair in her office at the DOJ. Is this one of these expensive? Because that's a good chair. That doesn't seem like just a regular office chair. That seems like some of these high-priced chairs that they're wasting your federal dollars on. She is in her office. She's not in her home. She's in her office. This is just something I noticed because, I'm just like, oh, I love that chair. That's not just a regular chair. She didn't get that from Amazon. It don't even have any wheels on it. Oh, that is a good chair. Let's continue.
For you. In the last 8 months, the DOJ has reached out to all 50 states, asking them to share their voter rolls with us so that we can help them comply with the Help America Vote Act, which requires states.
So when did the states need your help with this in a previous administration? And why do you think that states would need the federal government's help? Show me some data that shows that the states are not doing a good job at doing this on their own. Thus, we need a federal intervention. Lord have mercy. Where do we need federal intervention in this? Where or why? Can you explain that to me? Nowhere. So she's trying, it's just simply, we're just asking. We're just trying to be a hand. Why are you trying to be a hand? In something that is not happening or is not needed. That's what she's not telling you. There's no reason for this to be happening.
To maintain clean voter rolls. 4 states complied voluntarily. We sued North Carolina early on, and they are checking the voter records of 100,000 voters who were improperly enrolled on their voter rolls, and they're going to fix their problem voluntarily. We have an agreement.
No, she just said 100,000 people who were invalidly on their voter rolls. Can you imagine? This is in North Carolina. I wonder where in North Carolina these 100,000 names are. I wonder what districts these 100,000 names are. I wonder what race of people these 100,000 names are.
In place almost with another dozen states, and I expect very soon we'll be looking at voter rolls, and they're going to fix their problem voluntarily. We have an agreement in place almost with another dozen states, and I expect very soon
we have an agreement in place. She's a liar. Almost. So you want to make it appear to that this is just normal things that you're doing. We have an agreement in place. Almost. That means you do not have an agreement in place. So your choice of words of saying we have an agreement in place to normalize something that is abnormal, that is being fought by the states. You say we have an agreement in place. Almost. This is the one who wanted.
Be looking at their voter data and comparing it with our records and helping them clean up those voter rolls. Now we have 15 lawsuits pending against 14 states. That's right. California got sued twice, and we are in litigation with them. They're refusing to provide their records, even though many of these states voluntarily provide their voter rolls to nonprofit groups like ERIC and even other groups. And so we are going to make sure that we get to the bottom of those. And then we're going to get to the rest of the states. So we're engaged.
Get to the bottom of those. What? The fact that they voluntarily give their voter data because they are in control of who they give their voting data to. So you ask them for the voting data. You ask everybody in the country to give you your voter data. I think 23 states voluntarily just coughed it up. And we're going to get to the bottom. What are you getting to the bottom of? Just because they voluntarily gave it to other entities, you feel that we're going to get, and so therefore we're going to get to the bottom of that of what? What are you getting to the bottom of? Nothing particular. Nothing specifically is she getting to the bottom of. This is bullshit. The link is in my description box. I cannot labor this anymore. This is number 9 in my description box. So let's mosey on to something that I have that I want to further delve into about this voter suppression for the midterms. This is also going to be under number 9 in the description box, so I will share this with you now. They have lawsuits abounding. Now, Mark Eliza, he is with the Legal AF, and he does shows on Legal AF. And Mark Eliza has won several suits against Donald Trump, and the DOJ cannot stand to go up against Mark Eliza. But let me see. Okay, here we go. Let me share this with you. This is Midas Touch. This is Legal as fuck. This is Legal AF as well. They do a weekend show once a week. Both attorneys. So I want to share this with you as well. It's at the 29-minute mark. Okay, here we go.
Like we all know people, or some who just put their head in the sand because it's too depressing and they don't want to know. It's still really important to have those conversations because this is like no time in American history. This is, I guess it's fitting, it's our 250th anniversary that we are really, for the first time in our history, facing, I guess not the first time, slavery and the Civil War was, I guess, a kind of really important time too. But this is the first time in recent history, I guess is a better way of putting it, and certainly in my lifetime, where I felt that our democracy is on the line. And really just what it means to be an American is on the line, and what it means to be a kind person and to be a caring person and a human being who doesn't try to make fun of or stomp on those who are either weak or disabled or marginalized, or just if you're not like a manosphere alpha male. And I think that's what's always beautiful about Americans and about this country is we are a melting pot, and we accept and really try to lift up all people, and that's what's at stake here. That's what's on the line here in these upcoming elections, because it's really our identity and who we are going forward, not just internally, but also to the rest of the world. And this war, as terrible as it is, I think in some ways is showing the American people in living color just how bad things are. And so let's just talk about the elections, because I do think that's really the key, are these midterm elections, because we have to take back Congress. We have to make Congress a functioning body again that will serve as a check against our presidency and against the courts, because that's really what our country was founded on, was checks and balances and co-equal branches of government. And actually Article 1 of the Constitution is Congress, because the founders didn't want to make it the president, right? He's Article 2, and then the judges are Article 3. And that's because to send a message, right? That the president isn't the most powerful, and Congress is very powerful and makes the laws. And the president's job is
Congress makes the laws. The president's job is to
execute those laws, and the court's job is to interpret those laws. And that's what the roles, the basic roles of our three branches of government are. So what was Trump doing last week?
So what has been done in this administration? Your president is doing all three of these jobs. They have consolidated the power into the president, and Congress is not making any laws. The judges are doing a piss poor job at explaining what the laws mean, and 45-47 is doing whatever he wants to do in exercising anything that he feel is lawful. He don't even care if it's lawful. He is just executing any way that he feels fit to execute, because the Supreme Court has given him the right to do this. So this is why this is important in the elections.
Signing an executive order, essentially creating. And that's what the roles, the basic roles of our three branches of government are. So what was Trump doing last week? Signing an executive order, essentially creating a suppression contraption between the American people and the ballot box, right? That's what he has essentially did. He basically said that I'm going to put all these agencies, Department of Homeland Security, Social Security, the Post Office, right? The U.S. Postal Service. So they're going to create this voting database machine thing that essentially will take away from the states the ability to set the time, place, manner, and how elections are going to be run, who can do it, who can do mail-in votes, et cetera. And you know, Article 1 of the Constitution actually says that the states control the time, place, and manner of elections. It's in the Constitution, not the president. And so him doing an executive order, and you know, it's taking away, it's violating the First Amendment, it's violating Article 1, it's violating the 10th Amendment, which is states' rights, and it's also violating congressional law.
So if you thought that the SAVE Act was the biggest obstacle that is happening in this midterm election, understand that last week your president signed an executive order, because it appears that even on the Republican side, they will not have enough votes to pass the SAVE Act. So this is part of 3 or 4 of the plan, because they understand they have all of these people already set up in these different agencies of allegedly protecting your vote. They already have voter deniers already set up in these agencies. So this was a long plan. If this doesn't happen, we'll have people set up here and this, that, and the other. And this is what they're executing right now. They're executing their plan in broad daylight under the guise of an executive order that the president does not have the power to make. But he has gone forward with this order
that that talks about this. So why don't you talk a little bit about where we are, this executive order, and what's going on with this voter suppression, this latest voter suppression issue, because we know Trump has been trying to do this through the Save America Act and other ways. But let's talk a little bit about this executive order and then what's happening in response.
Well, I just want to begin by thanking you for what you said about our democracy and the perils we face. And really, democracy is a method for us securing our freedoms. And one of the most important ways we secure our freedoms is through the right to vote. The right to vote is sort of the gateway right that helps enable all the other rights, helps us secure the other rights. And so to see a president, any president, asserting that he himself has the power to set the rules for our elections is unfathomably dangerous. It's unconstitutional. It's contrary to the express language of the Constitution, as you mentioned, which expressly says that states are the ones that set the time, place, and manner of elections. And Trump is trying to usurp that power. As he's trying to usurp power in other ways, he doesn't have any authorization in the Constitution in Article 2 to play this role. He doesn't have any power delegated to him to do so, to direct these agencies to intervene in our elections. And he doesn't have the the congressional consent. In fact, he's losing. He's a big loser in this area too, where in fact Congress has failed to pass his really intrusive and outlandish SAVE Act, which I refuse to call the SAVE Act, because it's really not about saving anything other than trying to save him from any accountability from Congress by trying to rig the rules against us to make it harder for people to vote, and in particular harder to make it harder for millions, tens of millions of American women to vote who change their name. People who do not have a passport, for example, who may have a hard time getting the documents to show that they are a U.S. citizen, when in fact in America, analysis after analysis, blue ribbon panel after blue ribbon panel, audit after audit has shown there is not a problem in America with immigrants voting as citizens in elections. This is not a problem. It's fake. It is something that has been invented as a boogeyman to try to push people into these voter restrictions. The fact is that if someone who's not a citizen votes, they could face criminal consequences or deportation. It's not a thing. Every single person who's studied these issues knows it's not a thing, and that has not stopped Trump's loyalists in Congress from trying to push this terrible bill, the SAVE Act, forward. And in the face of the fact that they do not have the votes as yet to pass it, Trump has tried to go around Congress, which he's done numerous times in the past year or so. He's tried to go around Congress to get what he wants anyway by declaring it through an executive order. Now, executive orders, these EOs, are, I think in some ways, they're not worth the paper they're written on. They're like as if someone wrote on a paper napkin, because just because he declares it as an executive order doesn't actually make it binding law, which is why American Oversight and a group of historians have challenged in a separate action we'll talk about later, another declaration of his department about power, and numerous of his executive orders have been challenged by other litigants, other advocacy and rights groups, because just because he signs an order doesn't make it law. He's asserting a power. And in this instance, on the voting rights, it could not be more disruptive than what he's proposing, which you described, Karen, quite accurately, of course, in terms of trying to direct all these federal agencies to take over voting, take over checking who's on the voting rolls, try to declare that certain people can't vote, put new restrictions on the envelopes and the type of mailers that can be used for mail-in voting. And this comes at a time when Louis DeJoy, who is his postmaster general, has already massively disrupted the functioning of our mail. Almost every American who's watching knows it takes longer for your mail to get there now under Trump's postmaster general, Louis DeJoy. That's because he's been consolidating the mail sorting processes into a couple regional areas, basically so he can later try to privatize them. So he or his successor can privatize.
Understand, Louis DeJoy was over the post office. He was the postmaster under his first administration. And what what's his name, DeJoy or DeJolly, what he does is he goes into these local post office facilities, close them down. He goes into some of these mail sorting facilities, and he actually take apart the machines that they have been using to sort mail for no reason other than to say, oh wow, this mail system is out of control, these people ain't doing their jobs, as he has dismantled the mail sorting machines. If you have never been to a major post office where you see the machinery that they use to sort and handle this mail, you would be amazed. And this is what Jolly is taking apart. This is this is the reason why they are being a stickler on what date your ballot has to be stamped by. And one of the things that is being affected by Jolly being in the post office is mail is taking forever. Even when you put it in even when you drop it in a post office, it may not be stamped for days later. So imagine if you're putting your ballot in the mailbox 2 days before, and it doesn't get stamped until 3 days after you put it in. Your vote will not be counting. This is done purposely. If you don't know, that's why I stopped here.
Our mail. So they've been moving the mail away from the local post offices in terms of routing and even postmarking. And so these are efforts that are, in other ways designed to disrupt the mail-in vote. Millions of Americans vote by mail. Millions of Californians voted by mail in the last election. In Oregon, I think almost everyone votes by mail. In many states, voting by mail has become a regular part of the process because it's been a safe and secure way to vote. Again, there's no evidence of any fraud or any election changing problems whatsoever. But Trump is trying to invent problems, and I, just would not trust any sort of like 1-800 Big Brother to have this Trump administration dictating from Washington D.C. whether you get to vote or not, rather than have your states make those decisions, which they've always made throughout our entire history. So this is
And if you can vote by mail, this link is in my description box. Leonard, thank you for giving me that information about this, the strike in Nigeria. This link is number 9 in my description box about the voting. Leonard, I just went over there and checked that out. That is horrible. I will cover that in a second. Let me tell you why. Another reason why you should be concerned. If you cannot vote by mail, what does that mean? That means you must have to vote in person. And I would be remiss if I didn't remind you of who was over elections prior to Colonel Mark Wayne Mullins. We had Ice Barbie. We had Bimbo Barbie. Let me make her. Let me say something that would make you know you understand that she's a married woman. We had Bimbified Barbie, Ice Barbie. So what did Bimbified Ice Barbie tell the people when she was talking about ICE and then Department of Homeland Security's mission to secure election? Y'all remember what Bimbified Barbie said to y'all? The Bimbified Ice Barbie said to y'all? I want to, use a term that her husband will respect. Let's play this for you. The link is under number 9 in the description box.
Elections is another one of those critical infrastructure responsibilities that I have as well. And I would say that many people believe that it may be one of the most important things that we need to make sure we trust is reliable, and that when it gets to election day that we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders.
To make sure we have been proactive in making sure we have the right people voting and electing the right
to lead this country.
Leaders to lead this country. Not make sure that we have American citizens voting. No, to make sure we have the right people voting to elect the right leaders to lead this country. So does it says that citizenship is going to be is the real problem? No, you only want certain people to have the right to vote. Because if only certain people have the right to vote, you feel that therefore the right leaders will be elected in the United States of America. They felt that after slavery, that only the right people needed to vote to get the right leaders in the United States. And here we go back again to this regression of these fake Christians.
They're one of those critical infrastructure responsibilities that I have as well. And I would say that many people believe that it may be one of the most important things that we need to make sure we trust is reliable, and that when it gets to election day that we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country through the days that we have, knowing that people can trust it.
Thank you. Thanks for.
Now she's talking about trust. Okay, now she's been bounced off the Trump administration, bounced out of the Trump administration. So who has taken her place? None other than Mark Wayne Mullins. So now the reason why she was being questioned about the election is because they wanted to know, is it possible that ICE would be let loose and set upon people who are at their polling stations to vote? Now, Mark Wayne Mullen, I showed you his confirmation hearing the same way I showed you Pete Kegbreath hearing, the same way I showed you Pam Bimbo's hearing, the same way I showed you Ice Barbie's hearing. 2 of the 3 of who have already been fired. So the replacement for Ice Barbie is Mark Wayne Mullins. So what did Mark Wayne Mullins say in his confirmation hearing about putting ICE in our polling places? And he was still confirmed by this Senate. What did he say? Let's review.
The ability, the trust is gone, and not just with Democrats. That's why we're here. That's why your predecessor was fired. And there needs to be fundamental reform of this law enforcement agency. And I think that the public writ large is crying out for that. Let me turn to elections.
Senator,
let me turn to elections. The Department of Homeland Security has the mandate since the Obama era for securing our election infrastructure. That's an important job, and you'll be secretary. The president has continued to say that he won the 2020 election, even though there's been 60 court cases saying the opposite. He has said he wants to federalize the elections. He has said name check cities, including Detroit. He has said voting machines are inaccurate. He has said in the State of the Union, I was on the Senate floor, paraphrase that if his side doesn't win in November, then the elections were rigged, which is exactly what he said 8 months before the 2020 election. You have your own history. You did not certify.
What is his history? You mean to tell me Mark Wayne Mullins didn't even certify the election as a sitting, I think it was a senator, a congressman? Senator. You mean to tell me Mark Wayne Mullins didn't certify the election? Is that what you're saying? And now we got to worry about him putting ice in our polling places. Let's see what he has to say about that.
By the 2020 election, there are people at the Department of Homeland Security, 3 people specifically who are well-known election deniers now running election security functions.
Running what? Election security functions. 3 people who are election deniers. I'm trying to give this to you in many different ways, so you understand that you have to keep up. This is ever changing. The SAVE Act doesn't seem like it is going through. So there is an executive order now. And depending upon a whole lot of people who were willing to show their face after 60 court cases said that they had found no irregularities in the 2020 vote. And these people are still saying that Biden didn't win the election. And when he won by, I think it was 7 million or 3 to 7 million people. Okay, let's continue.
Who won the 2020 election?
Ma'am, we know that President Joe Biden was sworn into office.
So she asked you who won the election. You cannot answer a simple question. She didn't ask you what we all know. She asked you as an individual who won the 2020 elections. Why is this hard? Let's continue.
For the last 4 years, but I do believe my job as Department of Homeland Security Secretary.
Oh, so you're just going to ignore her? She didn't ask you what did you believe your job was going to be as Department of Homeland Security. She asked you, what do you believe about who won the election? So you're ignoring the questions. Okay, let's get into it.
Secretary will be to make sure that we assure
the 2020 election.
Ma'am, we know that President Joe Biden was sworn into office. He was the president for the last 4 years. But I do believe my job as Department of Homeland Security Secretary will be to make sure that we assure that the elections are fair and people can trust them.
Does the federal government run the elections process, or do states?
It's very clear in the Constitution that the states control state elections, and then there is some federal oversight that's on it, but the federal government can set some standards. So if you're talking about the Save American Act, requiring you, which is within the Constitution, by the way, requiring individuals to be citizens of the United States, I don't think it's too much to ask somebody.
Okay. Yeah, that's in the Constitution as well. But notice when she asks who runs the federal election, what is in the Constitution is that state run the elections, choose the time and places. I believe the states are right, but the federal government, they have oversight too. There was no, it's in the Constitution that state rights should they are the one to, nothing about the Constitution then. Let me see. Let's go back.
Very clear in the Constitution that the states control state elections, and
I was wrong. And what? What does the state say about the federal thing that you're about to add to? Is that in the Constitution as well? Let's see.
And then there is some federal oversight that's on it, but the federal government can set some standards. So if you're talking about the Save
the federal government can create some standards. Is that in the Constitution? You're kind of vague about this federal stuff that you're trying to put on elections. That is a part of the duty of the federal government. You said. I was wrong. You said clearly about the Constitution said that they was the states right, but what about these tag-alongs that you're giving about the federal government? I don't hear you saying nothing about that being constitutional.
That the states control state elections, and then there is some federal oversight that's on it, but the federal government can set some standards. So if you're talking about the Save American Act, requiring you, which is within the Constitution, by the way, requiring individuals to be citizens of the United States, I don't think it's too much to ask somebody to prove they're a citizen of the United States.
That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about administrative.
So did you hear what he said? He didn't say that the SAVE Act was about making sure you ID or show ID. He said the SAVE Act is to make sure that you are a citizen of the United States. And if you cannot prove that, you will be purged from the voting rolls. That's why this is important. All of this, and then they try to talk you down, then simplify and lie in your face. Oh, well, you need an ID to do anything. You need an ID to go to the movies. You don't think you need an ID to vote? No, I don't have to show proof of my citizenship to go to a movie. I don't have to show proof of my citizenship to buy alcohol. I don't have to show proof of citizenship to do all of these things that you guys are trying to simplify down that we have to do in anything that we show our ID for. We show our ID. We don't show our citizenship for these things. So this is the thing that I wanted to show you. And let's get to the polling stations.
The elections. If you are Secretary of Homeland Security, do you feel you have the authority to put uniformed officers at polling locations in 2026?
Ma'am, we said this in your office. The only reason why my officers would be there if there was a specific threat for them to be there, not for intimidation. And
so
I said
even though we
So that's a yes. The only reason my officers would be there is for a specific threat. So he's saying yes. And anything can be constituted as a specific threat. We know that they can constitute anything as a threat. We know how many black men have lost their lives over this alleged threat that they thought cell phones were guns. What cannot be perceived and what cannot be lied about that was perceived as a threat in this country? Absolutely anything. Anything they want to lie about that has been a perceived threat in your polling station. Mark Wayne Mullins said that ICE will be there. I'll be there. Michael be there. Ooh, just call on ICE and they'll be there. Don't you know, baby, yeah, ICE be there.
didn't need it during World War II. We didn't.
Ma'am, we said this in your office. The only reason why my officers would be there if there was a specific threat for them to be there, not for intimidation. And
so even though we didn't need it during World War II, we didn't need it during Vietnam or the War on Terror, we never had to put uniformed military there. Now you feel that there's going to be a reason that there's going to be an armed threat to the United States that you
no,
need
ma'am.
to potentially
I said
be there?
I can't sit there and guarantee hypothetically what threat would be and not. I'm not putting military. That's not within my
uniformed
yes,
officers.
But if there is a threat, a specific threat, say it's in a Jewish community, and there is a threat that's specific to that polling area, then we will work with local law enforcement. There'll be a reason for us to be there, and it'll be known why we're there.
I think the reason you're here and not Kristi Noem is because Americans trust their local law enforcement now way more than they trust ICE. So I would just say if we ever get to the point where you are being asked to put armed ICE officers at polling locations, we have lost the plot as a country. We have fundamentally lost it. And until I hear someone tell me that this man, President Trump, will actually allow us to have a free and fair election, there is zero trust here, and I cannot trust that he won't try and steal it. Again, I yield back.
Torture prison.
Was arrested
in a cell with child.
Okay, since we're here, Hey, that green vegan. Hey, everyone that came in. I appreciate your support. I see you drop down and dance into my rendition of Michael Jackson. Now, there is an update on the Melania Trump coming out and doing a press conference. You know, the past 2 days that happened on, I think she came out on Thursday. I covered it on the, or she came out on Thursday or Friday. I covered that on the news, and then I came back Saturday with an update. Now, there is a new update. If you want to see the Melania Trump brouhaha, go over to my last videos and see what I had to say about it. But I first saw the Melania Trump brouhaha bubble up on the status quo. So this is the status quo, and this is again where I have seen the brouhaha about Melania Trump bubble up again. So I am going to drop this link in my description box. This will be link number 10. Now, this is an update on what is being reported about Melania Trump and the Jeffrey Epstein connection. And you may want to go over there, and you really want to go over there. I'm serious. The status quo, I have found out so much information that they are actually following, that they are actually on the ground reporting on. And so I'll go over there and give them some support. They are a great channel that is going out all across the country to take up and investigate real news stories that's going around across the country. So without further ado, let's get into this.
Torture prison.
Was arrested
in a cell with child murderers. El País interview comes out. Melania Trump knew. El País edited out, covering what the corporate media covers.
Now, remember when I was doing the story, I said that the woman who was telling Melania, keep my name out your mouth, bitch. Watch what you say about me. Remember, I said that she was going to do an interview with a Spanish. I think Z Sarah said it was the outlet was in Spain, I do believe, but she's in Rio de Janeiro. Now, this is some strange stuff that has come out. It is just really weird how all of a sudden this person who is still working for 45-47 as some special envoy. We saw him in Hungary when J.D. Vance touched ground. These are the people who J.D. Vance is smoozing around on country to country. Now, it is reported that this man was born wealthy. Also, we know Ghislaine Maxwell comes from a very, very wealthy family. A newspaper magnate. Okay, we know these are wealthy people. So they have, they have kind of, these are not people that came up via politics, worked regular jobs, had regular lives. No, these are people who were born into money. So now his they call her his baby mama. I am still unclear if they were married. Sometimes she's referenced as a wife. Sometimes she's referenced as a common law wife. Sometimes she's referenced as a girlfriend. I know that she birthed his child, so I'm going to call her what they love to call black women, baby mamas. Okay, so, not the mother of the father of my son, the mother of my child. What happened to baby mama and baby daddies when it comes to other people? They love to that's the baby daddy, all that. Okay, the baby mama suddenly was arrested. She had divorced this Trump connected special envoy who travels with J.D. Vance to Hungary. Now, her and her husband were living in Miami. She was with Paulo, Trump's friend, for over 20 years. Then they separate. She had a child by him. The child, I find out, is, while underage, the child is 17 years old. It has also been reported, either here or the Daily Beast, that the child had gone to Brazil to live with her, and then the child decided to come back. How did she wind up living in Brazil? It has been reported that when she had changed her life, she left that relationship with the man who is still on the Trump team to with nothing, and she started her life over again. It was reported that she was remarried. I don't know if she was married to the first guy who works for Trump, Zimpali. She had was remarried, and she was working in Miami, and then all of a sudden, her husband's company, it was some type of plastic surgery place. It was raided by the FBI, and her and her husband were arrested. Now, for some strange reason, they were arrested on fraud charges. Now, how did they come about that they were arrested on fraud charges? It is reported that it was a anonymous caller burst into her husband's office, and they were arrested on fraud. And then, on top of it, once they were arrested, there was another anonymous report that came in and said that she was undocumented and that her visa has expired. So ICE should take her. And then what happened? ICE took her, and she was mad at Melania. She referenced that you knew that I was in ICE and I known you for 20 years, blah, blah, blah. So this is how she got into ICE possession. So then they took her to Louisiana, where she was talking about women who were being a horrible place. She said the place was so horrible. The report says that the place was so horrible that she self-deported back to Rio because she said when she got out of that place, she was full of lice. This is where they are holding these people. She was full of lice. Now, understand, this is the same ICE. This is the same federal government that want to determine who is or is not a domestic terrorist in the United States, who are still building ICE determined camps. Why do you think this is going on? You guys couldn't figure it out about healthcare. You couldn't figure it out about what they were going to do with you with healthcare. So are you able to figure out why they're still building detention centers as they enact that executive president what is it? MSPM7 memorandum, presidential memorandum PS. What is this? MSPM7. What is no. That memorandum that they have put out that says that you can be arrested for a whole array of vague situations that will determine you to be a domestic terrorist. Are you catching on to why all of these facilities are still being put up? Are you aware about all of the fraud that is going on in your government? All of these government contracts that are going to these people who have ends within this government that are making billions off of setting up traps that they plan to use on the American people? I don't know. That's just my opinion. But I know that people are making money. Private billionaires are building these private facilities, not federal facilities, private facilities where they can make money, and they have to hold up to zero federal standards to have you in these facilities. So she left this facility, she said, it is reported full of lice. And when she got home to Brazil, now understand that previously she was a wealthy person. She grew up a wealthy person. It is alleged that she came out here on Jeffrey Epstein plane when she was 16 years old, underage, and hooked up with this guy who worked at with the Trump administration still. And when she was 17 years old, had a baby by him and was with him for over 20 years. And all of these anonymous reports came in when she was asking, they were fighting over child custody and how much money she would be getting. And then all of a sudden, he wasn't showing up to court. Let me let Status Quo give you the story. Shit.
Hey, it's Jordan with Status Coup. Amanda Ungaro, the former Brazilian model who has threatened First Lady Melania Trump with exposing what I know about you and your pedophile husband in relation to the Epstein scandal, is speaking out. A interview she did with El País newspaper, the paper of record in Spain, is out, and it is extremely notable for what it does not include any mention of Melania Trump. We will get to that. But first, let me remind you, we've done 2 videos already on this. So for background on this story, we'll put the links in the description. But let me remind you of the timeline here, which is extremely important before we get to her interview with the Spanish newspaper. Ungaro, a former Brazilian model, she was brought over here when she was a minor. She was on Epstein's plane. She says with 30 young girls, it made her extremely uncomfortable. She knew Melania and her ex, Paolo Zamboli, knew and knows Melania. Amanda tweeted on April 9th, shortly after midnight, "We'll take legal action against you and your pedophile husband." This was tweeted in response, in the replies to First Lady Melania Trump. "I have known you for 20 years. You knew I was detained in ICE. You were present in my life every year on my son's birthday, even sending Secret Service and being the first to congratulate him back in 2016.
Now, we talked about this on, I believe it was Friday and Saturday. We're going to... No, we talked about this on Saturday because I came back Saturday because this had broke on Friday night. Now I got it together. Now, we talked about all of this. I find it now. This is where we found out that she was going to have that interview behind all of this stuff that she's saying to Melania. But curiously, in that interview, there was no mention of Melania at all in the interview. Now, there are questions abounding if she did talk about Melania and the outlet that she was interviewing with did not print the things that was said about Melania because that Friday when I reported on Melania coming out on Thursday with that press conference. That Friday, I did a story, and I was talking about these things that are called SLAPP lawsuit in New York City, where people with a lot of money may come out and have an attorney write up a letter of intent to sue you for something you said unless you retract it and apologize. So we know that she put a intent to sue letter on the author Michael Wolff, who had been around her husband and Jeffrey Epstein, had written 4 books about Melania's husband, Donald Trump, and was in the allegedly in the makings of doing a book about Jeffrey Epstein when Jeffrey Epstein lost his life or no longer is with us or is has been escaped to somewhere. I don't know. When Jeffrey Epstein became no more. So she told him, if you don't retract that you said that Jeffrey Epstein introduced me to 47, I'm going to sue you for $1 billion. And I think it was a couple of more things that she said that Michael Wolff had said that had defamed my good name. Michael Wolff came on the Daily Beast and he talked about it. He said, I ought to sue her back. And he had up until sometime in October, and that's exactly what he did. Instead of answering the suit, he put out a GoFundMe, collected over $800,000 for attorney fees. He said it was all by small donors, and he sued her for violating the SLAPP Act. And now he had a hard time serving her because she claims not to... because he can't serve her. You know how they do. They're hiding from the process servers. And she claims that she lives in Florida. So she wants the trial changed from a criminal court to a federal court, and therefore blah blah blah. She feels that she, of course, in Florida, where maybe 45, 47 had appointed some of these federal judges, she would get a more lenient judge. So they're fighting this back and forth from New York to Florida. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so the reason I say all of this is that I'm wondering, and a lot of people are wondering too. This magazine outlet in South America that interviewed her did not say anything about Melania. So do you think that they got a threat of a lawsuit as well, and they are not as able to say, oh, well, I'll sue you back? Do you think that they are not in the position to say anything, or they are only in the position to not print anything that this Ungaro lady said? I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm asking some questions. Do you think that that is what happened? I think it is a possibility.
Something was clearly wrong, but I'm not part of any evil mission involving children. So what did you do, Melania? You tried to involve me, but you failed because I have character. That was her early morning before Melania Trump made that unexpected, surprising statement denying I had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. Barely knew him, barely knew Ghislaine Maxwell. So this was before that, where this Brazilian model is basically saying, I'm going to take you and your pedophile husband down. She was deported, and this is from the New York Times, she was deported basically at the request and as a favor to her ex, Paolo Zampoli, who contacted Trump's ICE when he found out she was in jail for supposed fraud. We'll get to that. Well, why would her ex ask Trump's ICE to deport her? They were in a custody battle. And why would the Trump administration get involved with some marital squabble and go along with deporting this woman if she wasn't a threat? Now let's get to her interview, and the timeline becomes important. An interview she did with El País, published this morning here in America. Amanda Ungaro, from sharing soirees with the Trumps to being deported by ICE. She quoted, this is in reference to her and her ex, Paolo Zampoli, who she's accused of abuse as well as financial fraud. Now it's war, talking about her and her ex. We'll see who wins. I kept quiet for years, and because of that, people judged me. They asked me, why are you speaking now? Because the man would not let me live in peace. I tried. I left the relationship with nothing, left my son at a boarding school and went to work. Ungaro said last Tuesday in an interview at her new home, a penthouse in Rio de Janeiro. It was not enough for him to destroy me during 20 years of a relationship. He wanted to destroy me again when I started a new life when I got married. Why did I highlight that? Because this interview she did, which published today, Sunday, April 12th, she sat down for it on Tuesday, April 7th. That would be 2 days before Melania Trump made that unexpected statement. So we got April 7th. She sits down for the El País interview. April 9th, 12:58 in the morning, Amanda threatens legal action against the Trumps, says, I'll take you and your pedophile husband down. Later in that day, Melania Trump unexpectedly gives this statement. By the way, the White House had put out that Melania was going to give the statement, but it was still very unexpected, and it was not known what she was making a statement for. The day after the statement, April 10th, Amanda's ex, Paolo Zampoli, tells Sky News, I'll testify to Congress that I was the one who introduced Melania to Donald Trump, not Epstein. And then April 12th, today, this El País interview.
How convenient. Let me make sure my mic is on. How convenient. Then who falls on the sword? But Paolo Zampoli, the husband and the person who had the baby with this person who has come out against Melania. I will testify and say I met you. You're still in the Trump administration. You were in the first Trump administration. I'm pretty sure you would do whatever is required. I'm pretty sure you'll be like Jasmine Guy when Eddie Murphy asked her what did she do for Mr. Calhoun, the fat Italian gangster that Jasmine Guy character was dating. What did Jasmine Guy say, Leonard? Leonard, answer the question, Leonard. If you don't answer this question correctly, Leonard, I am going to threaten to take your mod stick. What did Jasmine Guy say to Eddie Murphy when he said, "Ooh, what do you do for Mr. Calhoun?" What did Jasmine Guy say? I'm pretty sure of the same thing that Mr. Zampoli said. I'm counting. Let's do a countdown. I'm going to do a 10-second countdown for Leonard to answer this question. Anybody can answer this question. What do you do for Mr. Calhoun? Can I see the answer in the chat? Let's see. No? I'm going to give it 10 more seconds. So what do you do for Mr. Calhoun? She said, what did Jasmine Guy say? She said, whatever's required. Whatever's required. That's what Jasmine Guy said when she was asked, why are you dating this big sloppy gangster? And what do you do for Mr. Calhoun? Jasmine Guy said, I do whatever's required. I'm pretty sure Zamboli or whatever his name is, Zampoli, is in the same situation, working as a special envoy for 4547 over there, bootlicking with JD Vance, trying to get a oligarch reelected after 16 years of being totally despicable and opportunist of his country. I'm pretty sure Mr. Zampoli will do whatever's required. Let's get back on into the story while I was clowning a little bit. Let's get back into the story.
Comes out. I could tell you journalistically, Congress, that I was the one who introduced Melania to Donald Trump, not Epstein. And then April 12th, today, this El País interview comes out. I could tell you journalistically, it doesn't make sense to me if Amanda Ungaro is making these claims to on Twitter and this and that she knows stuff about the Melania and Epstein and that whole ring, why there was nothing about that in the El País interview. And as I record right now.
What is that? Hold on. What is that?
There are people on social media who are claiming to be in direct contact with Amanda Ungaro saying El País edited out things she said about Melania Trump. I can't confirm that, obviously. I have reached out to El País, the Spanish newspaper, to ask, did Amanda Ungaro give you information or say anything about Melania Trump? And was it edited out? I also asked, from the time of your sit-down interview with Amanda Ungaro, which happened on Tuesday, April 7th, to publication, did the newspaper get any overtures or outreach from the White House or Melania Trump's representatives? Because this stuff happens all the time where
overtures such as if you print anything about me, I will sue you, like they did Michael Wolff, the slap suit to keep what did Michael Wolff tell you? They do things like that to keep you quiet. So he's asking the question: were there any overtures from Melania Trump and the White House? Because we understand that those are two separate entities, don't we?
Politicians try to kill stories, including with international papers.
Now, we also know that there was quite a whole little thing about the editor of the National Enquirer. You remember the National Enquirer was the shit. And during its heyday, the National Enquirer was one of the main people, the editor, the owner of the National Enquirer. It has been reported when he would get stories about certain celebrities, he would catch and kill those stories. That's what it's called, a catch and kill. They do the interview with the people, and they tell them that, hey, you can come here and do whatever. Now, could this Payaz, a newspaper, be a catch and kill paper? They get all the information that the interviewee is willing to give, and once they have all the information, they don't write the information that let's say Donald Trump doesn't want out here, but they go to Donald Trump and say, you know, this girl was about to say all this to you. How much is it worth for me to not print it? And how much is it worth for me to not print it and know that she said it? And then if anybody come back and I can say, she ain't never sold that to me, that's a catch and kill. That's what catch and kill is. And it would make it would kind of make her seem discredited. That's the whole zhuzh behind catch and kill. Or they could just say, if you say something about us, we're going to sue your asses for $1 billion like they told Michael Wolff. Either and or. I'm glad the questions are being asked, though. Are there going to be answers to these questions is what we ought to wait on. Are these questions going to be answered? Since they purport themselves to be a media organization, El País, let's see if they answer these questions.
You better believe Melania Trump knew that El País was doing this interview before she went to speak. And you better believe El País is a reputable newspaper. If Amanda Ongaro said things about Melania Trump, they would have to reach out to Melania Trump's representatives, as well as the White House. If it involved Melania Trump, just for legal reasons, we've seen the Trump administration and their legal crusade against media. From the El País story, the two couples talking about Amanda and her ex, Paolo Zampalli, and the Trumps also spent other New Year's Eves together, a White House Easter children's party, a 4th of July celebration, all meticulously documented on Instagram by Zampalli.
I hope you guys heard everything I said about catch and kill. Donald Trump was notorious for dealing with the owner of the National Enquirer back in the 90s, when the National Enquirer was on top of all of these gossip stories, and National Enquirer owner was notorious for catching and killing stories where he hear a rumor about a story, and then he'll go and send somebody out and act like they're interviewing, only to be able to tell how much information that this person has on and is willing to give out against a celebrity, and then they'll pay them off for the story, which means they cannot go tell the story anywhere else. And if they go tell the story anywhere else, they'll get sued, and then they'll take the story back to Donald Trump and say, look what I did for you. I saved you from all this embarrassment. Yeah. And so then the story has been killed. The person who thought that they were getting $50,000 or some little petty amount of money from National Enquirer. So I'm curious if this is a catch and kill paper, or if they have been threatened, or, well, not threatened. Let's say if they have been warned that they should not report or post anything or certain things, or they will be sued. So there's that.
The man who introduced Melania to the president and who was appointed special envoy for global partnerships by his friend. That is contested, by the way, because there are reports that Epstein introduced them, but Zampalli claims he was the one who introduced them. So that's the background, that the couples were close. They spent a lot of time together. By reports, Zampoli, not Amanda, but Zampoli, her ex, was in regular communications through messages with Melania. Now let's get to this part, which is the key. Ungaro left New York and Washington behind when her and Paolo Zampoli split, and they had a very contentious relationship, and she accuses him of physical abuse. Having settled in Aventura, Florida with her husband, everything fell apart last June. Quote, 10 police officers stormed into her home, arrested me, and took my son to the police station, she says. She and her husband, a Brazilian doctor, were arrested and charged with fraud at a cosmetic clinic following anonymous tips. Who might have made those anonymous tips? The 10 police officers stormed into her and her now husband's home.
When she was in dispute with the father of her child, who would have made those anonymous calls? It could have been anyone. Let's continue.
Stay with me. She and her husband, a Brazilian doctor, were arrested and charged with fraud at a cosmetic clinic following anonymous tips. She denies the charges, emphasizing that her deportation from the U.S. prevented her from defending herself. She insists that, quote, the truth will come to light. They put her in a cell with, quote, child murderers, quote, me, who has no criminal record. I was terrified, she recalls.
So, does she believe us to believe that ICE let her be deported without due process? Have you ever heard of our ICE, Department of Homeland Security, and ICE doing such a thing? We saw it. We saw how this was going on last year. We saw them throwing people out of the country, even when they could not go to their own country. We saw that they have been taking these people to third countries, many countries in Africa. Many of these people from South America have wound up in African countries with a poor human rights record. And not only are they taken to these African countries, they are only taken to these countries to be put in African jails with poor human rights records. 70-something% of these people who are being deported have no criminal record. Let's be real clear. You know, like all of that big CCOT fanfare that they thought it was cute to show you, but they wanted you to believe based upon where they were going and looking at all of the people who were in CCOT, they wanted you to believe that these were the same ilk of people. They never told you that 70-something% of these people didn't even have a parking ticket, much less any violent crime, a violent offense or accusations of any type of crime. But this is what your government was doing. So it was easy for her to slip through the cracks. We're going to pretend like this wasn't the shit that was going on? Okay, let's go.
When Zampoli learned that his ex-girlfriend was being held in custody, he contacted a senior ICE official so that she would remain jailed.
A senior ICE official. Now, Zampoli is a special envoy. Zampoli was on the runway with J.D. Vance. Now let's start cracking some eggs here. A senior ICE official. This man who has known Trump since the either late 80s or early 90s, who is still working in his administration, who has that much power that he is in so close proximity, not only to the vice president, his vulnerable pregnant wife, the wife who was pregnant with their fourth child. He's standing right there hugging her. Who you think he contacted? What high level person in the Department of Homeland Security he contacted? Oh, she may not be there anymore, but I would think that he contacted the top of the Department of Homeland Security. With that much access, why not? What do you think? Okay, let's continue.
And be deported, thereby allowing him to secure the custody of their son that he had long sought. She's then arrested. Police, 10 of them, storm her and her husband's home. They send her to a jail. Then her ex, see that anonymous tip there? Her ex, Paolo Zampoli, calls ICE because Zampoli is a longtime ally of Donald Trump and basically asks Trump stormtroopers for a favor. Hey, since she's in jail, can you transfer her to ICE? Her visa, can you transfer her to an ICE prison? Her visa expired. And then she is stuck in an ICE torture prison for months. We'll get to the conditions in a minute, before she self-deports to get out of there. And now she's stuck in Brazil trying to fight her deportation and get back custody of her still minor child.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. That link is in my description box. This link is number. Let me tell you. This link is number 11 in my description box. I think that's all I'm gonna try to tackle today. I've been here a long time. I had you guys here a long time. I appreciate my mods, Very Carey and Leonard, for coming in and helping me out with the chat. I appreciate you all in the chat for stopping. I apologize every time I go to certain videos. Every time I go to certain videos, it put me on mute. I don't do that on purpose. I don't do that by forgetting. But some put me on mute when I play, and then I'm talking, and you don't know I'm talking. But what I'm talking about is, I think that is all for me today. I have done a lot today, and I appreciate you guys coming out and spending. Oh my God, I appreciate you guys coming out and spending some time with me today. I didn't realize how late it was. Please hit the like button on your way out. I greatly appreciate it. I thank my mod, Very Carey and Leonard. I hope I have given you something that you have not heard. That is my only mission, is to alert you to some news that you may not be hearing on the for-profit news media. If you like this channel, give me a thumbs up, subscribe. You can become a member at $. You can hit the member button to join a membership to support the channel. You can also support the channel at $RonyiQ. I appreciate all of your support, and we don't have to agree, but if you be disrespectful, you get what your hand calls for. That's it, and that's all. All right, guys. I hope you have a great remainder of your day. And I guess me and Kitty is going to dance out of here. Where's Kitty? Here, Kitty, Kitty, Kitty. Hey, Kitty, Kitty. There Kitty, Kitty is.